All right. Well, we are live, although there's quite a bit of lag on the systems today. That's all right. We can continue with or without lag. So, the topic today is boundaries. And before I get to that, I just want to take note of a couple things. One is our last live stream, which was insanely successful. Between the three channels, got something like 989 views to date. I don't know why that is, but it was apparently very popular. So congratulations, everybody. Quite a popular live stream last week. Now, um, that's a big, that's kind of a big deal. I don't. And also, the other thing that happened was my Jordan Peterson video on his trick has surpassed 1,000 views on navigating patterns. So good news, good news. Lots of interesting engagement and interaction, which I appreciate. And it was a little wacky because StreamYard didn't like Firefox anymore and kept telling me I wasn't using it. So I had to log in through Chrome, which I have now found out by using it that it actually obeys the camera's focus command. And so camera's in a little bit different position than usual, but I like this better. So we'll be fine. So yeah, I've been scrambling around all week because I have a new kind of job. Is it a job if you're not being paid? Is it um not being paid, but very busy for better or for worse. Didn't have a good amount of time to go over my notes. Did go over my notes for this. So as usual, this topic came up about boundaries, where you end as a person and where other people begin. And this is a much harder question to answer than people seem to understand at first blush. They're like, oh, well, I understand this. It's like, no, you probably don't. It's kind of everywhere. Uh, Boundaries are things that you must discern. So a boundary is a discernible container, a discernible layer, a discernible edge in something. And we don't recognize the boundaries of ourselves, both physically and psychologically, right? So some people will get too close because they don't understand. No, you shouldn't get too close to people physically. Uh, and a lot of people project psychologically because they don't understand that there's a boundary between what's going on in your head and what's not going on in your head. And sometimes we want the characters in our heads to be out in the real world, we'll say, or outside of our heads, and then we place those characters there um, in error. We'll say that. And so I think that's worth understanding. And when we're talking about boundaries um, and their required discernment, what are we really sort of looking at here? We're looking at the fact that we've collapsed the world. So we've collapsed the four causes into one cause, right? Well, the Big Bang, initial conditions, and therefore, um, we've we have way too much information, and it's like, well, which information should I be paying attention to? We don't know anymore. There's just too much of it. We're like flooding. It's a flood. It's a sea of information now. We don't know what matters. We don't know what's causal anymore because correlations are everywhere. And things happen together, and we can always make a story for, well, they happen together and therefore this caused that. You can always make that story, but that doesn't make it true. So it's a real problem. Like it's an actual, issue. And then we confuse causal events with orthogonal events, events that aren't attached to what's happening. Like these are concerns and they're big concerns and they happen all the time. And part of the problem is that, you have limited perception. How you see the world gets smaller, not larger. And without help from the outside, you can't make it larger because you're not recognizing the things outside of you. You can always argue Yes, Mark, but the stuff that I'm looking at in my head is so much more free and open and infinite. Yes, but you can't focus on the infinite. Whenever you try, it narrows down. And there's that old saying about the abyss staring back at you. Well, where do you think that happens at? That happens in your head. So you're locating the abyss, which is infinity, and then it's narrowing you down to a pair of eyes, which is, a very mysterious thing indeed. But that's because you don't have boundaries. You don't know where you end and the abyss begins, for example, or where other things begin. You've probably subsumed the entire world into your head, and now there's no world. There's just abyss, because there's got to be somewhere that you are. When we grab too many things and put them in our head, or try to, we run into this problem. I'm gonna have to take a drink here. I apologize. Big Sam Powell bottle, though. Came up with that at the grocery store. Gotta have one for my stream. And the idea of the outside helps us to understand where our inside is. So when we're ignoring the outside, we're not paying attention to the outside, or we're rejecting the outside, we don't know where we are. We don't know where our container ends. We don't know where other things begin. And you can see that's hard work, that discernment. And then once you have discernment, then judgment. And we don't want to be judged, and we don't want to judge. Judging's hard work. There are consequences to judging. It's not all fun and games. So we try to get rid of it effectively. We try to make everything equal. And then there's no discernment required, and therefore no judgment required. So you get rid of judgment by getting rid of discernment, by making everything equal. But things are just not equal. I mean, evolution is pretty clear about this. Survival of the fittest doesn't work unless there's a fittedness, and fittedness is a measure of inequality by definition. Like, that's what it is. So this gets into the problem of what's in your head versus what's not in your head. You have to make models of the world. We usually call those worldviews. They might not be, but worldviews are certainly types of models of the world. And so we have to pay attention to that. And when we confuse our models for the world, we can't correct the models anymore, because there's nothing to correct. And that's the problem. So we need to know where our imagination ends and our body begins. We need to know where our body ends and our mind ends, and where everything else begins. We need to know that. And if we're not discerning it, if we're not attending to it, if we're not paying attention to it, we won't know that. And what often happens is we get confused, right? You put yourself in the story. You make yourself the hero of the story, because why not? And then you assume that you can rise to the occasion of that requirement. But what if you can't? What if you're not the hero? What if you're a supporting character? One of the problems that we have is we've been focusing on these single hero motifs in film and in books. And who's more important in Harry Potter? Harry or Hermione? What about Ron? What about Dumbledore? What about Snape? There isn't one hero in the book. The book is focused around one person. The book is the story of one person's perspective. But the hero, or maybe I should say heroism itself, is not located in that one person alone. Without the support, the rest of it doesn't happen. And in a story, what usually happens is people have precious resources, and they maybe magical items in a story, right? They may be things of value that don't seem valuable, like an old van, right? Uh, they may be knowledge, like, oh, I happen to know things about how a pizza shop works. And you say, Mark, where are you getting that from? Stranger Things. Uh, Stranger Things is interesting. Um, well, I know where we can get these components at a pizza shop. It's a great scene in that movie, in that show, rather. Um, these elements are not given up randomly. They're given up in the circumstances where they're needed to enable the hero. Because heroism is not all co-located in one person. The one person has boundaries and limits. Those boundaries and limits are only overcome as the result of those other people, the people outside of them. Now, I'm going to take a slight segue, mostly because my notes are a mess, but I'll pretend like it's on purpose because that's more fun. Rules are boundaries that are there to adjudicate a standoff. It's not the only reason they're there, but they're boundaries. They're important boundaries. And the reason why they're important is because you need to know where you end and other things begin. You need to know where you end and other people begin. You need to know that when you're talking to something that can respond in a way that is unexpected and makes you grow. And the characters inside your head are not like that typically. They respond in the way that you expect. There's no growth there. If I just expect everything, nothing's going to change. I'm just going to feel self-righteous and correct. Um, yeah, maybe I don't need that. I feel that way anyway. Oh, that's a problem. The rules need to exist, even if winners and losers are arbitrary. Now, I don't think winners and losers are arbitrary all the time. That's clearly not true. Like, there are lots of things that I can do that I know most other people cannot ever do and never be able to. I assume the same for most of them. And I've seen that be the case many, many times. Um, and there's lots of examples. The power of a beautiful woman in the room is not something I can replicate because I'm not a woman. So there you go. Uh, Maybe with the pirate getup, who knows? The ability to go out and work continuously for 12 hours physically is not something everybody can replicate, nor the willingness, even if they have the ability. The world is very complex. And without that discernment of the boundaries, oh, I have a will, and that will, in my case, is very strong. Shouldn't be a surprise there. And then I have a physical body, and that physical body is limited by certain things. And if I try to override it with my will, I might damage it. That happens, right? And so I've put rules in place. Don't do this unless it's an emergency, because there might be consequences and they might be immediate and they might end in death. That happens. So you need rules to help you understand boundaries. It's not optional. And winners and losers might be arbitrary between, say, the top 5 or the top 3 or the top 2. Maybe, but you still got to pick one. Still has to be one thing at the top to pay attention to. All of Harry's friends are paying attention to him as the special boy for whatever reason. It doesn't really matter. And so they give up their precious resources, which in some cases are extremely rare and have been collected at great peril, so that he might succeed. He's not in charge of those external resources. Those external resources are granted to him by others. And that's what's really important to understand. And your limited perception is part of the problem. So I took a trip out to Thunder Bay by way of South Dakota, as one does, to visit Sally Joe. So I'm out, and she very generously took me to the Badlands, which I've always wanted to see. Badlands were gorgeous. Everybody should see the Badlands in Southwest South Dakota. Absolutely beautiful place. Amazing. So we go there, and there's a touristy area thing where you enter in, and the touristy area thing happens, and you're in touristy land, and there's a bunch of tourists because that's what touristy land is for, tourists. And they've got these little viewing areas. But in the park, you can go wherever you want. It's public land. You can't take fossils off the property, but you can take rocks, which, I did. I got a bunch. Cool rocks. From the Badlands, straight from the Badlands. Really nice, right? Now, there's a bunch of touristy folks. I really like the quartz. There's a bunch of touristy folks out there, and they're looking at Sally Joe and I, because we're on the other side of this viewing area. We're underneath it, but we're past it. We're like on the parkland. Oh my. And they're very upset. Because from their perspective, we have broken the rules. But there are no rules that say you cannot do what we were doing. In fact, there are well-worn trails. People do it. There were other people out there. They just weren't there when those people left, so they didn't see the transgression in their minds. Their perspective is limited. They see a fence around a viewing area, and they think that's a rule or a barrier or a marker or a boundary, and they cast that boundary onto everybody else. They make up that rule in their head. And then, because we're living in the postmodern hell of postmodernism, they make the critique. They assume that they have the authority, the knowledge, and the skill, which is roughly, in this case, discernment, right? And the energy, and the will to act upon these boundaries. But they don't. They don't have that authority. They didn't read the rules. They think they did. But they cast the rules onto the world as a result of their engagement in a fence that's there to prevent them from falling over off the cliff. Because they didn't understand where they were. And there's no transgression there. But they believe that there is. And so they're acting it out, talking about it. What are those people doing? Right? All based on a convenience. It's a convenience that the Park Service set up a viewing area to this gorgeous area. Oh my goodness. Go to the Badlands. So pretty. You put yourself in the story. Oh, I'm here. You make yourself the hero of the story. Oh, I can critique. I'm the judge. You assume that you can rise to the equation, to the occasion rather, of the requirement of the hero role. I can judge these people who are outside of the fence line. And they took a guide and made it into a rule. They were following rules that didn't exist, and they were judging us for it. They didn't know where their authority ended, where their selves ended, and the rest of the world began. They didn't check. And they made a bunch of assumptions, like Sally Joe lives there, or not too far away. She's been to the Badlands many, many times. This is probably their first and maybe their only visit to the place. And the problem is that they're assuming that they're in the hero position where they can critique. And you see this everywhere. You can see it in Hegel's work, right? Where he puts up this false dichotomy, this false binary framing. He builds closed small worlds, but it's something you can understand. So Wu is scary, right? Because it kills your worldview. And now you have domicide from the place you thought you were standing with Hegel, which is objective material reality, where you can take a position. And because you took a position, there's an equal and opposite position. And then you, it's implied, but it's still there, can synthesize those positions. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Then you're the hero of the story. Unfortunately, Hegel's 4 years old and is wrong. It's not hard. He's just wrong. You can see he didn't know where people end and where they begin. I'm not saying everybody ends at the same place. That's silly. But do you know where you end and the rest of the world begins? Do you know when you're projecting? We outsource our sanity. That's kind of important to realize. Why? Because we can't see the container that is us. We can't see clearly enough all of our edges, all of our boundaries. We extend ourselves into the world physically and mentally and fantastically or imaginally. And I think those are different. We extend ourselves into the world mentally through rationality, logic, and reason. We extend ourselves into the world physically by building and destroying. We extend ourselves into the world imaginally through a different process, because we have to make models. We don't have a choice. It's when we confuse those models, those maps, for the territory. That's when the problem comes in. It's not the only place the problem comes in, but that's where the primary problem comes in. And we get confused. So a lot of people think, because of this Hegelian dialectic, which is a load of garbage, but people buy into it and they act as if, that saying no is a critique. Saying no is not a critique. Critique takes real work. You have to do your freaking research. You have to know the core issues. No, you don't have to read the work. I'm not saying that. That's clearly absurd. But you have to be familiar with something. Like, you don't have to read Das Kapital to know it's garbage. You don't have to. You can look at segments of it and realize it's totally contradictory in and of itself. You can engage with the statements in it and go, well, that statement's false. I can just observe the world and see it's not true. Because Karl Marx is a materialist. So he doesn't understand what drives the world. He thinks humans are cogs, that one worker is exchangeable for another worker. Now, I've worked. That ain't true. That's wrong. It's false. Observably false. Look, in the middle, there's a lot of overlap. But I'll tell you, there were only a few people that could sort packages as quick as I could at UPS. And the people that couldn't sort weren't sorters. There goes all of Marx's theory, gone. All of his core base axiomatic assumptions are wrong. I don't need to read the rest of his work to critique him, because I did my research. And it wasn't read the whole book. And you can't say, oh, your critique is invalid because you didn't read the whole book. No, I don't need to read the whole book to know the starting axioms are wrong, or to know that statements about capital are wrong and contradictory. I don't need to. It's just not required. And it's easy to confuse the idea that, you didn't read everything about the topic with knowing the topic, and more importantly, the truth of the topic, because the truth is outside of the book. The truth is bigger than you. It's bigger than the book. It's bigger than the Hegelian dialectic. And you can interface with the truth and not worry about somebody's misinterpretation or deliberate propaganda about the subject. And the core problem is the inability to discern between a constraint, an affordance, and an action. There are constraints in the world. You were born into that world that had those constraints. You can cry about it if you want, or you can accept the fact that that happened and maybe you had no say in it. Maybe you did have a say in it and you just don't know that. Constraints are things that hold you in. Affordances are opportunities, right? Ways to interact. Right? A constraint is a way you can't interact or a limit to your interaction. And affordance is the opposite. It's a positive to your interaction. And an action is actually taking the action. Now, you can't take an action against a constraint without a negative consequence. When you take an action with an affordance, you get a positive outcome. But when you want to try to live in a world with no constraint, you have to live in your imagination. There's no other place with no constraint but inside your head. That's a problem. There's a lot of people living in their imagination. And, they want the outside world to mirror their imagination. So they're like in a video game. And maybe not even playing a video game, but they're doing the first-person shooter, or worse yet, the VR. Then you get to pick your constraints because it's the game. You can tell the game to go away anytime you want. You just click the X button. It's a big problem. You probably also love AI because AI is under our control. It's the world where you are God, just like the video game. And, I don't particularly want to talk about it because it's dumb, but social justice comes up here, okay? What did I do? I took justice, which is a virtue, and put a modifying word in front of it. That is an invalid way to communicate to other humans and to yourself. That is invalid communicate. You're not communicating anything. You're bringing justice down to the material level. You're a materialist. You're saying, you know what we can do? We can bottom up the justice. No, you can't. No, you can't. Justice is above you and all around you. You can't drag it down. You can't modify it. You can't change it. It's not up to you. Justice was here first, and it's bigger than you. And it happens because you think things should be a certain way, and you can judge the world, and then you believe you are being treated unjustly. But this is just a misapprehension of the world and how it works. Affluence leads you to focus on you rather than others. It takes you away from how you fit into the larger world, whether it be you with yourself, you with nature, or you with others. It takes you out of all of those frames. And it puts you in your imagination. And that's a problem. Because you're only seeing your own world, your own imaginative world. You're not seeing the world as it is. You're not able to. So, where does this leave us? But it leaves us to trying to understand where we end and where others begin, where we end and where nature begins. A confusion with nature might be something like trying to save the planet. I'm sure I've said this before, but apparently people aren't getting it. You're not saving the planet. It's not going to happen. Okay? The planet is so much bigger than you that anything you do as an individual is irrelevant. Irrelevant. Now, what we do as a culture, as a group, as a society, as a country, whatever kind of bucket you want to put it in, can matter to the planet. That's true. But saying, well, if we all jog left instead of jogging right, we won't impact the planet is wrong. It's trade-offs. If we all just make electricity instead of burning oil, okay, is that an option? No, by the way, it's not. do the correct math, not the math these idiots tell you, it's really not hard to see that there's not enough electricity in solar. They have large solar plants. They just don't produce the way you think they should. If it's true, if we do it, are there side effects? Yes. So you put a bunch of solar panels on the planet Earth, and actually you will get cooling. Duh. Big time cooling, actually, as it turns out. That's not a big deal on the small scale that we could do solar panels on, granted, but it is a big deal in that area. Is it more damaging than oil? I have no idea. It's confusion. You're trying to save the planet by making it about not just you, but others. You're trying to loop everybody else into your mad scheme to save Gaia, the goddess Earth. That's all you're trying to do. That's all these people are trying to do. And they don't see it. I get that. Why don't they see it? Why is it when I reflect it back to them and it sounds absurd, they don't understand that that's what they sound like? Because they don't know where they end and where others begin. And they don't want that. They want everybody to agree with them. They want this humanism, this equality, so that they don't have to worry about that anymore. But that isn't going to happen. We're not equal. We're not going to be equal. We shouldn't be equal. And we have a great hindsight bias, which means we rationalize and place ourselves into the story from our own perspective. And what we are missing at that point is we never knew our place at the time, and we have a limited view of our impact, even with hindsight. So I can look back on what I said to somebody that didn't seem to have an impact at the time. And then it turns out that it did have an impact. It just took a long time. And we don't really understand that trying to build these boundaries around everybody so that so that we're all equal, so there's no more discernment required, is really just destroying the world. Because at a certain point, there's probably a limit to civilized conflict resolution. There's probably a limit where you have to accept the amount of conflict that you have. Like, men and women are never going to understand each other, and they shouldn't. It's okay that they don't, because the female perspective and the male perspective are complementary. If you let them be, you can treat them like they're not if you want. You can also take out a gun and shoot somebody if you want. I don't recommend either course. Right? You could treat we'll say the tension or the conflict or the difference between men and women as a difference of specialization. And then there's a negotiation that has to occur for sure. And that sucks because I just want my way. Like, why should I have to negotiate? And, I can make the argument in this case with terrorists, women. Fair enough. But also you're here now. Like, this already happened to you. You need to get over it. And because of hindsight bias, we've totally lost discernment. We still don't understand where we end. What are the limits of our perception? What are the limits of our imagination? When have we stretched our imagination so far that it's no longer serving us? These are good questions. These are things we're not dealing with for whatever reason. So there's a deep confusion about ordering and sequence in the world. Something had to be here before us. Let's just call it creation, because that's the best word. We need to discern that we weren't here first. that the constraints and some of the affordances were here before us. Doesn't mean we can't make new affordances or change constraints. In some cases, maybe we can. But we first have to discern what's here. There's a difference between, we'll say, natural law and the laws that men make as part of government, even though we call them both law. Deep confusion. The habits and behaviors of people came before the laws that they wrote, necessarily. We didn't have writing at first. We were acting something out. And I know that gets all woo. And again, we hate woo because woo ruins our closed world, logical, rational way of thinking. But we don't live in the logical, reasonable, rational world. Just talk to a people at any point ever and then observe their behavior. They're not rational. They're not logical. They're not reasonable. Not never, but not most of the time. We live in the world of spirits and egregores. Might as well call it last week's stream since it got almost 1,000 views, like 11 away between the 3 channels. And that's what we need to realize is about this perspective that we have and what are the limits of it? Where are the constraints? Where is the boundary where I end and other things begin and other people begin? That is the fundamental question that we are struggling with, that we need to be struggling with. And we're not accounting for it. We're not taking it into consideration. And that's a problem. So, with that, I think I will open it up. One of the reasons why we did this a little early was because Jesse requested it. And as most of you should know by now, Jesse's the one who got us on Friday night in the first place. And I did also want to mention that Jacob has once again threatened to take me off of his channel and Randos United at some point in the future. So if you want more live streams, you better make sure you're subscribed to Navigating Patterns, because someday they won't be on Randos and on Jacob's channel, or maybe they'll be on Randos and not Jacob's channel. But I figured I would let you all know. And with that, I shall open it up for anybody who wishes to join and discuss boundaries or really anything else. I mean, this is just an anchoring monologue so that we can get things rolling in the cooperation of the cult of the ecumenical cheese pizza with our pirate friends. And we'll see who wants to jump in and say hello. Jesse says he's going to be here soon. Well, that's good. Not soon enough, my friend. And you'll notice I've got tea over here. I've got my kombucha, and boy, I like the camera zoomed in, but then I don't like the camera zoomed in. I've got my huge bottle of Sampel, right, which I'm going to take a swig of. I didn't like Peterson until I saw you drank Sampel, and I'm like, all right, he's all right. It's good enough judgment. You know, you got to have something to go on. He is Canadian after all. That's strike one. Psychology, strike two. Taught at Harvard, strike three. Like, it's unbelievable that I even listened to the guy. So, yeah, this problem of boundaries, and it, again, it just came up everywhere. Everywhere you see this problem, people do not know where they end. They have no idea. What are the limits of my perception? You see this a lot in book clubs where people end up with, "Why I didn't see that in the text." Yeah, well, you've got a blind spot. It's like, oh, yeah, you've got a blind spot. We all have blind spots. Those are part of our boundaries, part of our end. Like, oh, when I'm reading a text for the first time, I can only see so much of it. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. when I'm out running, I can only run so far. That's another boundary, right? There's all these interactions, all these boundaries that we run into. And when we're not paying attention to them, when we're not attending to our boundaries, we lose ourselves in something bigger than us. Because there's plenty of bigger things there to get swept up in they'll take you. They will take you. You may not think so, but they're there and they will take you. And that's not good because then you're part of something you don't know about or understand. And that's why boundaries are important. If you don't know where they are and somebody else does, the next thing you know, you're off marching in some weird climate change thing that starves a few 100 million people. That's not hyperbole, by the way. We did that in the U.S. We starved about 360 million people worldwide just to change our gas to ethanol. It's fantastic. Great idea. Wasn't so much that we were producing that much less food, although that's also true. The disruption of the supply line. Global economy is great until you have a supply line disruption, and then the global economy is not working for you, but against you all of a sudden. And yeah, since we're the breadbasket of the world in the U.S., when we make a relatively minor change to how our economy operates and change over the gas and destroy all the cars in the process, different topic, has a big effect on food everywhere. And, what's 360 million people to change our gas over from one bad chemical to a worse chemical? Ethanol is death for engines, by the way, absolute death. Older engines that aren't set up for it die sooner, and newer engines can't be. It's just terrible. That's why we weren't using it. We had it all along. In fact, ethanol was one of the first fuels used in internal combustion engines. They stopped using it with a good reason, or I should say, good reasons. There's lots of reasons not to run ethanol. What happened with Jacob? What boundaries were broken? So the funny thing that happened with Jacob, and you can see this on his live stream from a couple of days ago. I was pointing out to him that, gee, my live stream did pretty well the other day. He wasn't paying attention. He goes, holy mackerel, and it wasn't boundaries that are broken. He just wants his channel back, right? He wants to keep his channel on whatever topic, which I suspect is, I want to talk about the Torah. I want to talk about, the Noahides. I want to talk about, the culture war or whatever framing propaganda. He likes to talk about that. I think he just wants to stick to those topics, on his channel. As somebody who's studied YouTube quite extensively now, I would say that's actually an error, but it's his channel. He should do whatever he wants with it. Yeah, Jacob really likes the Jew stuff for some reason. Good one, Father Eric. That is correct. He's trying to do his Jew thing. Look, and it's his vehicle, and it's his vehicle for bringing his understanding of the Bible to people, and he just cries when he talks about that. It's good. He should do that. And yeah, if that means I have to go, then I will go on another channel. It's just too bad because his channel, for whatever reason, had a lot of algorithm draw. I mean, it was 600 plus views on his channel for last week's live stream. I don't know why. I guess spirits and egregores are popular. And yeah, I mean, it didn't get a huge amount of watch time that I can tell, although I think it did better on his channel, obviously, than it did on mine because he had more than twice as many views. But yeah, it's just sort of interesting that these things crop up. And who knows why. It's hard to he has more subs than I do. Subscribe to Navigating Patterns. Let's get over. He's at 879 or so. I picked him up like 7, I think, subs. I picked up 3 of them. Oh, I picked up 4 and lost 1, but I picked up 4 on my channel. So these things are interesting just because of the way they kind of pan out. And that's for Jacob. The boundary is I only want Jewish stuff that I do on my channel. Well, fair enough. And like and subscribe. Yes, Father Eric. Everybody should like and subscribe to Navigating Patterns, not these Randos United channels, although do that one too. Not this Jacob channel. He's got enough subscribers. I'll take them all. Thank you very much. I can do more with them than he can. Yeah, that's the pirate captain is stealing all the subs and the likes. Thank you very much. If I can get away with it. Yeah, and I think that, that is what's Jacob's boundary. He wants to talk about his stuff on his channel that's under his name. Yeah, fair enough. It's a reasonable boundary. We got no problem with it. And he's right to want that. It's his channel. He built it. He got all the subs. He's got quite a few. That's, like I said, bigger than my channel. And he's trying to do something, and I support that effort that he's trying to do. That's one of the reasons why he wanted people to do content. I was like, all right, we'll do content on Jacob's channel because that's what he wants. We happen to have some time, so we'll put it towards that. Time, energy, and attention, which stands for T, which we have plenty of. This is the tea from Table Rock Tea Company in South Carolina. This is the Kenyan tea. It's called Marathon. It's pretty strong, actually. It's quite a strong tea. I quite enjoy it. And I hope to be doing business with them soon to introduce Wisdom Tea. Trying to get that off the ground. I've just been busy with the new project. My old company died, well, at least from my perspective, and now we've got the new company. What is this, Ethan? You need to get Father Stephen DeYoung on your channel. Yes, if I got Father Stephen DeYoung on my channel, I could get a draw. I'm trying to get Kale Zeldin, but he hasn't bucked up yet. I love Kale. He and I get along fantastically well. So I talked to him a little bit on Twitter, but I've talked to him on a live stream with Vanderklay, and I see where he's going. And I'd love to talk to him about his Catholic school, because I went to Catholic school and I want to find out how different it is now. All the stuff he was describing, though, that he's described before, I'm like, yep, I recognize all of that. But yeah, I mean, I could reach out to Father Stephen or whatever. I could be unlazy about this and do a lot more, but I've just been caught up in recovering from Thunder Bay, which took way longer than I thought was possible, and all the turmoil. And now I've just been super busy these past couple of weeks with this new project, and I am the chief operating officer of the company now, and they actually have a product. So hopefully we'll be able to get that product in front of either people or investors so that we can make $1 billion each, because that's the minimum buy-in to get my time, energy, and attention now. Steal all the subs. All right. Well, okay, there you go. Listen to the artist Sally Joe. She did the background here and stuff, and the little badge. How come I can't do this? I hate being dyslexic. My little badge in the corner. That's all Sally Joe's excellent work. So if she says that I should steal all the subs, then go to Navigating Patterns, subscribe, like this video, comment. Let's get it rolling. Mark has a job now. Yes, Mark has a job now. Oh, I forgot to pin this. Let me pin this before I forget. I have yet another. I had a job before. I actually, I've had several jobs over the past 3 years. Just none of them have been paying. A couple of them promised to pay and didn't, which kind of really pisses me off. But yes, I have an official COO title. I updated my LinkedIn. We'll see what happens. I like working with Floyd. He's a good guy. Get some unique technology. We'll see if we can make it work. No, Ethan, I will not abandon you after I'm a billionaire. When I'm a billionaire, I'll have more time to hang out with y'all, and I won't be constantly stressed out by impending bankruptcy like I am now. What's Sally got? Mark says jobs, pirate jobs. Well, to some extent, that is true. I have been doing the pirate job thing. That is for sure. Being a pirate is a tough job, especially if you don't get any booty. And I haven't been getting any booty in my pirate adventures. So that has been an issue. And yeah, it's been an issue. Yeah, I was trying to work with nonprofits. Don't ever try to work with nonprofits. They all suck. Unserious people unserious people, or people who are serious but incompetent. That seems to be the nonprofit space. Startups are just a mess. Even though I'm in one now, They're a mess. So you got to be careful with startups. Sally Joe, can't we pirate? Can't we would pirate mutiny and take billions? He has to keep us. There we go. So yeah, and if you want to support me, I will paste a link to the buy me a coffee thing, so that you can buy me a coffee. But yeah, it's been a tough 3 years with jobs, because getting jobs is not a problem. Getting jobs where people are actually going to pay you and they say they're going to pay you has been a problem, which is unfortunate, because I rather like working with people. But if they're going to be jerks and not live up to their end, then it's going to be an issue. Hanselman, I have Doris Day in my head singing "Take Me Back to the Badlands," the Badlands of Dakota. I don't think I've heard that song, although maybe my brain's just tired and I have. It's quite a beautiful. It's an amazing just carving out of the earth and exposure of beautiful rocks and these gorgeous colors. And I was thinking about that earlier today, actually, just before I started the stream. It's like I can take a picture of my pond, but you guys can't. I can show you that picture, but you can't understand the pond. The quality of the pond is not merely in the visual representation of the pond. And that's boundaries, right? Like I can take a small subset of the world, like a picture, and hand it out, but it's violating a bunch of boundaries, and it has boundaries, and so you don't get the full quality. SAC. I've been in startups as a mechanical engineer for 15 years. I know the struggle. Yeah, startups are a bear. They're a bear. Big companies have their own challenges. So, pick your poison. You're getting poisoned either way. Hanselman is really the Black Hills. Calamity Jane. The Black Hills is north of the Badlands. And they're just hills, although they're not really hills, they're mountains. They're about, I think I looked it up, and they're about the size of the Appalachians in the East Coast. But that's the precursor, that's the foothills roughly, to the Rockies, which are big mountains. That's where the big mountains are. And the big Appalachian mountains are out by me in North Carolina. The largest mountain on the East Coast is just outside of Asheville, North Carolina. It's about 3 hours from here. I've actually seen it. It's gorgeous. I didn't go up. I should have gone up. Next time I go up in that area, I'll go up the mountain. I guess you can go quite far up the mountain in a car before you have to either hike or stop and take a look. I don't think you can drive up the top of Mount Mitchell, I think it's called. I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I'll have to go again. You can drive up top of Mount Washington in New Hampshire, where I've been. That's the tallest one in the Northeast. Quite a view. Oh, I've been up there a couple times. Oh, because we used to hike. So we'd hike Mount Washington. And man, when you've got a 75-mile plus view of the area, oh my goodness, you can see all kinds of things. See into Canada, you can see the Atlantic Ocean, you can see almost all of Maine. You probably just about make out Nova Scotia. You can see New York, Vermont. You can see all the way into Connecticut. If it's clear enough, yeah, you're far enough above the curvature of the earth that your visibility is quite good on that mountain. I'll have to do the same for Mount Mitchell, because it's right in the corner of the state. So it's right by Georgia, Tennessee. It's in North Carolina and South Carolina, and Virginia is not far away. So you can see all those states from there for sure, because it's right on the border of all those states. Borders are boundaries. Dun, dun, dun. And they're kind of arbitrary, but you got to have rules, man. You've got to say where your state ends and other states begin. It's behavior changes, especially in the United States, man. Woof, changes from state to state. Sometimes they're really subtle, and sometimes they're really not. I mean, you cross that Mason-Dixon line and things would be changing pretty quick. But even just going from Virginia into North Carolina, it's like, yeah, something's different. I used to tell people, like, the grass is a different color in New York or New Jersey from Massachusetts. So Western Mass is very close to New York, but there's something different, and you can tell, and it's not clear what it is. So it's not just geographical either, right? It's also the culture, and although that's affected by the geography, it's not the whole picture. And those boundaries help us to know how to act and when to act out and when to not act out and what to act like. And dress does that too, right? Part of your boundaries are. So we went to presentations today, so I put on a dress shirt. And then, of course, one of the little bastards in the entrepreneur groups, I said, "Jeff, what the hell? Fist bump?" And he goes, "Oh, I didn't recognize you, Mark, because normally you're not dressed up." And I was like, and he was just giving me the business. Obviously, it was pretty funny. But yeah, boundaries, right? Oh, I'm going to presentations. We're going to do presentations in front of students at the university. I'm going to dress up. It can go like this. Might have been fun. I could have gotten away with it. But actually, I think boundaries are important. I think dress boundaries in particular are something we've been ignoring for a while. And that's a problem, is that we haven't been setting the boundaries. Like, what's a CEO? Is it some thug-looking autistic guy wearing a hoodie? Is it some guy in a turtleneck he paid way too much for? Is it some guy wearing jeans and a scruffy t-shirt? And maybe it has become that, but maybe there should be boundaries. Like, maybe they should be dressed up and look nice. And maybe when somebody takes pride in their work, they should set those boundaries to dress up and look nice. Maybe that's a good boundary. Maybe that tells you who you are in that moment, what you're representing, and what identity you have. And part of this lack of boundaries is all about identity and not wanting an identity and not understanding identity and trying to collapse identities. Right? Because we've come to confuse naming and identities. And the movies a lot, have been making it seem like they're the same and relevant. I'm sure Jesse's like fuming to get on now. Uh, we're confusing things like title, and we're setting bad boundaries, I would say. And so is that video done? That video is done. I have a video that is done. I don't know why I haven't released it. I guess I get too busy to release any videos this week. But I have 2 in the kitty, and I get so many recordings to do. It's insane. Maybe I'll get around to it this weekend. I did do a video, and it is going to cover this. It's coming up on navigating patterns, so beware. And basically, we're going to be talking about superheroes and the differences between them and why it matters. And it's going to represent a shift in the culture pretty clearly, I think. So it's going to be an interesting video. It won't be a live stream, but we'll probably do a follow-up live stream on it. In fact, that's probably certainly what we'll do, because that will be fun. And then Jesse is allegedly, although I haven't seen any output from Jesse lately, working on this Matrix stuff that we're going to do. And I don't know if we're going to do that as a live stream. Probably. We'll probably do that as a live stream, but I haven't decided yet. We haven't discussed it because I haven't seen Jesse's stuff. Hopefully he'll get on that soon. But I think the identity stuff is all about boundaries. Trying to discover boundaries, recognizing boundaries without really appreciating them, things like that. You know what? I'm going to adjust this camera because it's bugging me. There. That's better. There. Get in more of my artwork. Yeah, I don't. StreamYard flipped out today and wouldn't let me in with the normal browser. So maybe going with Chrome. And Chrome, as it turns out, is not broken like other browsers tend to be. And so it honored my zoom on my camera, which is a function on the camera. I don't know why. And so I have different boundaries and different borders as a result of using a different browser. Who knew? And that is part of the recognition of browsers and identity. Am I the guy who's way far back in a big frame, or am I the guy who's right in your face, pirating directly? And how does that affect identity? And when you're trying to identify with everybody or as everybody, you end up in this conundrum of engagement with too many things, too much information, too many other people, too many rules, too many ideas. And then that it gets overwhelming. So you try to collapse things again because you need something that you can understand, right? Because you've been told that you can. And I would argue against that. I would say you're a Muppet. I'm a Muppet. We're all Muppets. You can't understand. You don't have to. You can just go along and trust that your ancestors knew what they were doing when they did a thing. And yeah, I think that's kind of important. These boundaries keep us within ourselves. They allow us to interact with the world correctly instead of incorrectly. They give us our identity to some extent. They help us relate to our own selves in a way that helps us to be stable. And when we're stable, then we can build things and we can destroy only appropriate things and not inappropriate things. When we're not stable, we're just going to destroy things by default, even when we're trying to build them, because we're not stable. It's like doing Jenga while you're drunk. At first, you get much better at Jenga, so it feels pretty good. And then you're terrible at Jenga and you fall into the Jenga board and lose it for your team because you're a drunken retard. That happens. It's funny to watch. That's why Jenga boards at bars are a big deal. Uh, and a lot of things are that way, right? When you get a good buzz on, you actually do better because you relax. So relaxation is good to a point. And then you relax too much and you lose all boundaries and then you're falling over. And that's how it happens. And it happens to people all the time. And not just because we're drunk or under the influence of chemicals or whatever. We vary throughout the day with our glucose cycle, with what we've eaten and haven't eaten, what actual foods, all these things change. And so they're affecting us all the time. And if we don't know where we begin and end, we don't realize that particular problem. And it's a big problem when you don't realize a problem. Problems are worse when you're not actually engaging with them. Although not all problems. I mean, some problems are unresolvable, and therefore, I think John Vervaeke calls these perennial problems, which I would classify as not problems. Things like grief. You're not going to wave a wand and get rid of grief. You're not going to resolve grief. There's no solution. It's not like a Rubik's cube where if you manipulate it enough, grief goes away. That's not how that works. So, yeah. And we're confused about these things because we're not understanding boundaries. We're not paying attention to boundaries. We're not engaging with boundaries as such. We're rebelling against constraint itself. And again, that puts us in our imagination. And we're making models of the world, and then they're wrong. Oh, my officials finally got elected. My party's in power. And all the things they said they were going to do, they didn't do. And it didn't happen immediately. And they didn't implement it the way I thought they would. And when they did implement it the way I thought that they would, it didn't have the effect I thought. Oops. That just means you're wrong. It's not a big deal, right? It's not hard. You're just wrong. It's okay to be wrong. That's how we learn. We don't learn by being right. Then we unlearn. Jesse's such a troublemaker. How would you recommend restoring broken boundaries? Well, look, boundaries are still negotiations at the end of the day. So, in order for me to learn not to try and sit in a chair and code for 16 straight hours without actually leaving the chair, I had to cross a boundary, which is the boundary called your bladder. Your bladder is not happy when you do that, especially if you're drinking the whole time, which I was because I had laid out drinks on the desk. I was at the GNU Labs at MIT campus, basically. And Yeah, I was there to learn stuff. Like I had free access to this $15,000 workstation and the entire internet. And I was like, well, hell, if I'm gonna ruin this opportunity, I'm gonna stay here until I learn what I feel like I need to learn, which I didn't have any idea what I was trying to learn, by the way. But I need to learn a lot. Like it's not that it didn't work. It's just that I didn't have a stopping point. I had no boundaries. And you know how much there is to learn on even the early internet? Yeah, more than you can learn as a person. Sorry. And so I'm sitting down, and then at some point it just became too much. And I was like, oh no, I have to get up and pee. And then it took me 20 minutes to walk 25 feet for real. And I was like, I better not do that again. And I don't know how long I was in the bathroom. I think it was like 3 or 4 years. It took a long time to empty my bladder at that point. Boy, did I learn the boundary there. You have to pay attention to it. You have to say, this is disrupting me. Why? Oh, I must have crossed a boundary. The assumption that the reason why you're unhappy, why you're disrupted, why you're angry, why you don't feel right is the crossing of a boundary is a reasonable assumption to start with. And from that attention to the boundary or to your intuitive feelings about what's going on, you can find the boundaries again. And like I said, some boundaries are negotiable. Uh, when I sit here and I drink way too much Sampel, well, actually, there's no such thing as made too much Sampel. Uh, I can go a lot longer sitting and not taking a pee break because I'm with y'all. So that's how it works. And it's not so much that the boundaries are broken, you're just not recognizing them. And so you need to rebuild your relationship, intimacy, quality relationship with the boundary. And that may be between other people, right? Because maybe you've been projecting your trauma onto them. Like this is very common. People project their trauma onto people that weren't involved in the trauma all the time, and we can't even help it necessarily. So there's a negotiation there. Oh, I'm doing that again. I need to stop doing that. They're telling me that they didn't mean that, or they didn't say that, or this didn't happen. Maybe it happened in my past and I'm projecting it into the now, and I need to realize that and find that boundary because you're doing it and you do need to find that boundary. Maybe I need to make sure I'm checking whether or not I need to pee while I'm sitting working on code. Yeah, maybe. Or on learning or whatever it is. Yeah, maybe. And a lot of this stuff, look, if your parents didn't give you clear boundaries, then you probably didn't learn boundaries. And so, fair enough, fair enough. That can be a problem, and but you can't blame your parents anymore once you're 18 or 16 or whatever age. Doesn't really matter. Gartham says, "Good to see you, Mark." Oh, it's good to see you, sir. Always happy to have you here. And that's it again, these boundaries are negotiable. Sometimes kids are like, can I stay up an hour late and finish my show? Whatever. Um, Sometimes you can negotiate. But if you weren't given boundaries as a child, you're gonna have a hard time seeing boundaries. And I think, for all the coddling that's true, the reason why coddling is a problem is because you don't see boundaries. And when you don't see boundaries, you can't understand the quality of the relationship that you have with things outside of yourself. You don't understand where you end and other things begin because you were coddled and you weren't forced to struggle. And when you're not struggling, you're not recognizing boundaries. And when you're not recognizing boundaries, they don't go away. You just cause more of a problem in the world. And will that lead you to go out in the middle of the street and scream at the sky? I don't know. Seems to have done that to a bunch of people because they didn't understand the limits of what they could do. You're not saving the planet. Sorry. Can you get together with a group of people to make it better? Sure. And the reason why those people in particular really annoy me is that they all do more damage to the planet than I do. So don't you come into my house and tell me how to act because you're not living up to any standard, your own or mine. So you can go to hell, but you're not getting me to change anything. And that's the problem. They don't, and that's why I make clear boundaries. I say, no, you can do that, but I'll backhand you. And that's the problem, is that people are not used to boundaries and limits. And then they project and things get worse. Well, Garth, I have to admit, you kind of remind me of Stephen Molyneux. I do know who Stephen Molyneux is. Um, I have an affinity with some of his ideas for sure. But these people in their bad frames kill me. I look at the methods that other people are using to understand very simple things, and I'm like, that is such a complicated model. You could reduce your cognitive load by several orders of magnitude by not using that model, like politics. Politics is like the absolute worst way to frame anything because it's binary. So it's very, very low resolution. You can't get anything lower resolution than that. And when you do that, you just get frustrated and more because your political party is going to be in power someday. They're just either in the past not going to have implemented the things they should have, or when they get in power, aren't going to implement the things they should have, or they're going to implement them exactly as you thought, and it's not going to work, or at least it's not going to do what you thought it was going to do, and that's a real problem. So, yeah, and boundaries are really important, and it's supposed to be parents that teach kids boundaries and how to interact with boundaries. All right, Bruce, my good friend Bruce. Unfortunately, many don't have a frame for boundaries outside their own standard, which doesn't exist in the first place. Exactly. They believe they're operating on a standard. They believe they came to that standard on their own, and it's in their head, and it is in their head, and they did come to it on their own. Except it's not a standard, and it's not outside of their head because they don't know where they end and others begin, or where the world begins. They just don't have any concept that they are not the totality of the world. And it's worth asking, why don't they know this? But it's probably affluence is part of the picture. Garth, what is your take on practicing something like dining etiquette? Well, look, I don't know, Garth. Did you hear the opening monologue, or what are you trolling here? What's going on? So, no, I'm just it's fine. Those are rules. Why do we have rules? Rules are to help us understand and discern boundaries. Arbitrary rules help us to understand real boundaries. And we do arbitrary rules all the time, like all sports are arbitrary rules at some point. And they've changed over the years, like rules for basketball, rules for baseball, the heights, all kinds of things have changed, right? Based on the interaction. And etiquette's important because it gives you an identity in a particular realm or set of realms, right? I mean, it depends on how you define etiquette. Most etiquette is associated with, say, social events like dinner parties. So there's a certain etiquette to a dinner party. And it's not the same. It's not supposed to be universal, right? But etiquette is there to give you rules to help you discern when you're doing okay and when you're not doing okay. And things like etiquette are designed to help people get along so that things don't spiral out of control. Now, I'm not going to draw a line or a correlation between, we'll say, the loss of etiquette and politeness and the destruction of culture and the problems we see today. Oh no, yes, I am going to draw that line because it's there. It's not a correlation. It's causal. We know it's causal. There's actually been research done on it. No one reads any research. I am just convinced you all don't read papers. Like, just read white papers. All this stuff is known. It's all known. It's all been studied and tested. All of it. It's amazing to me. Even Peterson misses a bunch of stuff. I mean, he's really good, but he misses a bunch of paperwork that's out there. And so, yeah, you have to practice etiquette because that's what keeps the world together. And, I like this, Bruce. Affluence and absence. Yeah, well, look, there's a lot of withdrawing going on. I still argue the church has withdrawn or receded from culture. It's backed up, and it's sort of said, oh, the government can handle welfare, and the government can handle this, and the government can handle the monasteries. We'll just call them academies, and the government can take over all these things. It's been going on for a long time. I get that, but now we're in a mess. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think it's causal. And Garth, I like this. Arbitrary rules help us to understand real boundaries. I'm glad you like that. I think it's important for us to understand. That's why we engage in sports, right? It's not the only reason, but it's a big reason why we engage in sports. Right? It helps us to learn boundaries. It helps us to understand our limits. It helps us to engage in a way that enriches our understanding of constraint, of affordance, right? Because when somebody passes you the ball in basketball, that's an affordance for you to score. And your job is to pass the ball on when somebody else has a better opportunity, by the way, which I find fascinating. Most people miss that. Hanselman, are there linguistic conventions you have to be sensitive to in traveling in different states of the USA? Oh boy, are there. You would not believe it. So, little story. Um, my buddy Rodney, and I got to call him. He's recovering from knee surgery. He lives over in North Carolina on the water at Cedar Island, which is just before you get to the Outer Banks. He's at the ferry terminal for the Outer Banks. He's right down the road, about a mile. Um, he took me over the Bay Bridge Tunnel for the first time on the way back from was it on the way back or was it on the way down? No, we were coming back to New England from North Carolina to visit his property, and we happened to be there in the evening. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna love this little restaurant here." Yeah, Rodney's a bit eccentric, so sometimes he says, "You gotta love this," and you're like, "Really?" And sometimes he's more right than you can imagine. In this instance, it was the latter. So he goes to order, and it's a 5-item menu. It's at a rest area on an island overlooking the Chesapeake Bay at sunset. I can't. There aren't words. It was unbelievably gorgeous, and we were like window. The restaurant's on the west side of the island, so you know you want to be there at sunset. And there's window looking out over the Chesapeake Bay, which is an enormous bay. It's just huge. I think it's the third largest in the world, maybe, or something like that. It's a huge bay. Um, and the sun's going down roughly over the water, right? I mean, not entirely, but roughly. And it's just breathtaking. I mean, we're right there at the right time. We're sitting down for dinner. And what happened was, there's the Muppet. What happened was, it's a 4-item menu. There's like 4 things you can order. That's it. Like, I'm not, there's more things, right? But there's only 4 on. And Rodney orders something, and the guy goes, "Oh yeah, I don't have the Gazinta." And Rodney's like, "What?" And I knew of the Gazinta, and most people don't know about the Gazinta. It's very regional. Uh, Virginia and Maryland have Gazinta, and it goes into. In other words, I'm missing an ingredient. And so he says, "I'm missing an ingredient" by saying, "I don't have the Gazinta." And Rodney was totally confused, didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and made basically a faux pas. It was a minor one. Like, this is why we have etiquette. It's not a big deal. On the other hand, when the Southerners find out you're a Northerner, or whenever anybody finds out you're not of that little regional culture, and there's different regional cultures, right? If you're in Appalachia, for example, you're fine north or south, uh, even though you won't have the right conventions, and maybe the language is a little bit different. But yeah, there are some big, big whopping differences in the states. Uh, Nothing that's going to get you in too much trouble for the most part. But like people down south tend to say crazy things. Like my aunt did this. She moved down south years and years ago, and she was up north, and we were at an event, and I was all dressed up because I went to private school, dressed up in a suit, coat, and tie every day for school for a few years. What ended up happening? Geez, all the troublemakers. Um, what ended up, speaking of identity and well dressed, welcome, Sally. What ended up happening was she said to me, she said, "Wow, you clean up good." And I was like, "What the hell does that mean? What do you mean I clean up good?" And then before that, she had asked me like, "Oh, who picked out your suit and your tie?" And I was like, "Do you think I have servants? I did. There's nobody else but me Who do you think is doing things for me? Do you think I'm wealthy? I was never wealthy. Like what? I was, I was like, what the hell? What is wrong with this woman? Yeah, there are some little things, in there that are a problem. What did hold, before I get to you guys, I want to go blow through these questions, then we'll. Bruce, arbitrary rules must be based in a shared recognition and submission. Ooh, that's one of my favorite words, to the ultimate foundation. Yes. To learn more about submission, go to the YouTube channel Agapic Orientation and see, I think it's still his latest video with Father Eric. Wonderful video about Catholic submission in particular, but submission in general. All right, what do we got from Garth here? Garth, I feel like churches have now become only a subculture within the broader culture. Well, that's not how I classify it, but yes, they seem to be buying into secularity as the objective material reality into which they fit, instead of saying, no, we rule the roost and you will bow to us, which would be my argument. And then Ethan, look at this. Jesse makes us start an hour early and then is nearly an hour late. Oh, shots fired. All he missed was the monologue, to be fair. So, Sally, welcome. It's good to see you. Are you in your cafe?
Well, it's not a cafe right now, but I'm in my renovation. Yeah.
She's in her cafe. Don't let her humility fool you. It's a lovely, lovely space. I've been there. Were the Badlands named after the bandits, as Anselman had asked earlier?
No, they were bad land.
Can't grow anything there. It's all scrub rocks and fossils and craziness carved out of a great flood, probably.
The bad river that flows through the Badlands. It's too thick to drink and too thin to plow.
Yes. Yeah, I like that, by the way. I've heard that before. That's great. That's the problem with the Badlands. They're pretty bad in some ways, and that's the way.
Not a secretive bunch.
No, it's the Midwest. The Midwest's there's some plain talkers. So, in the Midwest, almost everybody's a plain talker. In the South, you got plain talkers and you got BS artists. It's pretty bifurcated.
If there's a shit creek, assume correctly.
Yeah, assume it's accurate and precise. Yes. Yeah. And New England's very different, right? Because in New England, people are friendly in a different way. So the number of people I've said, oh, I've been in New England, it's very friendly. I'm like, which New England? You weren't in the New England I lived in. They're not friendly, but they are in a way, right? Because people are very willing to help you out, and you have to ask. Down south, you don't have to ask. You walk down the street, people say hi to you and offer you things, and it's so weird coming from New England down to the south. It's like, whoa, this is vastly different. There's Jesse. What do you have to say for yourself, sir? Ethan is shots fired again. What
webcam utility.
He's a webcam. He turned into a webcam utility.
I'm ready.
Oh, your microphone's not working, sir. You're talking and we're not hearing a thing. Good job. Jesse's a professional audio engineer, and so none of his stuff. Did you ever notice all the producers and music people, they never have working audio? I'm like, really? It's because you don't just plug it in and leave it alone. And then you twiddle with things and now it doesn't work. It's like, just leave it alone. This stuff is designed for idiots. You're not an idiot and you keep touching it and then you break it. Oh, I like this Garth comment. The Midwest is plain, just like the food. Is this true, Sally Joe?
Sure, keep telling yourself that.
How about this? Anselman wants to know if you got the reference to the Calamity Jane song.
I don't know.
Nope. Are you gonna improve my drawing skills, Sally, back there? Because I'm looking pretty poor. I was rushed today, so I got home really late in the afternoon.
I never look at your whiteboard, Mark. Why would I look at it?
Fair enough. As an actual artist, you should not be subject to such poor skills. How would you categorize the Southwest? Well, look, Southwest is its own place because we call it the Southwest. Jesse, did you fix your mic?
Did I?
Yes.
We
Yeah.
hear you very quiet.
The gain's a little low because you're quiet, but it's
Ooh.
working.
Do I have terrible echo?
You have a little bit of echo. It's not terrible.
Uh,
Oh, okay.
the downside of being in a big.
Yeah, Sally, I've got soundproofing all over this room. Literally. I've got like a blanket, 2 pillows, the pillow against the door to stop the sound, and I've got my yoga mat against the back wall. I know you've seen it, right? There's a yoga mat against the back wall because if I don't do that, I have a little bit too much echo. And I know everybody else is telling me like, "Oh, Mark, it's this and it's that," and I'm like, like I'm not an audio engineer, but I'm also not retarded and entirely, and so I know exactly what this problem is. And you're all wrong, and I fixed it. It's fine. It took me too long. I get that, but what you got for us, Jesse? What do you think of boundaries and where people end and where others begin?
Well, I broke one.
Oh, really?
Can
Do
you hear me?
tell. Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I was late.
I don't think that was a
I
boundary.
reflected. No, there is a boundary. Some people, Christina, for instance, if you're late, you've crossed a boundary. Even if you're late to a dinner reservation and they're like, "Oh, you can be late by
Fair.
20 minutes." She's like, "No, we do not cross that boundary." So that's, maybe an old world boundary, but lateness and promptness and all those other things, they are boundaries. People do notice and do value them. So, and we used to value them more. Now it's a
We
bit
used to value them more.
Yeah, now it's a bit more too casual.
Bruce, sound treatment is the best. I must agree, especially for video stuff. Narcissus had a little too much echo. There you go. There you go. Too much echo. So yeah, I mean, I tried to give it as good a treatment as I could. Man, Van Clay's videos lately on social justice, I'm like, what are you talking about? You're not discussing justice. Like I don't. And the fact that I've never heard anybody mention the fact that children and the issue of scaling and Gnosticism are all sitting in book 2 of the Republic, like right there, plain to read. No one's ever mentioned this to me, and now I'm angry. I'm like, are y'all missing something? What's going on? Like, it's right there. And and they're like, it's a political thing. And I'm like, there's no politics in the Republic. I'm gonna guess right now. There's no. If you think there's politics in the Republic, you misread the entire book. You start over. Zero politics. The whole reason for the city is to understand the boundaries of justice, where justice is and where it is not. The purpose of the cities is not to talk about the cities. In fact, he's not talking about the cities, right? He's talking about the relationship, the intimacy with justice, right? And the whole reason they start talking about it in cities is to say, you can't understand justice because it's bigger than you. And therefore, we must scale up to the point of the city, which is the old trope, which everybody should know by now. Philosophy isn't of use when you're alone on a desert island. There's no justice, no point. There's no point. There's no justice on a desert island by yourself. And that's why Socrates goes into, we have to scale this up to a city in order to talk about justice. It's like, oh yeah. And because justice relation from, say, you to the world makes no sense. Justice only makes sense if you're in the middle of it, not the middle of it. That's that middle out thinking.
When I saw the topic come up, for some reason I thought, oh, that's the live stream I'll be on. I'm terrible at it, and I have no idea about it. Because I don't think that's something that's well formulated. And the specific where it's really gray for me is from within a Christian family. What boundary can kids have between their parents? What boundaries do the couple have between each other? And it's so incredibly unclear. And then also even what boundaries you have with your congregation. And it's just like, no, your congregation will always do the right thing. thing and you should always go with them. And just so on and so on and so on. And not acknowledging evil exists, and then it makes you extremely vulnerable to not having any boundaries. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, you want to be inclusive. You want that social justice. Oh, social justice was come up with by the Catholics. Okay, well, maybe, but maybe it's bad. And, you know, like Catholics make mistakes too. Let's not think they're perfect. I've met them. They're not. Like, hint. I don't mean to give it away, but oops.
I'm in a phase of my life where I watch gobs of self-help people, and I've been on and off about that since like 2010. And I've gotten some great stuff, but once in a while it'll come up. Well, I really think everyone is good inside. We know everyone just has their charm. Everyone does want the best for them. I'm like, I'm going to try not to throw out everything you say because it's not that simple. But no, some people are doing it because they just want suffering. That really is why they want suffering. It doesn't matter why, because once you just want suffering, it doesn't matter why anymore.
Well, and nihilism is the loss of the why.
And
that's
so
one of these things people don't recognize.
this is what's essential to put up, like, why boundaries must exist. They must exist. Also, borders must. Anyway,
What's the difference? What's the difference between a border and a boundary?
one
Borders
is
are hard.
a political entity of your country, and one is applied to your person. Both can be porous, but they can't just not be there.
Well, you have to recognize that they're there in order to honor them.
Well,
Right.
or you even need them. It's like you need cell walls on your cells, or you're nothing.
Right.
Mhm.
When you're not paying attention to them, you fall into this humanism trap, and we're all one species, and we're one. But while that's true at a certain layer of analysis, it's not true enough at enough layers of analysis to be something actionable, because you need discernment in order to act, right? Because discernment, judgment, action, like you're not getting around that. And I think what was the one I came up with here for this was constraint, affordance, and action, right? That there are constraints in the world, there are affordances in the world, and there are actions, and those interact. And if you're not paying attention to that, it's going to cause a problem for you. And that's the discernment that you need. You need to discern where things end and where other things begin. You need to discern when there's a porous boundary that's crossable only under certain circumstances. I mean, again, the rules don't make any sense if they're always followed. They have to be broken to be rules. That doesn't mean you should run around breaking rules. It means that the rules are there as guidance, and you should follow that guidance unless you have a really good reason why not to. And the odds that you're smart enough to determine when to follow the rules and when not to follow the rules are tiny, even though nobody wants to hear that.
Where we want to go with this, we could go in multiple directions. We need to set up boundaries for the conversation.
Well, Jesse, it's your fault. So you tell us where you want to go.
It always is my fault because I'm a Muppet. See my Twitter channel, which I've rebranded now. What's this? Man building a
boundary.
wall?
Sally doesn't talk well, so she uses stick figures to communicate.
This is where we are in the conversation. What is a boundary?
Stick figure, Sally. That's stick figures are going to save the world.
Stick figure explanations, critique of philosophy.
Yes, I agree. Stick figure
Cave paintings
philosophy is going
confirmed.
to be big someday.
I don't know. I have this much coffee. This is how long I'm staying.
Okay, well, sip small sips and stay around as long as you're able.
Sally
I
Joe,
have
what
tea.
helped you define your boundaries? What helps you define your boundaries?
Terrible at it. I barely know where they are. I am one of the stick figures that is like, perhaps this exists. That's it. I'm like, that seems like a good idea.
She outsources her boundaries to Mark Emanuel is what happens.
Maybe.
So you're not really a stick figure; you're a circle figure.
And then she ignores us
too
anyway,
bendable.
and then we yell at her. Pretty much. That's like
I'm
every
trying.
day on Discord.
I'm trying to perceive where it's justifiable to put them down. And I know that I probably should. And I know that I have, but it's not like a conscious, intentional, planned out thing. And it'd be better if it were. But it's very difficult for me to see. So, don't know. That's why it's an interesting freaking topic. How do you put down boundaries righteously? Because like what do you do with the beggar? What do you do with the scurvy youth pastor that's creepy?
We need the adverb is the second step. The first step is just to have boundaries and put them down.
Well,
protecting them and enforcing them and putting terms behind them is actually the second step. The first step is just to define.
I've
like going to sleep at night at a certain time is a pretty good boundary, even though this one over here is horrible at it.
Since I've been actively paying attention to them this last little bit, waiting on this live stream, I recognized one in my social group where a friend of ours was, well, I'm not going to keep working with anybody if anybody yells. Just letting you know. And I was like, wow, that's so great. And he was like the physically biggest person there. So if he left, it would have been like a giant pain. And I'm like, that's so chill about it. And I'm like, is that what it's like to be a giant? Do you just tell people what you're going to do and people just respect it because they want you to stay?
We don't even have to tell them. You just leave every time somebody yells and they make the association. This is why things don't need to be explicit. We don't act on explicit things. We act unconsciously or subconsciously on all these signals.
It's totally silly to me that I've never thought of it before. I was like, never considered it. And it's like, and I get very caught up in like either used to be wanting people to be happy, less so about that now because it's not possible. They never will be. But then like I want to do the right thing in kind of almost a deranged sort of way with very minimal capacity to know for certain what it is. So, yeah.
To articulate it, I mean, I think you know what it is. You just, it's an articulation problem, you know, more than anything else. And Ethan, that reminds me of something Peugeot said yesterday in his Q&A, how horror films oftentimes in an inverted way reinforce the ideals of Christianity. Well, yeah, they're rallying against something. And like, you can't notice things without contrast. And this is what I was saying about rules are there to be broken because they provide contrast, right? Hard boundaries don't provide, like, nobody thinks about gravity. Why? Because there's no contrast to gravity. You're just always in it. It's not a, you know, and every once in a while you slip up and forget about it or it sneaks up on you or whatever you want to frame it, right? But it's not like it's contrast to you all the time, because you've already taken it into account because there's almost no exceptions to it. And except for people who go up in space and go into anti-gravity situations, it's just not an issue, right? It's a constant.
You didn't mean to make this argument, Mark, but once again, this is why air piracy will fix everything.
I'm gonna have to drive to South Dakota and don't tell anybody. And I don't know what happened to Sally Joe. I have no idea. I wasn't there when whatever happened. I don't know why you haven't seen her.
Too cold, Mark. You won't make it right now.
This is true. My car wouldn't even make it up there at the moment. You guys in your snow in the middle of freaking end of March.
I was considering like the historical event of the Roman Wall in England, how it's a very small boundary line. It's, you know, you can step over it. Yeah, Adrian Wall, that's the one. Yeah. And it's less of a wall than it is a boundary, or it's it's more of a signpost too. You are now entering into this territory. Be warned that, you know, our principles
it's a signal of a change in rules, and it's an area of trade. So what a lot of people don't realize is that Roman walls were full of trading points, basically openings, so that people could trade. And I'm not saying, oh, the openings couldn't be shored up so that people couldn't come flooding through. Of course they could, because it was dual purpose, or it wasn't a single or multi-purpose, really. But the point of a wall is to say our rules on this side and other rules on that side, and then you get to decide. And in the middle, there's this gray space where we kind of get together and trade. I mean, but when you start thinking of the world in terms of signals, now all of a sudden you don't need conversation to solve problems. And you need to be articulate, which is fortunate for Sally because she needed to be articulate. She'd been dead years ago. So, you just need to act out in a consistent, principled manner what your values are, and a bunch of problems sort of vanish as a result of that. And those boundaries
You need to have character.
You need to have character, right? And not just be a character, which is two different things. It's subtleties in the language that aren't so subtle. And one of the problems that I noticed, so Van der Clay did a talk with Mary Harrington, which is quite good. Everybody should watch it, but it's a really good interview. I wish it had been 2 hours. But one of the things that I commented on the video, one of the things I noticed in the video is Mary said, oh, well, I don't want to talk about my family life and how I grew up. And I'm like, that's one of the big problems in culture today, is that we don't talk about these things. And then, you run into people and they're like, well, my parents did this and my parents did that. And and from their perspective, because their parents weren't the parents that are on TV, everybody else had the parents that were on TV, and they were just like abused by their parents by some arbitrary standard. But then when you start talking to people, you're like, oh, no, you had an average childhood, dude. Like, really, like, I'll put my mother up against even Sally Joe's mother. Like, my mother was, wow. Like, she saw stuff that wasn't there, for sure. She also knew stuff that could not be known. And yet she was not wrong. And I have not figured that out. And I think I'm going to die not figuring that out. But wow, and some of the stuff she did, and like, whenever I learned what she was paying attention to determine whether or not I had cleaned the living room, oh, that was a good day. 10 minutes of work and she'd think I cleaned the living room. Before that, I'd spend an hour and a half. I'd actually clean the living room. And she'd be like, you didn't clean the living room. And I'm like,
tested the boundaries.
An hour and a half? Really? I spent an hour and a half. I vacuumed, I moved the rug, I mopped the floor, like all kinds of stuff. And then she's like, you didn't clean this up. And I'm like, what the hell are you looking at to determine this? And it wasn't a conversation, right? It's a discovery. It's an exploration. And then once I figured it out, I'm like, oh, 10 minutes. I just need to move certain things to certain places. And once those things are in those places, the fact that the carpet's not been vacuumed is fine. No problem, man. That's piece of cake. Piece of cake.
Classic teenager. Classic teenage behavior.
Well,
Little
except
effort is
again,
possible.
well, but I wasn't like that. I mean, I was willing to do the hour and a half just to make sure that, but it didn't work. It didn't work. It's like the first time I got a ticket. I was driving down the street and this guy gives me a ticket. And I'm like, I'm doing 35 and a 35. Why are you giving me speeding? He's like, you were doing 45. And I'm like, no, I was definitely doing 35, dude. Like, I'm a rule follower. I'm a conservative. Like, I follow rules. And after the third time that happened, I said, well, F this. I'm going to speed because I'm getting speeding tickets anyway. What's the point? And then I didn't get any tickets for like forever. It was a very long time before I got another ticket. So, whatever. It is what it is. It's weird. The world is weird, and it's weirder than we realize, and we don't want it to be weird. But when you have the standard of TV parents and you don't talk to other people, or you don't take the responsibility to talk to people about your childhood and how it wasn't TV parents, and maybe it wasn't horrible or anything, but it also wasn't TV parents. Like Bill Cosby on the Cosby Show is not your father, or Al Bundy on, I can't remember the name of that show.
The worst TV parents.
Right. Well, look, and that's the thing. We've got these bad archetypes. Well, there's that whole thing where men turned into these useless, evil parents, right?
Homer Simpson, yeah.
Yeah, Homer Simpson's a good example. Yeah. But people don't realize that's not the standard of parenting. And, back in the day, they had, Leave It to Beaver, right? And Dad Knows Best and, things like that. And of course, that
Home Improvement, yeah.
Home Improvement, yeah. It all has, downsides. And parents don't learn to parent from the TV, I hope. But also we need to learn to parent from our parents. And when our parents don't parent well, then it's a slippery slope right there. Married with Children. There we go. Thank you, Lynn. That was the TV show that I was thinking of. What does Ansman have to say here? Al Bundy was a good wabbit hunter. Yes. Oh, man. See, you bring up these cultural references and then the memes start flowing. And the next thing you know, end of the world. Destroyed the world. Good job, guys. Good job. We all get together and destroy all boundaries. Yay.
You've said a lot there. You said a lot there.
I didn't
Sorry,
think it was a
guys.
lot, but okay. That's good feedback. What do we got? Stick figure philosophy time. There's a dragon. I love dragons. What's the dragon doing? Is he attacking a castle? What's going on, Sally?
I don't
Is
know.
it
They're just
time?
Oh, I love dragons. You put dragons on something and I'm there. I'm like, I don't even care what it is. I love dragons.
Dragons are defenders of boundaries. Dragons
Yes,
are the
they
monsters
are.
of the limit.
They are the monsters of the limit. That is correct.
It's the hybrid creature. To use Peugeotian framing.
Yeah.
Did
No,
you see that
it's-
video that was going around Twitter with the lady, some blonde American lady, and some guy was trying to tell her something in a car park, and she's like, "Get away from me! You do not approach me." And she's yeah, you can see that on Twitter. It's hysterical because the guy was probably trying to tell her, "Hey, your tail light's open," or you drop something on the floor, but she's in such a chaotic state that any breaking of her personal space or boundaries, according to her video, he wasn't that close. He's just someone
Right.
approached her boundaries, and then even as she walked further away, she still kept trying to enforce that limit of saying, "You do not approach me." I thought, this is the complete opposite of the world that was, where you could approach someone and say, "How do you do?" Like, I see that you've busted your
Yeah.
tail light, or you didn't get your milk this morning, or pick a.
Sally, question for you. Is that a twin-towered church?
It was
Someone
just a
needs to-
wall. It was just a wall with dragons behind it, and they were looking over the top of it.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that, but okay, cool.
Well, I didn't draw
Well-
very. I was drawing it quickly.
Yeah, don't say you didn't draw very well. Look at the board behind me, Sally. Come on. You draw excellently compared to me. I totally just suck at drawing.
What's behind?
And it's
the
not like I
skull?
haven't spent hours trying to draw, but I just suck at it. Like, it's just not a thing that I can do.
What's below the skull? The poison
The
symbol.
boats. My boats. My
Oh,
pirate boats.
your pirate.
I've been doing boats for 3 live streams. Thanks for noticing.
Yeah, but I can't.
Yes.
No. You know I noticed. I pointed it out the first time it was up there. I was like, "Hey, that's up there."
I put up birds this time around the boats because if anybody who sails
We can't-
knows there's
we
going to
can't
be
see
birds
that.
around your boat. That's for sure. Yeah, you're not
Mm.
supposed to be able to see them necessarily.
Well, I
It really
changed the
works
picture.
in my eye. I'm like, ooh, those are pirate ships. I can tell because there's birds. Like, just for me, it just works.
Well, this week I changed my picture. It's nice picture of someone crossing a boundary, jumping into the famous black and white picture of jumping into a puddle of water at the eve of World War II.
Where is this? Oh yeah, yeah. I know that picture. Who did that?
Santorio, British Italian photographer in 1939, eve of the war.
Gotcha. Yeah, I
So, yeah.
remember that. I've seen that.
Crossing the boundary. I thought that was appropriate.
That is appropriate. I'm gonna move you back now because covering up my.
Not to get
dragon.
onto that topic though.
Yeah.
Where do you begin and others end? That's an interesting frame. Well, you harped on about culture a couple weeks ago, and I thought that was a great. Culture is that buffer zone between you and others. It's something I've been actually harping on to my workplace. Is like all your problems are not political; they're actually cultural, because culture helps
Yes.
people navigate and work together
Yes.
and collaborate. If you don't protect that culture or put up good boundaries for that culture, then Of course,
And
you're gonna have
politics-
people saying we need 4 resources here because we just need 4 resources here. So,
Politics is downstream of culture. I mean, that's Carl Benjamin and Tim Pool. Yep, that's absolutely correct. And that's what people don't realize. They think politics comes first because they see it at the top. It's like, well,
power games.
it doesn't. Well, when you see the world as power, that's what it looks like, especially top-down power from above. Ethan, Mark, I don't get speeding. I've never gotten speeding tickets, 3 speeding tickets in a week. Sorry. I had to get 2 speeding tickets coming back from Thunder Bay, but one of them was a camera, and I forgot to check which states have camera laws. Because where I come from, you can't do that. You take a picture of somebody's license plate, doesn't matter. It makes. I think in South Carolina too, they can't use automated systems. They have to pull you over and meet you, which is better policing, by the way. The cameras are just them making money. Like, you really want to pull cars over because most criminals are caught on traffic routines, traffic stops. They're not caught in the act, and so it's disingenuous. It's a bad boundary. Yeah, that was where was that? Where was the camera? Was it in Ohio? I think it was Ohio. I don't remember now. Might have been Michigan. It was one of those big states in the Midwest that I needed to get out of. No one pulls you over in South Dakota, though, so.
It depends. Don't speed through the little towns. They don't like it.
No. I don't speed through little towns. Ethan says I thought it was 3. Yeah, well, you didn't think, Ethan. That's all I have to say about that. It was not 3. I got 2 tickets. They're both paid. It's fine. One of them was not cheap, but that's okay. And then my state sent me a notice about tickets. And I was like, really? Like 2 tickets is enough to get you a notice? Come on.
And you think about yourself and where you begin and end. You can think about your responsibility to society. Like, for instance, like, are you ending, you're throwing trash out? Are you ending leaving your lawn to a state that it's throwing nettles onto the neighbor's lawn? Are you ending if your dog is barking at like 2 a.m., so on and so on? Are you negatively affecting your community by not showing up at your church that you're historically from and you disagree with? And that is a place on the boundary topic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where does the end of you affect the beginning of everything else? Because there's no, like, people tend to talk about end as though it's a final state or something, but actually the end of you is the beginning of either the world or other people or both, right? And so, and that relationship in that container might change, right? So you meet a girl, right? And then, oh, there are boundaries. And then those boundaries change. And then you're married. And then all the boundaries change. And then while you're married, the boundaries change, right? Like, it's constant negotiation. I think that's why people don't like talking about it, because it's constant negotiation. Negotiation is hard and it sucks because there are Muppets. And you're a Muppet. And you're a Muppet negotiating with Muppets about Muppets. It's like, oh my goodness, the Muppets are everywhere now. It's an impossible situation.
Muppets all the way down.
Ethan's attacking me. There's no wood trim in the BMW for you to not go home. We had that conversation. This is true. There's no genuine wood trim in my beautiful BMW. Somebody asked me about the car the other day, and I was like, yeah, I've never loved a car this much before in my life. I absolutely love this car. It is fantastic. I had a top down.
It's a Corvette. It's got the.
No. Yeah, it's a BMW convertible.
Convertible.
It's not a Corvette. Corvettes are silly. They're also the best car for the money, but they're still silly cars. But it is technically a 4-seater, although you can't really sit in the back. You got to be a midget to sit in the back of that car. 2 midgets could maybe sit in the back of that car. Maybe. It's tough on trips. On the other hand, it's good on trips because you can get the food because the back seat is right behind you. But it's it's not good for 4 people. It might be okay for 2 tiny children and 2 adults, but I don't care. I bought it by accident, really, and I love it. I'm so in love with this car. It's amazing. I just thrilled about it. I do need to get a new car soon because it's 3 years old, and you don't want to keep a foreign car past 3 years, because when things break on BMWs, they're expensive to fix, and it's like, oh, that's not good. Time for a new car.
We keep cars till pieces fall out of them.
American cars, sure. If I had an American, I used to buy nothing but used cars because fixing a used Toyota costs no money. Like, it's just not a factor. But with the Beamer, the prices are exorbitant because you can't get parts. Also, you can't get.
I always
parts.
figured you were a truck man,
Forever.
Mark. I always figured you would go with a nice truck, like a nice
When I moved
practical,
down
pragmatic
here,
truck.
I was supposed to buy a blue truck, but I need a convertible and I need a
Well,
truck.
then buy a
I went
blue
down
truck.
south. And if I had any money at all, Jesse, you'd be surprised how broke I am. If I had any money at all, there'd be a blue truck here. And look, I had it all set. I was going to
Just
buy
do
it.
some consulting. Just do some
I
consulting.
don't
You'll
know,
get it.
if I could break
Come
back
on.
into the market, that would be great.
You can do
Um,
it. You can do it. Just keep
you
ranting
would
about
too.
computers on your other channel. Tagged
I
from
have
people.
been. Has that been good for you, by the way? Is that working?
I've liked it.
Sally. Here, let's just make Sally big. There you go. Those are different containers. Those are some boundaries. Well, and each boundary informs an identity, right?
Mm, there you
And
go.
that's where people get confused. It's like, no, you need these boundaries to manage your identities because you can't have one single identity. That's what I was talking about quickly that I thought actually, Jesse, you'd be all over, where I said modern movies
just
have
happened to watch it.
confused identity and
Oh!
naming.
Sorry,
home-
I haven't catched anything. Yeah, okay.
At home, you get to pick what type of ketchup. At work, it's kind of there or it's not there, or you bring it, but you may be invaded by heresy ketchup. It would be inappropriate for work to force you to have heresy ketchup at home, but not at work. I don't know. There's a better example that exists.
Nope. That's good.
It's a great one.
No, it's good. That's a good
And in the
example. So
community,
Jeff,
you've got to share the ketchup. If someone gives you ketchup,
Yeah.
you've got to, all right.
Like, like you got to negotiate ketchup. It's a barbecue.
Mhm.
The vegans are going to bring vegan garbage. It's going to happen.
So Jesse, you didn't hear my rant about
I'm sorry.
um,
Do you want
movie-
context? Do you want context? Yeah. Tell me about the movies and stuff, and then I'll give you my context for why I overslept.
I don't want your stupid context. I want your
Oh.
participation.
I'm here
Uh,
then. I'm here.
Hold on. We've come to confuse naming and identity, and the movies
Ooh.
make them seem the same and relevant. Sally, what are you doing? I can't keep up with all this.
Two different points.
Manager.
So that
It
you-
is two
okay,
different
so-
points.
Yeah,
I
so
get it.
Sally,
Oh, no, this-
Disco Todd. I like this.
It's the
I like
false.
this.
Disco Toad. Oh, instead of Disco Frog, right?
No, I was saying turtle, but I meant toad, and I remembered it later.
Ah, okay. Disco Toad. False Disco Toad makes more sense for false
Yes.
dichotomy than
Yes.
Disco Turtle. Okay. I knew it was a wording problem. Didn't I tell you that? Didn't I tell everybody? I told everybody on the Discord. I said, I don't know what Sally's saying, and I know that she's not saying it correctly. And then once she draws it, we'll all understand it. And I was not wrong, just
The
for the
false
record.
toad. You have to be careful about false disco toads.
What's the pin here that I'm missing? What's the connection?
That's- You're discoing. That's just how I, in my limited understanding, of what disco is.
Sally was making this corollary between disco turtles and false dichotomies, and I was like, I'm not seeing it, and it's Sally, so it's like, oh, what am I missing, right? And then I'm like, no, I'm fairly sure this is her fault, and then we were arguing with Manuel, and he was confused.
False
Everybody was confused.
dichotomy, whereas it's false disco toad. Just a very close word.
Right. So
has
I knew
nothing-
she was trying to make a point, but I couldn't
has
figure out what
nothing-
it was. Hold on.
It's just
A dog walker let her dog cross the boundary into my driveway to do its business. When I objected, she sent round angry husband who threatened to beat me up, crossed a boundary into my personal space. Wow.
Shoot
That's,
it's that simple. Just shoot the dog.
shoot them both. Our 2006 Corolla is only halfway through its life. Wow, I hope that lasts. What do we got, Lynn? Why would I attend a church if the church of my youth, if I have moral issues with that church, and how is that related to boundaries? Well, Sally, you're going to have to take that one.
Well, that's just the because I think churches are one of those places where the responsibility of boundaries is extremely skewed. And there was a time and place where you just went to the church closest to you. And I do think that might have been better for society overall. And we were one Christianity and not being overtaken by the Voldemorts. We weren't being overtaken by the Voldemorts.
Right.
But
and are they your moral issues? Like morality comes from the community and the church. And I think that's part of the problem is that people are trying to claim they understand morality. And it's like, no, you don't. You don't understand justice. You don't understand morality. These things are bigger than you.
I have exposure to very fundamentalist types. I am like mostly Baptist, even whether I want to be or not. And it occurs to me that if people who disagree with the church going, the people in that church that could be functional are cheated of your perspective because of your basically unwillingness to be judged. And that's silly because judgment doesn't make you die.
Well said. I like that, Sally. I like that. Yeah, it is a problem of, oh, we want to change the Catholic Church. Well, you're not going to change it from the outside. Which is not to say that being only inside forever is a good idea, but at a certain point, being outside and not coming back in is going to destroy the ability of the Catholic Church to change the way you expect. And of course, you might get there and find out that maybe you shouldn't be changing things. Is this about cutting up toads? No.
Toad
dichotomy. No, it's disco toad.
Bring back the disco. Bring back the discos. We need a place to dance.
Well, and I think so. So if you identify, for example, as the person with a morality, like by yourself, that then conflicts with the morality of the distributed cognition of the church, that's a problem. Like you identify yourself as a moral person, and therefore there's a conflict with morals with the church, and therefore you're not going to play with the church anymore. It's like, wait, really?
And it leaves the crazies in charge.
That's right. You're making it worse, not better.
Well, the crazies always get left in charge if nothing happens.
No.
If there's no leadership crazies will always try to.
If leaders don't step up in a group, and this is again, read a white paper. This has been studied time and time again. The psychopaths always take over. Always. In any group. That's why when people are running around spreading these groups, oh, we're gonna have an equal group with no leaders. I'm like, you do not understand what you're saying. What you're doing is breeding evil into the world on purpose. And you should know better because any idiot knows this. And also there's scientific backing for it. So really pay attention to boundaries. Realize that leadership is super important and it doesn't have to be in one person, but also it has to be in somewhere, right? Like you can't ignore this. And oh, look at this. We've got a wow thanks from Lynn. I'm glad that helped you, Lynn. We aim to help. But I do want to touch on this identity and the flattening through the movies with Jessica.
Yeah, please. Well, I saw Akira, the anime movie last night on 35mm print because our Australian government decided back in the 90s that they would buy a rare English dubbed 35mm print of a Japanese animation movie because it's got a completely different soundtrack than the one that's the Japanese version. It's completely different dub to the American version. I know it's cut differently. It's It's creeping me out. But the film, the actual like color and everything, mwah, that was worth the price of admission. Yeah. Anyway, that was and then we got back home late, and then I was trying to read a book. I was just staring at the book, and all these thoughts are coming in about my week and my day. I don't know if anyone experiences this. You go to read a book, you're trying to read the sentence, and you're trying to, even if it's a novel, and then all these thoughts are invading you, and you're like, all right, okay, probably should try and sleep about now. And then I had trouble sleeping, so that's me. Anyway, flattening of the world, because that's what happened. I just flattened the world there, my world. Made it all basic and simple. Sorry, I missed the opening monologue. I do go back and listen to these things. I do. Even if it's only half an hour, I do go. I need to finish that Game B video.
Oh yeah.
Because Manuel's on fire on that video. I need to.
Oh, wasn't he?
too.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
just. We were both doing well that couple of weeks, man. We put in a ton of work on that video.
Yeah, he
By
reached out
far
to
the
me
most
too.
work.
So
Oh,
I
did
think
he?
I'm
Oh,
gonna
good.
have a chat with him at some point. I'm actually looking forward to that because he's a smart guy, and a Muppet can learn from smart guys.
Muppets can learn from other Muppets. You have to be open to the Muppetry and accepting of their errors, because it turns out that Muppets make errors. Who knew?
I gotta figure out how to navigate this. I don't know what I'm doing. There we go. So I've
There
been
you
working
go.
on this. I've been working like on a summary of the subsets.
hmm
And it's interesting to attempt to pay attention to when people switch to others. Like they'll be talking about something, and all of a sudden you'll realize they're just talking about abstract others as such. And they're often very imaginal.
Yes.
Wait.
Well, when you're using others, you're depersonalizing, because you're not using me, you, us, them. And
Yeah.
I like what you did with the hands there, Sally.
Yeah, I was.
That's a pretty clever trick. I wonder where you got that trick from. No, she's
I'm
not
distracted.
biting. Okay, fine. Don't give me any credit. That's
I
fine.
gotta represent others now. Which that would just have their back turned to everyone, wouldn't they?
Well, it's an amorphous blob of back-turned people. Yeah,
You need to have them as well. That's always
and
used.
she has them.
Does she? Okay.
I left a bunch of extra spaces to continue this, so that's the idea.
Oh, good.
I like this idea of us and the two hands meeting, where you don't know where one hand ends and the other hand
Yeah.
begins. The connection point.
Yeah,
Right.
The thing that Mark is referencing. We're defining male and female functional relationships. So yeah, I would think I'll do others this way. Why can't my brain
This
work
way.
how to put this
Nope.
camera?
Nope. There you go. Yeah, maybe that might work. I think others is much bigger. Like there's many more others.
Maybe. I'm always trying to pull it back to the least amount of marks necessary, because you're gonna have to continue complicating it. So
No, I know, but blobs. I think others are blobs. Like I think that's actually, let's say, the best way to understand them.
I would have some stick figures uprise and some always inverted, because it's always others are always this sort of paradox of
they're
stacking.
faceless.
That wouldn't be bad. Oh, faceless would be good too. Yeah, there we go. There's a bunch of them now. Yep. Well, that's good. Yeah, and you can see. So, Jesse, talk a little bit about movies and identity and
Oh gosh.
sort of the collapsing of
Stories. Movies are just
identity
stories.
Well, the collapsing of identity into naming. Right?
Hmm.
Like name and identity are now suddenly like the same thing. It's like, wait a minute, those aren't the same thing.
Oh,
Like,
Mark,
how did this happen?
talking this is the subject of our time. This is the pronouns thing. The pronouns is like a little descriptive word
Right.
game, a little microcosm of that whole. So say it
Mhm.
again. So just my brain just got fired up, and I was like, okay, all right.
So
we're
we've come to
flattening-
confuse naming and identity, and movies make naming and identity seem the same and relevant. because not all names are
Mhm.
relevant, and not all identities are relevant. They're only relevant within a context.
Hmm. The larger the ensemble in a it's a little bit harder in a book, but especially in a movie, the less the names are important. Other than this person does this, this is the big burly guy, this is the smart girl, this is the hero. Like it's less important to figure out and remember everyone's names, especially in a 2-hour time span, than to associate them with a category in action. You're like, oh, okay, cool. That's a flattening of identity because if you remove someone's name and their origin story, maybe you find out they weren't always like that to begin with, and it's actually like the accomplishment that they've achieved that they're here. Um, which is a danger of why a lot of magic and fantasy movies is the wizard from the beginning. It's never someone that's actually, Lord of the Rings, Gandalf. He wasn't always, he had to grow in his wisdom, and
So
he receives a ring if you read the
Well, and he
Silmarillion.
changes his name though.
Yeah, exactly. But
Gandalf the
that's
White.
another
Wow.
progression of the
I had this idea
right.
today.
He's still Gandalf, but he's Gandalf. He's Gandalf. Yes, okay.
So I had this idea today about a genie movie, okay? And so in this genie movie, the person makes a wish, and they wish for like financial stability, and then all of a sudden they get a letter in the mail, and the job they applied to 3 months ago, they get that job, and then they're like, what? Like, did you even do it? And then wish wish to meet the love of their life, and then and then while they're out, they end up coming across somebody selling puppies on the street, and they get a puppy, and they love that puppy more than they've ever loved anything. And so basically have the genies, all of the wishes get granted completely within the laws of physics, with no sparkle. Like there's no swish of special effects, and then the person is mad. Because wouldn't you be so mad? And even as a viewer, like if you watched that movie, you'd be so disappointed and confused. And I'm like, this is how people treat God, because they're on the edge of the seat waiting for that supernatural effect. And I'm like, you could see a burning bush and not process it. Because there are miraculous phenomena, and this is one of the brilliant reasons it's just fantastic to be home, because there is wonder. Like, go outside, and if you haven't seen it yet, go outside further, because there is still wonder and majesty in the world, but people are looking for special effects.
Yes. Yeah, the cheap. Well, and that I think is true. Lynn's question here. How do you identify the difference between you naming and God naming? We have to live in a narrative. How does one choose which narratives? It's kind of multitude of questions to some extent, Lynn, which is fine. So I think
God doesn't name things though.
Right, God
gives men the
doesn't name anything.
responsibility to form associations and names.
Adam is supposed to name things, and then Adam is representative of all of the men that came after, right, in some sense. And then the problem with naming things is that you can only name things that are manifest. Right? And that's why it's the man's job to name things, to call it something. Because he deals with manifestation. Like that's technically what he actually deals with. And
it's often what you first encounter first too. So it's bad English. Your first encounter, you usually name from that moving forward. So whoever encountered orange first, orange, the association of orange and that color got attached to that object. It wasn't orange the carrot, even though if we found the carrot first, we probably would have called that an orange. The word game goes on there. Well, the first impression matters.
And the problem with the discernment is that the man has the discernment for the thing down below, right? That is named or nameable. but the woman is the one pointing at the thing that is pure potential, we'll say. And so that goes to the point of this lovely picture that Sally Joe, of course, drew. And yeah, there's that connection, and this is the distributed cognition. Like you and I, or me alone is not going to discern the right relationship with the world. That's why you outsource your sanity, right? And that's why it's easier with another person, because then there's two brains on it instead of just one. And the other person has a different view of you than you have of yourself, and you have a different view of them than they have of their self. And so your collective intelligence is actually greater. Is it perfect? No. You know why? Because you're a Muppet, they're a Muppet, we're all Muppets. That's the problem, right? It's like, but that problem's not going away. There's no solution to being a Muppet. You're still a Muppet. You're not getting out of the Muppet problem. Like awakening to the Muppet crisis is a very important way to think about the world. And if you haven't signed up for Awakening to the Muppet Crisis Twitter account, you should, because it's excellent. And yeah, and I want to deal with the other side of this, which is we have to live in a narrative. How does one choose a narrative? So I've said this before, Lynn. I'll say it again. I'll probably say it a million times. The issue comes down to this. All the evidence that I can find, and I'm looking, unlike everybody else who's just saying things without ever doing any research, points to the fact that the way to know a good narrative from a bad narrative is roughly ethics. And the thing that holds ethics, which is bigger than you, is a religious tradition. Now, I can make arguments about
tradition
in
general.
Well, tradition in general, but religion in particular, right?
Yes,
The distributed cognition of the church through time.
Particularity matters.
The through time matters, right? Because you can look at Protestant denominations and none of their doctrines survive more than a generation or two at most. And so that's a problem. It's not that they do no good, it's just that they don't do good throughout multi-generational space. That's why people get thrown out of Protestant churches all the time, because they didn't do anything different, but the church changed underneath them because it's unstable, because it doesn't have a hierarchy to hold it.
The culture changed.
Or the culture changed, whatever. But the people in the culture can change independently. And so
the people
you
are
need
the
to
culture.
be in a religious tradition that makes sense for your culture, right? Don't try to be a Western Buddhist. It's a bad idea, right? And B, something that
Sorry, Spock.
Something that allows you to discern a good narrative from a bad narrative. And that has to be a distributed cognition sort of greater than you. And then, isn't God the Word? If the Word was God. Well, yeah, he is, but he doesn't name things. Adam is responsible for naming things. This is where people get.
God is the Logos.
He's the Logos. The
Logos said, exactly don't play this descriptive game on me. I see your descriptive game. Don't change the words. Don't change the terms. Once you do that, you'll deceive yourself.
Yeah, the Logos is not reducible to the Word. I know Peterson makes this mistake. It's a mistake. It's an error. He's just wrong. Like, it's not hard. It's one of the things he's definitely incorrect about. He gets corrected on it quite a bit too. Yeah, there is that misunderstanding that Logos is mere word, but I don't think it is. I think Logos is the thing behind or underneath the word. In other words, the Logos is the order and intelligibility that we can name. And so it predates, like, the people point at words. It's like, no, words have to come second, guys. Words don't come first. The thing you're naming comes first. There's a state at which it has no name yet. And then you notice it. And then you figure out the boundaries of it, right? To get right back on topic. Then once you've discerned some boundaries, maybe not all, maybe not enough, then you can name it. And then maybe that name has to change. So maybe you name something modernity, and then you watch a video on navigating patterns, and you realize, oh, that's a stupid way to name anything, because it can't have any import or meaning in the world. It's not possible.
I've been thinking about the me, you, us, them, others, and then I was listening to the roles you guys were talking about, and I started writing down these roles, but I realized they weren't fitting the same type of category as that side. So I have like doctor, wizard, queen, villain, thief, cook, maintainer, ranger, hero, enemy, king, savior, champ. Like, because the problem with all of those little pieces was they were fitting into the subcategories of me, you, us, them, others. Like, those still superseded them. And then I realized maybe, and I'm not sure about this, state, country, nation, team, company, congregation. Maybe those are the same category as me, us, them, others, or are they not?
No, they're not. Look, what is me, us, them, others? Those are. Oh shoot! It went right out of my head. Damn it! Stupid
Because
brain.
something
Those
about
are.
is where your boundaries should be. That's why I'm coming back to it, because it's between those things that are somehow.
Yeah. Of course. Well, those are the descriptions of the we'll say the titles inside the boundary, right? But those are containers that contain unnamed and unnameable objects. Whereas the other things that you're talking about actually have discernible properties. So a team has a property like a common goal, right? Like, oh, we're all in this to score the most points or whatever it is, right? A company has a discernible goal, right? Me may not, it's relationship based, it's quality based. It's not based on quantitative measures, right? So it's a quality versus quantity argument. And by the way, I've heard the quality versus quantity argument quite a bit lately in the zeitgeist. It's a great talk. Ethan was kind enough to post it on the important videos in the Mark of Wisdom Discord server, and it's Ben Shapiro from, I think it was 2 days ago now, basically talking about these issues. And he gave a great summary of basically almost everything we're talking about in this little corner. Actually, it was quite good. I mean, he got a few things wrong because whatever, it doesn't have the right framing, but he brought up most of the issues, and he talks about suicide and suicidality and where's that coming from. It's not coming from the material. He doesn't frame it that way, but that's basically what he's saying. And so, there's a deep confusion around that stuff. Yeah. So look, Sally, the second group, state, country, nation, company, team, whatever, those have a telos. Me, you, us, them, and others do not have an inherent telos. They are groups.
Us?
No.
Togetherness has a telos.
It's non.
There's a reason for us to collaborate.
If
there's
we're
a reason.
collaborating, we might not be collaborating, and we're still us. That's the problem. Well, and it's good to identify the bucket before you identify the telos, because sometimes you can't identify the telos first. Fair enough. Right. There's a group of people over there. What are they doing? That's them. Them. They all live on a commune. Until you discern their telos, they're them, because you don't have a better categorization. You can only qualitatively say they live together. You can't quantitatively say, oh, they have a goal of this that is in common, until you discern that goal. But in order to discern that goal, to find that boundary, you have to find the boundary of the people. And so one's an abstraction of the other, basically.
Is we different than us, or is it like
we is different?
We is definitely different.
How is it different than us?
I don't know. I need to think about that. Let's see what Lynn has to say.
Too.
I will watch Link in a minute. Busy trying to figure this out, listening to you. Then you have to watch it right away. It'll be there tomorrow. It is a good video, though. I like that video. I think we is perspectively relevant. Well, that's what it was. That's what I was trying to come up with before. The I, us, or me, us, right? Them thing. That's perspectival. It's purely perspectival, right? And so the difference between me and I is perspectival. The difference between we and us is perspectival, right? Because we are all in this together is different from the group of us that is going to do something. And that change is a change of perspective. It's not a change of group type, and it's not necessarily a change of functionality or skill set. It's just a change of how you view the group. And this is often what it is ironic, right? Because thanks for this, Sal. You're helping me realize a bunch of stuff. One of the things that's actually happening is that people, when they say things like, oh, we all need to be equal, or we all need to talk more, or whatever, right? They're going after intimacy. Why? Because that intimacy has been broken. Why has it been broken? Because we don't understand the boundaries. There aren't boundaries anymore. We're not recognizing boundaries. And then you just want to let everybody in because you still don't recognize boundaries, but you recognize the loss of intimacy. And so it's like, but you can't have an intimate connection without boundaries because you can't measure the quality of the connection without a boundary. There's no way to know, is it good? Is it bad? Is it, whatever. And I think, so that's sort of what I was talking about before with the jumping of the boundaries. A lot of people jump boundaries all the time. And so they might say, for example, oh, what I want in somebody I'm going to marry is, and it's like, when you meet somebody, that person's not the person you're going to marry ever. Right? Because when you get married, they change. And you change, by the way. Right? But more importantly, when you meet them, they change and you change. And when you date them, you're both changing. Right? And so, I think it was Ben Shapiro actually that said this. Somebody said this recently. I can't quite remember who it was. It was Peterson. Actually, I was listening to a Peterson clip somewhere. I can't remember. It said, wanting to meet the person that fills some set of criteria from yourself is just extremely narcissistic. And it's like, yes, can't think of a more narcissistic frame than I want to marry somebody who is blah, 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 blah. It's like, really? That's, or I'm going to find my person. Man, when I heard that, I was like, what is wrong with your brain? You're not going to find your person. What are you, nuts? It turns out that person was nuts, but different problem. Damn it, Sally, I'm not ready. All right, there we go. We, yes. Yes, right. Well, and that's the personalization. So personalization is a change in perspective. Lynn says, us involves a watcher. We includes me. Yes, exactly. That's your perspective change, Lynn. And I think that's correct.
Yeah.
We is something you see from the inside. Us is something you view from the outside.
Yeah.
It's the collective agreement that matters. Because
Well,
the agreement is, in one sense, a boundary, isn't it?
But you can have an agreement and then view the
limitation.
agreement as an us or a we. It just depends on your perspective.
But
it's important to listen to those cues.
It says I should put an ours, but it's not right. But people do that. They take possession of the us to an ours. But that means a different thing. But I don't know what that thing means.
It's a change in perspective again.
Change in relationship. How you relate to things. Right?
Yeah.
So, but what would...
Yeah, your perspective determines your relationship.
So between these categories, what would be an oversimplified or discussion model of a boundary between these categories?
Which ones?
Well, the boundaries don't change. What's changing is the relationship, the perspective. That's the issue.
Or the collective agreement.
Right. Well, but it's the difference between how you view the boundary. It's not the difference between boundaries. The boundaries aren't changing. What's changing is how you're viewing that boundary. Are you including yourself within the boundary? Or are you saying you're outside and above that boundary?
So it's inside, outside, together.
Inside versus outside.
Okay,
yes.
So inside, outside, inside, outside.
Yeah, it's how are you relating to it? Are you including yourself in it, or are you standing outside of it or above it or whatever? And where are you standing, right? Like Peugeot's, right? And I'm like, where are you starting? But whatever, it leads to the same thing, which is, are you in objective material reality, which doesn't exist? And I'm not saying you can't use an objective worldview to highlight something. I'm saying you can't live there. That's not a story you can live within. Is not in objective material reality. That's not an option that's available to you.
Like to reduce the marriage covenant or the marriage agreement to just a materialistic frame.
Inside, outside, inside, outside, outside. Yeah. Well, me, I think, is outside. You is inside or outside because the language sucks. We, us is inside, we is outside.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's the
Probably
change in
not.
perspective. Is top to bottom.
Yeah.
The top row is one set of perspectives. The bottom row is another set of perspectives.
Would it be more interesting to try and define the categories by what is possible, what you can do and how you are limited versus how your limitations change when you go to us or to a we or to others. Those limitations, those boundary lines shift and either more or less porous depending on
Well,
the
and
possibilities.
yeah,
coding.
but I think it's more interesting to talk about this in terms of manipulation. And so by saying we can do it, you're including the other person with yourself. And then you're saying, this is what I'm doing. We can, like, we together can save the planet, right? Which isn't an untrue statement, but it's not true enough, right? Because if it's we and it's 4 people, no, you can't save the planet, even though it's 4 people and not 1 people, right? But if the we is large enough, but you don't have the authority to lump me in with you. That's what I was saying earlier, right? Like these Muppets have freaking lawns. Okay. I have never had a lawn in my life. I refuse to have a lawn. Not that I haven't tried to plant grass and stuff, but like
You've got a pond.
I don't. Well, now I do. Now I have a pond. I have a set of woods. I've got a swamp. I've got all kinds of things. I am in heaven. I can just walk out of my house, not leave my property, walk through the woods, walk around a pond, walk down to the creek. I can walk through a swamp. I can do all kinds of things like without leaving my property. It's fantastic. It's like it's like heaven, only way more better. Like it's just lovely for me. Well, I'm introverts recharge by going in nature. Peterson talked about that. But the boundaries for identifying what's going on, when people say we can do it, that always rubs me the wrong way. I'm like, who are you to tell me that I'm with you on this mission?
Yeah. Or that I'm an outsider to your cause.
Right, because that's
Right.
the other manipulation. It's
Yeah.
by saying them, you're one of them.
Yeah.
You know,
Or
you're
you
one of those
don't agree with our
right. Well, you're an
how we're
anti-something
doing
or-
things.
Right.
That would
So
be
they ostracize you from the group of goodness by calling you an anti something or by calling you a certain type of person that is associated
Defining
with a bad
against.
thing. Right. But what they're not doing is identifying their group and their relationship to their group. So that's a manipulation, and I would say that's a negative manipulation in all cases. Right. In all cases where you're not identifying where you're coming from, what your stance is, what your relationship is, that is a negative manipulation or attempted negative manipulation of you. And I think that's fair and safe to say. And so but it doesn't, it's not symmetrical, right? So you can't say, oh well, every time somebody identifies you, then it's okay. Like no, like they can identify you as a Nazi. That's may not be okay. It's not okay with me. And that's the problem, is that if the group just says, oh no, you're one of us, that can also be a manipulation. It's not an easy thing. Like I'm not saying this is easy to determine boundaries and discern boundaries. I'm saying that you have to do it. You have to pay attention to it. Otherwise you'll get swept up by it. And that's when people get confused. It's like, you can be swept up by this is my my saying, like, if you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent. That's going to happen. You're going to act out the patterns of religion. See my video on navigating patterns. You're going to act out the patterns of religion irrespective of what you think you're going to do or not going to do in the world. That is going to happen to you, and you need to pay attention to it. If you don't know the boundaries of, say, your idea and somebody else's idea, you'll be captured by somebody else's idea.
They're doing a magic trick on you, more than likely.
They are. They
Yeah,
are
getting you
Well,
to pay
and-
attention to one thing while they're doing another. That's the definition of a matrix.
Well, or they're just bringing you into a pattern that you're rejecting or believe doesn't exist, right? Are you doing more of these, Sally? Oh,
Yes, I'm just using Word now.
I like it.
Where my
I'm
hands.
not sure that it's right, but I get it.
It's something like so you have these things that you exist within, and then within the you exist within, your boundary is established within them at different scale throughout domain or something. Yeah.
No, that's not wrong. It's a good way of understanding identity and the overlap of identity. So we should work on that at some point after you're done with the virtue cards. No waking up at 3 a.m. and switching projects. She's like, me? I would never. She looks so guilty too. It's unbelievable. I would never do that. I would never get distracted as an artist and move on to a different project in the middle of 1 or 2 or 10 other
I do it
projects.
all the time. All the
With-
time.
The Voldemort identities, there are no non-combatants within democracies.
Oh, I like that.
No,
I like that.
are because within some of the Voldemort identities, if you're in a democracy and your nation does anything, you are culpable as a soldier, and that's why there's no combat. And you know that about said Voldemort identity, you cannot treat them as though they do not act that way without it being to your own detriment.
Mhm.
And so, like that, you have to be aware because, like, that's the boundary they're setting. Like, oh well, you voted for this, so we should kill you. And it doesn't take into account that not every democracy votes for everything, but it does take into account you're in a democracy. Therefore,
Right.
You'll-
Well, let's not make it non-combatants. Let's make it there are no democracies without inherent conflict between each member.
Yeah, well, and it's just this way. It doesn't matter. Like, I'm using this example because I'm aware of this example, but like I can use Voldemort for the example type because it's like this example type exists way beyond this example. So it's like the boundary is a very confusing thing because yours are existing, other people are existing. They're not visible, but they are real. Yeah.
Groups have preferences, though. You're not going to change groups having preferences,
No.
and groups within groups, or
That's-
meta groups, or the
Well,
tribes.
that's
you want to
that's
say.
what makes a group is a common preference. Like, that's the problem, is that groups are defined by preferences.
Well,
And
and
so
that's
it's like, oh, well, that's an error. That's like a problem, but it's not. It's the reality of being able to identify a group.
well, and it's fine for them to have their boundaries if you're maintaining your own. But when you don't maintain your own, it's almost like you're violating theirs by not maintaining your own.
Yes, that is correct. Well, and it's like they're violating yours because you don't have any. And
Well-
so you're blaming them and they're impinging upon you. And the real problem is that's because you haven't set your own boundaries. So
That's
when you don't set
Well, you lack
your own
integrity.
boundaries,
You lack the integrity
you're
to
the one
hold
that
true
lacks
to your
integrity,
boundaries.
but you're blaming everybody else for your lack of integrity. Oh, that's a really good frame. I like that.
I was trying to get there on our little Twitter spits yesterday, Mark. We were spitting about character and integrity
Yeah,
and
you want
identity.
I don't. You switched from identity to integrity, I think, right? Or yeah, you switched one of the words. On
No,
me,
no,
and
I was
like,
saying-
which one did he mean?
No, I didn't do that. I doubled down. That's the problem with doubling down on an analogy is you can lose people. Sometimes you can win and sometimes you can lose. It's a gamble when you double down on an analogy. And so I was trying to say that to have character is as equal to say as you're someone that has integrity.
I see.
Because you
I
can
see
have
what
an
you're saying.
identity, right? And the identity is always porous, like what we've said. Your identity switches between your different associations and actions in the world.
Well,
But the
you don't have
character,
an identity. You never
well,
have
that's
an
what I'm saying.
identity.
Yes, yes, you
Right.
identify in
You-
different ways.
Well, you
Your
always
identity
have
is shaped in
multiple
different groups.
identities, and you're always managing those identities. And so, in the moment, you
Yes.
only ever have one identity, maybe because you can only manage one identity at a time. But there's
Mhm.
no point at which you only have one identity. Like that's not what's happening, and
Yes.
that's a
So
confusion.
that's where flat word comes in, because that's the equality spectrum of just these are my pronouns.
Enjoy your dinner,
Flat
Lynn.
world,
Right.
right? The
Right. They're an
flattening of the
attempt.
world and
Right.
the
Pronouns are an
pronouns.
attempt to flatten the world. Right. So you don't not just for you to simplify yourself, but to simplify everybody else. Why? Because you have to draw that boundary and create that integrity that you destroyed to begin with, that you didn't need to destroy, right? But you rebelled, destroyed the boundaries, destroyed the container, and now you've got to get it back. And
Well, it
that's not a
limits-
straightforward thing.
Yeah, it limits the intimacy too, right? The flattening of the world,
there's
because
no-
when the
there's no
world's more
possible
complex,
intimacy.
it's more intimate.
Right, but there's no possible intimacy in a flat world, and that's why people are striving for intimacy. You see this constant. Well, we need to all get together. Why do we need to all get together? Like we need polyamorous relationships. Why? I want more love, so I need more people. It's all quantity.
So
I
this
want
is-
Ponzi's,
I illustrated this with
pansies,
very non-controversial flowers. So if you want to grow,
pansies, tulip, daisies.
if you want to grow something, first you have to put up a fence. And so like the
Mhm.
tulip guy is fine, and these other two people are like, "You have oppressed me." But it's like they didn't ever put up a fence. So can you blame the tulip guy?
Right.
I don't know
Yeah.
exactly.
No, that makes sense, Sally.
No, it's a great
Right.
analogy.
No, it's a good.
Historically,
it's a good,
too, there's the whole thing about tulips. With the
Yeah.
tulip economy in the 16th or 17th century. Manuel could correct me on this, but in Amsterdam, the
crazy
tulips
Dutch.
became a
the
very
Dutch-
high form of the crazy Dutch. Had a
Tulip
tulip
craze,
economy,
tulip craze.
and they had trading and stock. It was one of the first stock market,
Mhm.
global stock markets. Well, yeah,
Yep.
versions of that where people were
Yep.
trading and making specialized tulips because the Dutch were hyper Protestant, and so to have things of beauty around was considered idolatry. But the tulip or flower wasn't considered idolatry because maybe you can't lust
Part
after
of
nature,
nature.
even though that's exactly what happened. Yeah. So they
Well,
eventually
they
turned
they pointed
sort of
at the
tulip economy.
abstraction. I mean, that's the danger of a market. You point at the abstraction. So if the stock market is supposed to reflect the next 3 years' potential earnings, and it largely is, or at least it's treated that way, and then you start pointing at the future potential rather than the current reality, then the next thing you know, Amazon's worth $1.8 trillion until somebody realizes, wait, it's not worth $1.8 trillion. It's only worth $0.8 trillion and takes $1 trillion of value off the stock in a day or two, right? Or in a week, whatever it was. That happens. And that happens all the time. People realize, oh, these companies aren't doing so well. And, now their prospects have gone from this to this. And it's like, oh, no, their valuation comes down rather suddenly. And things always come down quicker than they go up for whatever reason. That's a good asymmetry to know about the stock market. Also tells you why Nassim Taleb trades in options and makes lots of money, or at least he used to. That's how it works. You take advantage of the asymmetry in the downward movement, which is always much greater and quicker than the upward movement, and then you can leverage that to your advantage.
Getting back to your example, Sally Joe, the people outside of the fenced area are these big multinational corporations like Disney. Disney stock options go all over the place because they want unbridled limitation. They've gone to the streaming model, which is hyper volatile.
Yeah,
It's not fenced.
I know what it is. It's because this is how my ideas are. Is like it's just something I get a sense of out there, and I'm just abstracting it to be able to communicate it. Yeah, like the. I think it's coming from, we have to be inclusive. Everyone needs to be inclusive. Include me, please. Oh, but not you. You're mean. Because, like, if somebody has a limitation or a boundary, and they're like, no, I'm not going to do that. Well, that's mean, and that's not very inclusive. So you need to get out. And but they've just been screeching about inclusion for months.
Oh yeah, you go watch the New Zealand lady burning the Harry Potter books. That video making the rounds. That was hectic.
To include everybody until they come to an autistic or disagreeable person who won't play their particular little social game, and then they're mad at them for not playing it, whether they can or cannot. And it's just like, what the hell to me? Because, like, I can't quantify that hiccup in the road. It's like, you're like, oh, we should include the disabled. We should include this and we should include that. And then if somebody is disagreeable or just not quite as capable socially, but not them because they're mean. And it just like, holy, or like if you're just very modest and you just won't not wear shorts in the pool as a woman, it's like, well, you're making people feel uncomfortable with your shorts. What? Like, yeah, and like this is things that actually have happened. Like, yeah, like.
Yeah. I was like, that's a personal example.
Yeah, no, like, and so, but that's the.
I think we should. Maybe it's the Christian thing in me to want to strive for harmony.
Implicit versus.
I think we want people to be able to cooperate.
The implicit versus explicit. Okay. So the guy with the fence has an explicit boundary. He's like, yep, I want this. And the explicit hierarchy, the explicit boundary is seeable to everyone equally for realsies. Whereas the people who desire to grow a patch, like they desired to grow pansies, desired to grow tulips, but wouldn't put up a boundary because they didn't want to infringe on other people. They're like, well, we want it to be fair. And so, but actually, they wanted it to be there. And so there was an implicit hierarchy that probably the socially adept, probably the non-Dutchman, could see. But the tulip guy was just like, well, they have a fence. What do you want from me? Like, he just put up a fence. Right. And so this is the difference between, when you say there is no hierarchy, it's bullshit. You just want the hierarchy to be implicit because you'll dominate, you think.
Right.
Right. So.
Well, you're right. That's what it always is. And the problem with an explicit hierarchy is that that's a judge. And so there's an inherent judgment in an explicit hierarchy, and people don't like to be judged. And it's like, well, this guy put up a fence. And so he's saying, in this area, this dominates. And I'm not willing to put up a fence because A, it's a lot of work, and B, I want to secretly rule. I don't want my, right. And I'm weak because it's usually the weak people that, this is why I keep telling people, no, just tell them no. Because they're not going to do anything. They're just going to get frustrated when because, people are like, that's not true. I'm like, I do this all day, literally all day, all the time to all kinds of people. It works every single time. You go up to somebody and say, what are you going to do about it? And the answer is always nothing. Unless they're of a certain type, like there are people out there who are, they're gonna have their way. But these people who are whining and crying loudly and who go out in the middle of the street and scream at the sky, you don't need to worry about those people. Like they're just not worth worrying about. You can let them act out as 3-year-olds and tell them no, and there's nothing they will do.
That's the cartoon I did about the guy dreaming of the bigger soapbox. I was like,
yes,
Steve or something. Steve dreamed of a bigger soapbox so he could finally make his point. But it was at 11 a.m., so we weren't really worried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing is that, yeah, they want to be loud and they equate the volume with the hierarchy or with the power or whatever. And then it turns out that doesn't work. And then they get frustrated. And it's like, well, but that doesn't work. Like, what do you want from me? Like, I'm just not going to back down. I'm not going to do your stupid climate game. I'm going to call you out when you try it.
This is it, Mark. When did we start caring about these whiny little. When did we start revering them as a society? When did we start kowtowing to them? And it's our fault.
We started with that's the victim thing, right? That's the, you got to be a good Christian and be nice. And it's like,
I got to be careful here. I have an employer that would be I would say that the problem was that the gate broke down. The gate was left wide open. The gate no longer mediated between the inner and outer world.
There's no boundaries between those who do and those who do not. And you don't need to worry about those who do not, because one of the things they do not do is push back. And it's like, if you just stand your ground, they will go away. But you have to stand your ground, even though it's harmful to their soul. It's like, yeah, my soul is hurt by your implicit judgment because you're willing to put a stake in the ground or put up a fence or whatever. I'm like, well, that's nice. I don't care. Sorry. And then it's like, well, we all need to get along and care about each other. And I'm like, no, we don't. I'm not going to do that. You need a new plan. If that's your plan, you need a new plan. That plan is dead.
Yeah, this is what I mean about the shorts issue. Is like, if you are a woman and you want to wear like the baggy shorts over top of your swimsuit, like I have seen pools that get like, you're making everyone uncomfortable, baby. Like especially in high school, like especially as like, you can't do that. It's not why
wearing more clothing.
Yes, because you're making everyone else, because you don't feel comfortable, like because your feeling of immodesty in the standardized modern swimsuit, because you feel immodest, you're making everyone. And yeah, this is the oh gosh, if you go down the rabbit hole of the complete crazy psycho rants against trad wives. If you want to see people be disgusting towards women, go look at the psycho rants against trad wives. Like stuff like, I want to smash your face into a wall, and just dumb shit because they're seeing a woman in full form, like unapologetically. And it's freaking fat. It's
a judgment they can't deal with, right?
Ed, it's a guilty indulgence, much like Trailer Park Boys, to listen to a rant once in a while. She's fascinating sometimes. And she did a whole thing about trad, because she just is like, oh, this looks dicey, and she just goes for it, and it's kind of great. But it's just unfreaking believable. Like, and like I've experienced it a little bit. Is like the things that people will feel judged by that are just total surprises to me is just remarkable. Yeah. And you can't control it. Like, you can't not make other people feel judged. So why should you bother worrying about it? But people do. And I think that's a lot of the acceptance. You should accept, you should support, you should be an advocate, whatever stuff.
Right.
And it's like, I can't make you feel comfortable with yourself. I can't do it. It'll never be possible.
Right. And that's what they're asking. They're asking for you to make them change in a way that they have already determined would be good for them. And in the way that they want. And it's like, yeah, but that's not an option that's available to you. And that's what they don't understand. It's a lost cause. Watch compilation of TikTok girls against trad wives. It's like watching a reptilian brain take over their body. That's funny.
Oh yeah.
Their visceral reaction screams guilt of some kind, though. I don't know if that's the word. No, it is the word. They're guilty of not living up to the standard. And that's what they're yelling about. Like, they're yelling that there is a standard that they're not living up to. And the reason why they're yelling is because they know full well that it's their fault. That not that they could reach the standard, but it's their fault that they're not even trying. That's why they're screaming. That's why they're yelling. That's why they're upset. They are being judged by the existence of these other people, and they're not living up to the standard or striving for it, and they're screaming about it. They want to tear the ideal down so they don't feel judged. That's all it is.
A bazillion years ago, Mark, a bazillion years ago, when we made the first video on my channel about churches. And this is why freaking churches should be the most beautiful damn thing in the whole entire city on the highest hill. They absolutely should
Yes.
be asserting that upon the world with no apology. And this building
Yes.
inside of shopping malls and huts and other ridiculousness is just, I get so mad that I can't talk.
It's ironic to me that all the people that talk about beauty are basically not embedded in super beautiful churches. Like they're not screaming about having beautiful churches. And I'm
So-
like, why wouldn't the beauty be located in the religion? Like, I don't understand. Isn't that the appropriate place for it?
I've always had a back and forth relationship with the beautiful as the feminine, like, and why you should do that. And I had a friend. Well, I have a group of friends, and they're a big Catholic family, which is massively different than my family, and socially they're much more adept than my family. So when it comes to interpersonal dynamics, I very much value that friendship. And one of the girls was injured her senior year of high school, and she tried to recover, and basically she has to walk with crutches maybe the rest of her life. And there was a period where she quit dressing up and just wasn't going to. And it's interesting because they're like no sex outside of marriage, only getting married to have as many kids as you can possibly have kind of family. So it's like, why would they be concerned about her? And so I was visiting this one summer, and she was out. Becky starts talking to me about it, and I was noticing too. The last couple of times I'd been out. I should not have said names, but that's okay. We'll move on. So the last couple of times I'd been out, I had noticed this stay-at-home mom was doing up her hair and ordering a nice blouse and wearing lipstick a little bit, and I'm like, nobody's seeing her but her kids. And then she brings up to me, she's like, yeah, I want my kids to have a pretty mom. And I was like, and like, for the first
Has to
time.
start somewhere. Where are you starting from?
Yeah, well, no, for the first time in my life, I wanted to be feminine. Was when I realized she was not worried about this sex appeal. Like, it was not a sex appeal situation. It was I'm value myself, so I feel good about me. And it totally changed my relationship to beauty, like, entirely. And I experienced it when her little sister wasn't trying anymore. I was sad. I was sad. And then to realize, oh, this is not about sex act. This is part of our sex to value ourselves, to be this sort of thing. And I had never understood it. And I was 31 too. Like, I had never understood beauty as such. I had put on a face before because I would wear it as like a confidence facade and to not look too young, because I always felt like I looked too young for all of my jobs.
You used it to project identity.
Yeah. I would
not
use it
not to have an intimate relationship with the world.
But to see it inside of that dynamic, inside of a home, not even directed towards the opposite sex, to be directed to the internal family dynamic of why you take care of yourself. And then where was I? I got lost on why I was thinking about this. Well, it's like the trad wife thing.
Standards. The standards changed between the two sisters.
The trad
standards of what they value.
They can only see dolling up as porn. And Shu hits this really, really well. The Shu on Head girl is like, he's like, they see a pretty woman and they can only think porn because they never go outside. And I'm like,
right.
I think that's right. And I think like dressing up for your kids, dressing up for your family, and keeping yourself clean and kempt to take pride in your family, in your people, in your us, as it were. Not the you and them relationship.
Well, that's the pointing again, Sally. Right? That's the pointing. Women point. And one way they point is by dressing up. And I'll go back to that in a second. But I want to deal with lost cause. Evangelicals don't want beautiful churches because they see spending money on looks as vanity, and that money should be used somewhere else, right?
It's deeper than that. It's deeper
That's
than
contrary to what's in the Bible. So you should tell them all that. You say you didn't read the Bible correctly because you don't have a tradition
That's
that
not
tells you
it.
how to read the Bible, because you're relying on your own cognition and you're a muppet, and you shouldn't do that. Protestantism bad, just saying. And then meanwhile, local megachurch spends millions on its utilitarian design renovations. Well, indeed. And look, there are some
It's
very
bad framing.
beautiful
There's
churches.
so many bad frames there. I'm sorry, Lost. I'm sorry, but you're lost. You're lost.
Yeah,
there.
he's lost. He's lost there. I mean, there's a very beautiful church in Charlotte, the Cavalry Church. Absolutely gorgeous.
The confusion about embellishments is very strange, because the evangelicals will embellish the hell out of some audio, visual, music stuff, and they're just scared of gold foil for no valid cause.
I don't have time to get into this because but it's the relevance. They over reduce the world on this idea of we have to be relevant enough to be heard. That's what happened in the 70s. A lot of these things come back to the Cultural Revolution in the 70s regarding relevancy, wanting to fit in, wanting to match the standards of the day in order to have a message that would go out. I know I don't agree with it, but that's where it started. And then that materialistic urge is manifested as an echoed out. And every time an echo goes, it reduces its resonance, it reduces its power. And then you get to the 90s mega church model. It's so weak in its sense of urgency and relevance, it starts to self-oscillate because it's just oscillating around its own bad echo.
It's a different aesthetic piety. Because
No, it's not. It's not. Yeah. No. The evangelical church system, its beauty structure is basically the same beauty structure of an RSL. Sorry.
It takes her a long time.
Aesthetic piety. Because you could have saints and gold foil and the stories and images. Or is it more holy to have bare white? Or is it more holy to have wood walls? Or is it more holy to meet by the river in the mud? It's an aesthetic piety.
Right. They're confusing it, and they don't have the pointing. Right. This is why the woman in the family needs to dress up, because she has to point at something beyond herself, beyond her looks in the moment, or we'll say her manifestation, right, as the probably exhausted wife and mother, right, who's been keeping the house clean and making a home out of a ugly structure that otherwise would have bare walls. I'm still putting stuff up, Sally. I'll get there someday. Right. And so she's the one that points. And without that pointing, I don't decorate my house for years because there's no one pointing. That's why this image is so important. There's a lot in this. There's a lot in this image. We spent a lot of time on this. There's a lot of pieces and a lot of great additions at the very end that we didn't think of. But and let's just go, Sally Joe. Yes, this is the problem with woke porn-infested storytelling. No man can just be close friends without it going gay. Well, the gay thing is the materialism. I mean, I talked about this with Andrea with the Bangs on her channel, right? In my intimacy conversation called As Deep as a Puddle. In that conversation, we went over this. When you're a materialist, you don't have intimacy. You can't understand intimacy as anything but physical interaction. And therefore, Sam and Frodo are gay. Because there's either you're together physically or you're two different people. And if you're together physically, then you're either gay or straight or married or in a polyamorous relationship. There aren't a lot of options for materialism, right? There's no way that Jesse and I can have a deep platonic intimacy with the ideas around cultural change in movies. There's no way that I can go visit Sally Joe and have deep conversations with her around art, because in the material world there has to be a physical connection, because materialism, it's just not. There's no other options in that particular
materialism is the value system. That's what I'm trying to point to. Is the shift in the values, what people value and what groups, and that shifted that shifted and that led to outcomes. The outcomes of those values are the differences in the aesthetic choices. But the
But
values have to be, you have
they're-
to be investigate where do those values shift, what
Right,
caused
but
them to shift, and
It's not-
why.
No, but
because the outcomes aren't that
it's not-
important.
it's not
it's
a
not values.
it's not
And
a
it's
shift.
not a
It-
shift.
They
They're
shifted though.
both-
They shifted
No,
though.
no,
The
no, it's a
phenomena
collapse.
happened.
No, materialism is an inevitable collapse down to a quantity.
Materialist
from
is the
quality.
value here though, in
No.
those shifts in culture.
I'm
The
saying
loss of values led to more and more materialism.
I'm saying the piety of creating a cathedral is the same as the piety of creating a bear stick wall intentionally. And they view
Yeah.
themselves different, and they're wrong.
Yes. So they're using material to get at the quality of piety. That's what materialism is. It's a reduction to the quantity.
What's
from
another
the
word for
quality.
piety?
So how do you
What's
how
another
do
word
you,
for piety?
how do you project to the world that
You're
you
using
are
a word I
holy?
don't understand. Can you
So-
can you
so-
use
He
a different
doesn't-
word?
He doesn't
I'll-
understand the piety. So let her give
Okay.
you
No,
a
I
definition.
do,
He's not
but I
gonna be
want you to
able
use a
talk
different word.
I'll explain. So in the medieval world, to sacrifice to the church, to create the church, to build up the church, was to show the piety of your city.
What
in-
do you mean by that word? I need you to
I'm
use
sorry.
a different word or that word.
I thought in pictures too fast.
Yeah.
It was to show how you were good. It was to show your goodness. You showed your goodness by giving your all to the cathedral and building up this magnificent thing. And so now in modernity, you're still showing your goodness, but instead of building up a cathedral, you're no, we don't need that. No, we don't need that. No, we don't need that. It's still
We're showing our goodness in our poverty. And it's the poverty of beauty.
or something.
And that's what Sally outlined earlier, right? Are you more pious if your church doesn't have stained glass windows, or you're more pious if your church is just blank walls, or you're more pious if you're down by the river, right? Because that's a materialistic quantity way of measuring piety. That's what she's saying. That's where the materialism comes in.
or
That's why the
holiness,
iconoclasm is dangerous.
or holiness, or righteousness, or closeness to God. They're
Or
all
closest, any of the religious qualities of a
God.
good religious person. That's what she's referring to. The religious qualities of good religious. And I do want to. Damn it, Sally! Give me a second. Now I have to change this over.
down,
But
pulling us
yes,
back
well,
and the attempt
Right.
to create them, and understand them. I'm trying to bring us back to boundaries because we're a little bit. If we get into the whole
no, it's fine. It is right up the alley of boundaries. But I did want to interrupt and say one quick thing. So apparently, when I went to go get my intimacy talk with Andrea with the bangs, I noticed it is over 1,000 views. So thank you everybody who watched that. And if you haven't seen it, it's got over 1,000 views. It's one of the most popular things on her channel that doesn't involve a celebrity, because I'm really not a celebrity, even when I'm a pirate. And so that's wonderful. If you haven't seen that talk, you'll understand materialism better, I promise you. And if it's not clear, let me know, and I'll try to clarify. But that's the thing.
It seems like you're pointing to a bottom up, like you're pointing to emergence, not.
But that's what materialism is. Materialism is a focus on only emergence. It's the denial of emanation. Materialism is sick. It's not the denial of all emanation. It's the denial. It's not. I take that back. It's a denial of emanation. It's not the denial that there are things above, but it's a denial that they come down and that we need to meet them. Instead, it says, no. Everything comes from below. Right? That the primary mode of the world comes from below. The reason why people are bad on Twitter is because of the platform. No, it's not. That's the dumbest thing anybody's ever thought in the history of the universe. Of course, that's not the case, right? The reason why we do bad churches or ugly churches is to show our piety. What? No, you're just a crazy materialist, right? The reason why we can self-transform is because seeds contain all the information required to grow into a tree. None of that is true. It's all false. It's all materialism. Like everything the seed needs is contained within the seed. No, it's not. That's foolishness. It's obviously wrong. The gravity's not in the seed. The water's not in the seed. The soil's not in the seed. Right? Like none of the sunlight's not in the seed. None of these things are in the seed. The seed's worthless without them. You can send a seed into space. It's never going to germinate and become a tree. Like, that's the problem. So Lost Cause says fascinating pick. That's good. And then, so I am not is above I am. If I am not is above I am, it's not.
No,
I don't know how you come up with that.
I was just doing inside and outside boundary box. So I was just,
she's just showing boundaries.
I just was going to
you don't identify with things. Identity is a negotiation. You probably missed the beginning. Identity is a negotiation. It's not up to you. And you don't have one identity. You're never going to have one identity because you're not one thing. You're not some flat two-dimensional object. That isn't how the world is. Like you can just observe yourself and see, I act differently around different people. Like, I mean, obviously, if you look at the videos that aren't live on Navigating Patterns, I don't dress like this. This is an identity that I adopt for the live stream on purpose. It's not me. I was in a dress shirt earlier today. No tie, no suit coat. I didn't need that. But I was in a dress shirt earlier today. And then I'm in a dress shirt driving top down in 80-degree weather today. Like, those are all different identities. Like, I'm the guy in the Beamer who drives too fast down the highway with the top down and doesn't care. Like, I'm not being a pirate. I'm just annoying people with my aggressive northern driving. That's totally different ethos. Are you going to do this to me again? Damn it, Sally. What is maintaining a boundary? I will X if X. If you X, I will X. I lock my doors. I do not X. Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Or also I X, right? Which is your virtues and values. Like it's not just what you don't do, but it's what you will do. Like I will always help homeless people. Like people can do that as well as help to maintain their boundaries.
So it's
so Paul Vanderklay always helps homeless people. That's part of him maintaining a boundary.
So is to maintain a boundary an action you take in the world?
It can be.
I would say it's a value.
No, it can be an action.
Is it a
You can put up a fence. You can put up a fence. That's an action, right? Or
but not doing the putting up the fence is also making your value manifest in the world. If you do not put up the fence, you are someone that wants to be open and wants to be.
So is it a physical?
You're still expressing. You're
expressing a value on the world.
Your inaction is an expression. This is where people get confused. This is really good.
Yes, the trade-off.
Great. Thank you. Your inaction is an expression. You're like, oh no, I don't express anything because I don't do anything. No, the fact that you don't do anything expresses to me that you're a lazy piece of garbage. How's that? You're expressing yourself in
clean
your
the room.
inaction. And people don't want that because now they're responsible no matter what. And I get that you don't want that, but it's still the world that you were born into.
You wanted.
I want to cover this. So I guess the way I saw the pick was above my. I see. So he's admitting that he might have seen the pick incorrectly there, but that's the issue. There is no condition of action or inaction where you're not signaling and where you're not expressing values. That doesn't exist, right? You can't say there is a state of no signaling in the world and therefore I'm going to hide, right? So the fact that we'll say you're a live hidden Christian means that what you're saying is my religion's not important to me and to others or in the world, or maybe both. What do we got, Sally?
So a boundary is an expression of values in the world.
I'd have to think about that. I don't know. Is it?
No, it's a little bit too oversimplified.
I think that's oversimplified. Yeah, I think that's way oversimplified. I know. I know it's not
It's a
easy,
signal.
Sally.
It's a signal. It's a signal of
Right.
something for sure.
It's a signal of something, right?
And
Right. That's the
what I
issue.
was trying to say to Blue Jay a couple weeks ago is people are always
Yeah.
signaling. It's up to you to
Right.
pay attention to what they're signaling. And he's like, well, I don't know if I'm smart enough to see all the things in the world. It's like, no, you're just not seeing the world. You're just not paying attention to what's around you. That's your own
Right.
your own problem with not valuing the interactions with people, valuing the activities that you're in.
Right. 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 And that is the issue, is that, you know, you think you can get away with this stuff by just not interacting, but of course there's no state of not, you're breathing, you're using up water.
I have no,
you're-
you can't, exactly. Yeah.
there are other
is,
people
there
that
is
know
not
about
no
you.
spoon. There is not no
Yes,
spoon to go back
There
to
is
the
not
Matrix.
no spoon. Right. Right. And that is
There
the
is-
lie of the Matrix, is that there's a place that you can exist where you're not in the Matrix. And it's like, no, there's no such place. And it's funny.
Well, the
because,
Matrix,
again,
yeah.
well, I sort of touched on this, Jesse, right? The Matrix tries to subvert these things, and then in the movie, it doesn't. And I don't think they realized that it didn't. I think that's one of the reasons why they abandoned the Superman thing and started to use it differently in the second movie. Right. Because in the first movie, it was implied that he was just going to have superpowers and free everybody, and that was going to be the end of that. And screw the architect, right? Which we don't really meet at that point. But
yeah, well, we can,
you know,
we if we do the Matrix, we got to do a stream on the other two. I think because the other two are far more important, as you said, in terms of what the other two,
Yeah.
they're deeper questions, but they're also confused, or just as confused.
yes. Well,
It also depends on your
they're trying to-
perspective or how you want to see the Matrix. Because I see the Matrix as a fundamental. It's about a construct. It's about getting you to believe in the construct rather than the construct itself.
But it's worse than that, right? So the end of the
Well,
Matrix
of
is
course.
basically them realizing we've subverted the architect of the simulation, right? And now we have a new person in charge.
Well, no.
We
No,
were
we
trying to
don't
get rid of
actually.
person in charge. What do we do?
Yeah.
I know, we'll go deeper into philosophy, which is the right move, to be honest. It's just a stupid move because you can't get out of that construct. Like, it's not, there are just limits and constraints, and that's one of them. The constraint of creation exists. And that's why the most pure, accurate, and precise, intelligent design theory came out of science, and it didn't come out of the fundamentalists. The fundamentalists actually have a perfectly reasonable, intelligent design thesis that is, yeah, a guy created it all, and he's God, and he has superpowers. That's actually way more reasonable than we live in a simulation, because, you know, saying we live in a simulation is a very materialistic way of getting around saying, well, if you live in a simulation, it had to be built by something that isn't the mere simulation itself. Right. And that's where you get into this. Why can self transcend? No, you can't. Like, you can't build a mechanical machine that builds mechanical machines bigger than itself. That can't happen. And we know this. We've been trying for hundreds of years, really, and it's never worked because things always get smaller, right? Unless they're injected with time, energy, and attention, right? And the only creatures that have time, energy, and attention are really us at the end of the day. And that's, you know, that's why AI is going to fail. And actually, I was going to do an AI video. I didn't, but I will. Right? It's parasitic. Like the thing that people don't realize is that you can only modify art within boundaries and keep it art. When those boundaries are gone, the modifications you make to the existing art no longer qualify as art to people. And no one realizes this yet. I mean, I've done the experiments physically, personally, myself. So I know that that's what's happening. There's a scaling problem.
He's one. But I want to return to echo your point, but also want to return back to something I was thinking. The difference between a seance and a performance art is very porous.
Yes.
If you know Marina Abramovich, you know who I'm talking about. Going back to something we're talking about. There's kind of the literature around the 7 basic stories. I'm not sure about that. But what we can point to is that the hero's journey is a boundary. If you follow that boundary line of the hero's journey, going around the stage, you get a story that people associate with. They can they can participate in, they can collaborate, they can elaborate from. That boundary line of the hero's story, or the hero's journey, sorry, is a way of making sense of the world, of stories. And when you try to, like the Matrix, not complete the hero's journey, you start subverting the original intention of the journey, of the story. Things just go mismatch.
Right.
And that's what starts to happen with those films. And then it has to go, you have to get to the fourth film, and to try and lock off the story, you have to go into critique space rather than to complete the actual story. Because if you don't know how to complete the story, you just have to start critiquing the fact that you never completed the story. And so you have this circles are spinning in opposite directions rather than completing the cycle.
Yeah,
and so what happens with the fourth film is basically it's another
movie.
incomplete cycle.
Right, but it was amazing.
Predicted,
like,
by the way.
Bullet time. I can control bullet. It's like, wait a minute, you just broke. You didn't broke the fourth wall. You broke all the walls. Like now we're boundaryless again.
Well, no. The proper read on that is that he starts to move like he starts to become an agent. The very thing he's fighting, he starts to become. He moves like they do. Like that's the line from Trinity, which occurred to me yesterday. And that's he broke the boundaries of what was possible for a non-agent in the world, and every time you do that, you subject yourself to becoming something that you desired not to be.
Well, and then he broke the boundaries of an agent by flying.
Yes.
And then they pulled that back. Right. And now he's not flying so much anymore, except to get places or to get out of a situation. But he's no longer flying to free people from the Matrix. It's like, wasn't that the implication of the end of the first movie? It was. And then it didn't happen.
If you want to go into a dark sort of corner for the last 10 minutes I've got left, the socialists in the communist utopia promised they were going to do a bunch of things, and they just imposed a darker, more sinister version than the previous system. So they said, we're going to, we're not going to have czars anymore. We're going to have a pseudo republic, and we're going to have a new money system and new way of valuing things and communities. And no, we're just going to impose a worse system than was there previously. It's not really based upon anything. It's just based upon our new preference set, which we haven't tested, by the way.
They have to. Like, it is parasitic upon that which came. Like, everybody wants to break free from that which came before. So one way of doing that is to ignore history. And that's why they say, if you ignore history, you're doomed to repeat it. Yeah, pretty much. But they want to break free from the constraints of the past, because it's the past that put us here. It's like, but it's also the past that put you here. And so all the good things you have are the result of the past too. And you try to critique and figure out where, why, and what the connections are. You can't do that. The thing you were born into is the result of distributed cognition through time. Tens of thousands of years by this point. It's like, and then you're going to come along with your tiny little Muppet brain and critique that? Like, really? That's your move. That's your move, right? And then usually my move is to show them they're stupid about something that they think they know something about, which happens to be easy for me because I have a really good memory and I'm fairly well read in certain areas. In certain other areas, no. Like, I haven't read any classics. I actually literally refused to read things like The Republic. And I'm reading it. We'll be doing the book club. The YouTube Texas, the Texas meaning community, right? Has the other ones up. We might go live with that at some point, but I refuse to read Canterbury Tales. I refuse to read Shakespeare. I flat out, no, I'm not doing that. And that's part of that is because I've seen the corruption of, especially in the U.S., a lot of the Charles Dickens stuff is acted out in the U.S. as though that happened in the U.S. when none of those things, nothing like that ever happened in the U.S. So in one way, the people in the U.S. are trying to pay for the sins of the Industrial Revolution in England, where we never made those mistakes. Like that we didn't have orphanages like that. That didn't happen here. It only happened over there. And they're trying to pay for the sins of their ancestors. This reparations talk is not new. It may have changed in implementation, but it's not new. And I didn't want to be corrupted by those views. So like, I didn't read any of the Western canon, like almost any of it. you know, I mean, there's exceptions. Obviously, I'm a big William Blake fan. My father's got his PhD in Blake, so like unavoidable at some point. Yeah, he has a PhD in English literature. His thesis was on William Blake. Oh yeah. So you want to talk some Blake? Let's do that, right? So my disengagement from things like Shakespeare, and I did read because I had to in high school. I did read Julius Caesar, right? Ye blocks, ye stones, ye worse than senseless things, says, was it Flavius to Morales? So I remember that. The rest of it I forget because iambic pentameter is a curse upon the planet and a killer of souls and hearts, as far as I'm concerned. Cannot stand it. But
you like Hamlet, then. You like Hamlet, then. Hamlet's
maybe. I'm probably not going to read it. But that's the thing. Like that was my boundary. I want to discover these boundaries for myself. And so when I'm talking about things you can't do, I'm speaking from absolute experience, not from theoretical book learning. Here we go. The standing people wondered why. Oh yeah, butt sitters. Chairs hers. What?
Chair
sitters. Chair sitters. Butt
I don't
sitters
know what
and chair
I'm on
sitters.
about. What is this about? I don't know, but it makes.
No, I mean, no, it's a good representation. It's not a dichotomy. That's a plus, right? So what you're actually saying is there's people that do things in the world, and the chair sitters are upset at the butt sitters, not realizing they are equally useless. Right?
I don't know.
They're equally useless. And they're like, you know what? I'm better than you because I'm a chair sitter. And the butt sitters go, I'm better than you because I don't need a chair to sit. And it's like, yeah, but you're both sitting and therefore you're useless and therefore we don't need you and shut up and go away and stop acting that you're better on the basis of a chair, which to your point earlier, Sally, is an aesthetic. Right? Okay. And that's really the issue.
Maybe right? That's why I don't know. We were talking about
No, you're highlighting aesthetic, but I want to go over this. If our world is a simulation, no, it's not. That's dumb. Then could it be a sim where all instances of time already exist? No, all that is dumb. I flat out refuse. I refuse your frame, sir. I refuse your frame. It is no good. No, we're not a simulation. That's just a dumb recursion theory that ends in tears for everybody. And I don't want to make everybody cry. So I want to engage in pure intelligent design theories about the universe. I don't find it useful. I think that if you're going to engage with intelligent design theories, you should side with fundamentalists. You should check out Ken Ham. Like that's a much better way of understanding the world than simulation theory could ever possibly be. And I can prove that mathematically too, by the way. It's not hard. It's just they never ask where the simulation comes from, right? It's like it's a self-emergent simulation. It's bigger than it's like, no, none of that is how anything in the world could ever possibly work. And we know this from simple observation. Stop getting silly, right? And that's the boundary. Like people are living in their heads again. Scientists are living in their heads going, we could build a simulation in our imagination that would simulate something bigger than itself. And therefore it would be emergent. And it's like, no, you can't actually do any of that. So it's pointless. What is
I made it horrible, Mark.
Why are you torturing me?
There.
Oh, there we go.
Now it's in a simulation. It's the computer's dream.
Now it's in a simulation. That's perfect. I like how you just made it a simulation. I think that's fantastic.
Done.
Simulation. And you can always do that. That's what people miss. Like you can always turn it into a simulation. You could imagine it as data you can imagine anything. This is the problem. You can imagine anything, but you can't do anything because you have boundaries and constraints in the world. So the fact that you can imagine unicorns doesn't mean anything other than the fact that you can imagine unicorns, but that doesn't affect the world. But it doesn't actually have an effect. And all right, what do we got? What author did you mention for me to read? I don't know. Did I mention for an author? An author? Did I mention an author ever? Reading is evil. I'm like burn the books. That's where I'm at. Welcome back.
No, I don't burn books. Bad people burn books.
I'm a bad people then. Books are no good. You got to learn about life by living it, damn it. Stop reading and thinking you're going to understand something about the world.
No one's reading anyway, so.
I'm reading the Republic tomorrow on the Texas Wisdom Community channel. So no one.
Too many people are watching movies as well, to my point.
and Danny's helping me, and Ethan's probably going to be there, and whoever else wants to come should show up. I'll find the challenge. But
One thing I wanted to say just before I got to wrap up, because I got to go to this family thing. I got family in town. That's why I'm wearing a fancy shirt and all that stuff.
family,
Is that
yes.
you can be virtuous in the world once you have a secured place. You have a boundary line that you're moving from. You can act virtuously. If you do not have a place that you're willing to defend, you cannot act virtuously in the world.
Right. Without boundaries, you can't be virtuous. You can only destroy
Exactly.
virtue in others. I like that. That's a good.
You have to have a place that you're starting from. Essentially, you have to have. This is my.
Right.
This is my safety net. Pick an analogy, right? This is my castle. This is my land, and then in order to do well or to aim at the good, the true, the beautiful, you have to have a place that you're starting from, but also a place you're willing to have a stake in.
Right. Right. And you can't have a stake without a boundary, without an endpoint for you, because then all stakes are part of you, but they're not. And then if everything's part of you, there's nothing to defend because it's all part of you. You're not going to fight against yourself. That makes no sense. And then, of course, that doesn't work. So you act out, and then you get angry and upset and start attacking people and being upset that people are judging you because they're standing and doing stuff and you're sitting either on a chair or on your ass. And well, don't sit. Like I don't. And it really, that's a great image, Sally. We should do more with that image because that really gets to the point of it, which is the point of it is, yeah, there's 3 types of people, and 2 of them are useless and bickering. And the third type is just being the ideal that they should be adhering to and upholding, and are not.
There's also a value distinction between works and good works, and you have to be able to. We as the West as a tradition have kind of devalued what we consider good works.
Yes, you're right. Well, we don't think about the good, the true, and the beautiful anymore. We assume
we're not able to make the
it.
distinction between what is
Right.
good works. Like we've just
We
rolled
don't-
it into the state or
We
into
don't
whatever
have
religion
boundaries.
frame.
Well,
Yeah.
And Sally pointed
Whatever
this
frame,
out.
yeah.
We've
Okay.
reduced it to aesthetics. And whether it's negative
No,
or positive,
aesthetics are the logical
aesthetic.
endpoint. That's what I was trying to get to. Aesthetics are the logical endpoint of not having these things echo out properly.
I don't. And now you're making a causality claim. I'm not sure it's true.
I'm not sure it's true either, but I've got to be. If someone's got to have a bit of a creativity, push the conversation along. If it's not me, it's not Sally
good.
Joe,
I
it's
like
me,
it.
and I'll
I
say
like
crazy things. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Well, you're
Yeah.
a crazy artist, so you're allowed.
Yeah, well.
But no, it's good. It's good. What do you got for us before you leave, sir? I know you have to go, so I don't want to.
We've touched upon this. It'd be good to come back to this sort of zone of the conversation because it is what's playing out right now. I did have a thought too. If you guys if the audience hasn't heard of the Whatever podcast, I don't necessarily recommend it, but you can look up a few clips from the Whatever podcast and you'll get a good perspective on the problem of identity and character in the upcoming generations and how they essentially one of the biggest claims is X is whatever I want it to be rather than X has a defined boundary instead of limitations. For instance, one of the girls said if feminism is basically me doing whatever I want to do. She said that out loud, and I was like, "Well, that's interesting. That's the this is a lot there."
Freedom from everything, freedom to do anything.
Yes, and then freedom to accomplish nothing, which is the bigger.
That's why we have a despair. I did a thing about this, the crippling nature of boundless opportunities, because that's where a lot
Decision fatigue
is. It was a person sitting on a hill, and down the hill was gold paths in every direction. Because you can't go anywhere. You'll still starve to death on a gold path if you can't go on one.
Manuel just asked me overnight, what does 100% anti-Muppet proof mean?
You did.
Affirmation, negative, target, exclusion. I'm not sure. If yeah, I would have to ask him. The sentence is a little bit hard to read. I think I know what he's getting at. Well, it was my comment on which Mark echoed that Paul Vaniclay interviewed Mary Harrington, and I said it was phenomenal. I said Paul's frame of wherever you started from is 100% anti-Muppet proof.
There you go. That makes sense. I haven't even caught up on Twitter today because I was running around actually doing things all day.
Okay. Twitter's just it's just a catalog of my. I can give you a thought and opinion. I can spin one right up right now. Whether I actually want to defend it or not is ask me 2 days.
No. I enjoy
Yeah.
your interactions on Twitter, so they're good.
But no, it's just me in life. I get myself into all sorts of trouble.
That's good.
Yes. To be an artist in some sense is to be a troublemaker, but you need that. Father Eric.
Speaking of troublemakers, oh my goodness!
Really?
Ultimate troublemaker. He's not even at home. He's off doing something somewhere.
Mark, that's where you'd be wrong. See, this is now my office.
Oh, really? Oh,
my current office is the workmen are going to be breaking through the wall, and for some reason they don't want me in there. So here I am in the cubicle of destiny.
Oh wow, you're a cubicle priest now. Wow.
Yeah, I am.
Jeez, we never thought it would come to this. Desperation in the Catholic Church. They're shoving their poor priests in the cubicle.
How far have we fallen from grace if the priests are in cubicles?
About 40 feet.
40 feet. Exactly 40 feet.
I know it's about 40 feet because that's, how far I hauled all my stuff today. So anyway, here it is, the beautiful cubicle. There's my lava
gorgeous.
lamp.
I love it.
There's Margaret's office. And then Father Carmel's over there. And there's my door. So here we are.
Nice. Interesting.
I guess I just wanted to.
What did you offer for boundaries?
What did I what?
What do you have to offer us for boundaries for today's topic?
Yeah. Well, as you well know,
You can frustrate Jesse, because he has to go soon.
Yeah. Basically, one of the fundamental properties of being is that every being is a being, which means that it's not another being.
I like it.
I like that. That's good. Ethan, those people want a constraint-free landscape filled with their own designed affordances, right, from their imagination, which is a boundless realm. And they want that boundless realm manifest outside of their heads. And that's why they don't know where they end and other things begin. All right, because they're just trying to project the perfect world, and it is a perfect world, right? This is where you get utopianism onto the world outside their head. And I think like Karl Marx is a perfect example of somebody tried to do that. And just obviously wrong. Like, really, how does anybody take his stuff seriously? It takes 4 seconds. Like, this is all dumb. This is actually stupidity. It may sound confusing, and then people are like, oh, it's confusing. He must be really smart. It's like, no, it's confusing because he's 3 years old and stupid. Damn it, Sally. Now I have to rearrange the whole thing. What do we got? How to use a boundary. Me, boundary, my home, boundary, my work. Oh, I like it. Boundary, my community, boundary, my nation, boundary. Yes. Path of horror. I love it. Oh, death, war, and horror as the dragon. I like it. The dragon's assaulting the boundaries. I'm all in. I'm okay with all that. I like it. Now Ethan's got more to say. 2-year-old temper tantrum syndrome. Yes. Yes, can confirm.
I mean, everybody knows that when you want to have a magical, what was it, a constraint-free landscape filled with their own designed affordances, that's what fanfiction.com is for. Because you could just
Mhm.
post whatever you want there, and it doesn't have to have anything to do with anything. And
That's
you
the
can be
problem with
happy there.
Tumblr.
Right.
That's what happened with Tumblr. That was the Tumblr revolution of social media. It was the fan fiction became the norm. There was no distinction
Well, and
between
it's
fiction and fan
parasitic,
fiction.
right? Like it wears out eventually because it's parasitic. It's like, yeah, but you need real authors to, right? It's the same problem that Daft Punk ran into. They said, wait a minute, we're doing a lot of sampling here. You know, we're doing a lot of sort of banal stuff. I mean, not anything they do is banal. They're an awesome band, but they're like, we need to get real artists in, right? They did a whole album with real artists where, you know, now we have new material. It's like, yes, you can't be parasitic forever. You can't just do rap music and sampling forever because you're just going to run out of either language or samples or both. And then what are you doing? Like now you've destroyed the thing you love by overusing it, basically, by overburdening it. And you need boundaries. That's what you need boundaries for.
Is also the misuse of material limited objects. Like you're using an object that can't. It's you know, a piece of music, a notation of a piece of music can be reinterpreted. But when you're just sampling a limited object, there's only so many times you can actually sample it before the limited object breaks down. I mean, I know I'm using really specific terms, right? But like,
Yeah.
there's
it's copying. Copying destroys things. The first copy is less than the original. The second copy is less than the first copy, etc. And it degrades. It's parasitic. It's reciprocal narrow.
So I think I realized something. So if you're insisting other people behave in a way that you should be tolerated, what you've done is your boundary is appropriate like this. And then if you make it bigger to where it squishes other people's boundaries, it becomes frail and inappropriate. And then everything is war.
Right.
Or something like that.
Well, I want to deal with this. So Father Eric question here. You want to deal with this? I know only this term birth lottery, which is a garbage conception of the universe that should be ignored. Like that you are and not someone else, right? I suppose God decided this boundary. I don't see that as a boundary. God decided I was the one to be born as Bubble Viz. Well, that's certainly true. I don't see it as like the birth lottery is we all won by being born. Like that's but go ahead, Father Eric. You can take that.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's basically just an extension of this idea of providence, that God's the one who's actually in charge here. Was it Hanser von Balthasar imagined God as a great playwright and director, and all of us on his stage acting out his great drama. And your part has been assigned and your script has been written, and you can choose whether or not you're going to actually stick on the script or if you're going to go mess the whole thing up. But he's a great enough writer that he can deal with the improv.
Oh, here we go. I have a feeling that materialists and scientists, those are the same thing, cannot handle the fact about our world, the birth lottery. Well, it's not the birth lottery, but they can't handle anything about birth. They can't even talk about creation at any scale. At any scale, right? All they can do is say it's all from initial conditions. But what do you got for us, Father Eric?
Yeah, well, I mean, that just sounds like an argument against materialism because these are just inescapable constraints. I'm never going to be 7 feet tall, no matter how much I want to be 7 feet tall. I'm never going to be able to go back and be the cool kid in high school. You're just dealing with these inevitable constraints here.
Well,
you're the cool priest in our school. Don't worry.
Sure.
Well, the person who has integrity, who has character, who is able to navigate the patterns of life and their own identity, is someone who can mediate between those spaces. So you have to understand that there are quality differences between different types of boundaries. A stone wall cannot have a gate easily. You have to have a very limited where a picketed fence, you can install a gate quite easily. So there's these different types of boundaries, and you have to honor and respect why they were built in the first place, right? A walled castle,
and what their boundaries of. And that's
Yes,
the
it is.
porousness that Sally
Yeah.
was talking about before. Like, porous to what? Because every boundary is a filter, and filters are the way the world works. We filter everything out.
And if you don't have a restored gate, or don't have this ability to mediate between yourself and others in the world, you're going to invite yourself or bring in different challenges, and challenges you might not be willing to accept, or might not even be willing to embrace, right? If you let in foreign animals inside your castle, you don't know how to deal with them, for instance, right? Like the crocodiles are meant to be in the moat outside of the castle, not inside the castle, for instance. And how do you deal?
Right.
How do you deal with a crocodile inside a stone castle? That'd be quite a challenge.
Well, I've heard that crocodile tastes like chicken, so that's how I deal with it.
It does. It's actually quite good. So kangaroo actually tastes quite good if you cook it right too. Just a little at-home reference here. But which just kind of leads me to maybe wrap up my part of this discussion, which I always love. Thanks for having me on, Mark. Is that perhaps if you want to have or maintain boundaries in life, you need virtues and values.
Yes.
To know what to
Right,
let in
that's
and what
what
to
you
reject.
Well, and
And
that's
also
what gives you
to bring others in.
integrity and identity.
Yeah.
Right. It's deciding what you let in, right? Because you can't let everything in. But that gives you identity and integrity at the same time.
Yes. Because
So,
sometimes it
no,
is a
that's a great
virtuous
comment.
thing to bring in
Thank you
people.
for joining, Jesse. Always a pleasure to have you.
Nice to meet you finally, properly, Sally Jo.
Yeah.
And Father Eric, I'm sure I'll see you again soon. Thanks. Okay. Cheers. Bye.
Cheers. So we got another one. Father Eric, have you ever talked to a scientist about who or what is running the birth lottery?
No.
I mean, this is brand new framing for me, but it's so miserable. Like, there's such thing as a birth lottery. Like,
Does the birth lottery imply that your spirit as such existed before your physical form was conceived, or is it a different abstract?
No, it's just the end of materialism, right? It's a stop against materialism. Like, at some point, people weren't born equal, and now you need to explain that, and you can't use materialism because in materialism there's an equal amount of matter and antimatter, and so it's like, well, if there's an equal amount of matter and antimatter, how did our universe come to be? Because they start from zero because they're stupid, and then they don't realize how the math is going to work out because I don't know why they didn't realize that instantly. And then they go, well, it's a weird mystery that there's more matter than antimatter in the universe. And I'm like, it's not a weird mystery. You need to start from that because it was obvious. You just ignored the observation that there has to be more matter than antimatter and proceeded as if they were equal. And then you ended up at zero again. No kidding, genius. That's because you're stupid. Like, I don't even know. So what is this? This is making the decision.
Yeah. So I mean,
right.
this is basically like if your heart is not open to God, then all of these things are just going to be mysterious and unfair and arbitrary and awful. Whereas if you say, you know what,
right,
maybe I really wanted to be a quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings, but I was not created that way. I guess there's a different plan out there for me,
Right. Well, it's drawing the boundaries of where you're at. And again, versus the world, like, I'm at a certain point and that point is not quarterback material, right? And then accepting that, like, oh, okay, these are the boundaries in which I'm born, and therefore, right? And it is the end of materialism in that materialism can't explain difference. In other words, the evolutionary system can't explain itself. That should be obvious, but apparently all the evolutionists think that it can. And then they usually resort to physics, which they know nothing about. They get all the physics wrong, and all the physicists start screaming at them and saying, that's not how physics works. And then everybody ignores that. And it's like, you guys are just referencing each other, thinking that the other side is solving a problem that it's not solving. The physicists often point back to the evolutionists and say, oh, well, if we could discover initial conditions or string theory or whatever, then evolution will explain the rest. And that also is already proven not to be true, by the way. Like, so I don't know why they keep doing this, but they're just constantly rebelling against the idea that there was something here first. There is a creation. Creation is existence, and that is the thing into which you grow, the place where you transform, and you can't self-transform. That makes no sense, right? And you can't say, "Oh, seeds self-transform into trees." No, they don't. They need gravity, they need water, they need sunlight, they need soil, they need nutrients. Like, it's not by itself. There is a creation around the seed, and without that creation, the seed doesn't grow into a tree. So the seed doesn't contain all the information to grow into a tree. This is nonsense talk. And it's nothing else. It's just crazy people talking crazy things because they're crazy. And it's okay not to listen to crazy people because they're crazy. Apart from the fairness, unfairness, it's not. It's just difference. And difference is good. There is a fact that a decision is made. No. And science can't handle or recognize this fact. No, science cannot get at why. It doesn't answer why questions. Science explicitly removes itself from why questions. It can only answer how questions. And how questions
I think that's the point he's making.
Why frameworks.
That's the point he's making, that science can't handle the fact that there are decisions.
Right.
Not just decisions that you can point at it individually.
Right.
Yeah.
Enfleshed human being making, but like decisions about
Peterson
creation.
uses the model that science can't tell you how to pass through a cornfield. Like, that's the little
right. It doesn't tell you how to walk. Nothing tells you how to walk through an empty field, right? The empty field doesn't tell you how to walk through the empty field. Right. Yeah. There's so many things that point to God existing, like something that was bigger than you and bigger than all the things that you can possibly know about had to create all of those things, including you. It's really not that hard. And people I think people get upset when there's something easy and obvious that they missed. And then they want to be smart for whatever stupid reason, and then they reject the simple, easy answer. And then they get caught up in this, well, there must be as much matter as antimatter in the universe because we started our math at zero like a bunch of dumb people, and we didn't notice that we made a stupid mistake. And now it's a mystery. It's like, no, it's not a mystery. You're just stupid. It's fine. It's okay. We're all dumb sometimes. It's cool. Like, relax.
Oh, I don't know if we've been talking about boundaries this way, but I was wondering if one of you would be able to put out an example of a boundary within a family or a boundary within a congregation. How do you determine one, and how do you know it's not just being selfish? Because this is a consistent struggle for many people, where they wear themselves out, or they don't see the beginning of themselves, and then they cannot be amicable because they haven't treated themselves with care, and they're doing that because they're in fear of something like being selfish, or basically like somehow violating the good by caring for the self or something. Not to be confused with ridiculous amounts of self-care, because I know that's a whole trope that everybody's freaked out about right now, which I'm like, have you met women? Because some of them should just take a nap. But okay, be upset about self-care. Anyway, so yeah, and I'm kind of interested in boundaries for that reason, because I know that I should have them. I know that probably having some better ones could help avoid what I term surprise emotions. And I would like to figure that out, but man, I don't want to be selfish. I can't tell how much I could do, and I always feel like I could do more, and then sometimes it just turns into a soup sandwich.
Well, I think emotions tell you your boundaries, Sally. Like, your emotional state tells you, oh, I'm doing too much. Your emotional state is the thing you need to pay attention to discover your boundaries.
Not that stupid thing again.
Yep.
Self-aware answer. Damn it.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, if you're actually genuinely wondering if you're going too far or not, the most useful thing you can do is talk to a wise person who cares about you and see what they think.
And then you can ignore them and then do it anyway. And then get an I told you so later on your Discord. Hypothetically. It's all hypothetical. It doesn't happen
Oh.
every day or anything. It's fine.
It's always such a straightforward, simple answer that I have no idea how to implement.
Well, yeah, that's because you haven't been paying attention to your emotions because they're the one thing that overrides your will. Emotions override your will, guys. If your will is being overridden, it's your emotions. Not
That's-
always, but
That's a
almost always your emotions.
gonna put in the other book. Great stuff I didn't want to know.
All right, Sally. Sorry to ruin your day with the same thing
Okay.
I've been telling you for 3 years, but
The other book because I expected something. Sure.
oh, there you go. Yeah, I think Father Eric, you've got to put this this desire of people to understand creation in a way that is not helpful to them to bed. How do you crazy Catholic priests deal with people who just do nothing but question and question and question and question and question, other than just calling them crazy Protestants and burning them at the stake, which is my preferred method. So I'm glad you're in charge instead.
Yeah, we just tell them to pray more and trust God.
Well, that's a fine answer. I like that. Yeah, I
At
mean,
a
it's
certain
this
point- at a
need to
certain point-
understand thing. You know, it's crazy.
At a certain point, I say, this is in the Bible or it's a part of our tradition. And at a certain point, you're either going to accept it or you're not. And I'll pray for you.
Right. Well, yeah, and it is that lack of accepting a non-answer. It's like sometimes you're not going to get an answer, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're just not going to get an answer. Maybe no answer is possible, or maybe there's no way for you to understand. Like there's a bunch of things that I would like to understand that I know I will never understand. But it's like, oh, okay, well, whatever. There's a bunch of things I can understand better than nearly anybody else on the planet, and all balances out. It's cool. Like I don't, yeah. Would I like to understand the mind of God? Maybe, but it's not gonna happen. So it's like, well, whatever. I mean, it's cool. Like I'll understand something else instead, like, because it's still about time, energy, and attention. T. Right? It's about time, energy, and attention. And so if you're spending your time, energy, attention on something you can't ever understand, or if you understood it, you couldn't do anything with the information, then you're taking away from all the things you could understand and do something with the information. And so, and look, I'm not saying don't philosophize, but like at a certain point, your philosophization is taken away from doing this.
Yeah. At a certain point, you got to pull the Thomas Aquinas, where you point at everything that you've written and say, compared to the real thing, this is all straw.
Yes, there you go. I'm coming around to Tommy. I'm like, yeah, the more I hear about Tommy, the more I'm in on the Tommy thing.
Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I keep on. I'll hear some of my delightful Orthodox cousins bash on Western Christianity, and I look at their critiques, and I'm like, yeah, actually, you're nailing the later scholastics pretty good there, but you haven't got Thomas. You've not got Thomas. Haven't taken him out yet. Because it's amazing. It's really, this blew my mind when I learned it in my history philosophy classes, is that Thomas Aquinas is writing in the 13th century, and then nobody but Dominicans read him. Like, it was like half forgotten about until the late 19th century, when Pope Leo the 13th was like, guys, we're all going to go back to Thomas Aquinas because everything else has been a mess since then.
There you go. Uh-oh, here we go again. What is easy to understand is that there is a decision that is made. Not necessarily me not being Father Eric. To me, this is an interesting fact about our world. It's not interesting. It's
He's-
obvious and
he's-
everywhere.
Well, I don't know. I think it's a little bit interesting. There is like a certain sense of awe I can get at the fact that I actually exist sometimes, and that
Well,
that's
that
me,
sure.
right? And
Well,
so
but
and then
those are
like
your
maybe
boundaries.
imagining what I would be like if I was somebody else, and then like, but I'm not, and so I'm being a little nicer to Mr. Bub Elvis than you are.
So
No, sure, but that's the boundaries discussion. It's like your
Mhm.
boundaries are yours, and they're not somebody else. And the fact of boundaries is the thing that makes things unique. Yes,
Mhm.
and
know-
uniqueness is an interesting thing to ponder. Sure, but it has nothing to do with you or others at that point. That's true for rocks, and it's true for grass, and it's true for birds, and everything else.
I don't know if I was reading Marcus Aurelius or where I was reading it, but I came across the ancient perception that like life is more like a blossoming of a rose, and I'm very. It's an interesting idea because is a rose better because it blossoms? If a
Yes.
rose just was, it wouldn't be better. And this is
Right.
one of the things that weirdly justifies the suffering in life. Because if you think of yourself like the blossoming of a rose, like your life is like the blossoming of a rose. It might be better because of its the transition, and then it's a good way to recognize yourself as a pattern or a piece of a pattern or as a thing that is not just the flesh.
Yeah, you're not static. You're not static. And
Yeah.
see, that to me is more amazing. The fact that who you are now and who you were are different, and who you're going to be are all different. That's
Well-
way more interesting to me. That
Yeah.
there's this transformative unfolding across time, and that even though you clearly only have one me-ness about yourself or I-ness about yourself, that is changing. And that to me is way more interesting and amazing than anything else.
And isn't
What is this, the Father Eric show? What is going on?
I'm actually going to do a controversial take here and not quote Thomas Aquinas, but I'm going to quote Heidegger. And I think the fact you're looking for is thrownness, the fact of having been thrown into the world. He actually,
Yeah, you're losing points left, right, and center now. Heidegger on my channel. How dare you discuss
I think
disgusting
it's
modern
I think
philosophers?
sure, but I think it's a really interesting word, and I kind of like it.
I do like
Thrownness.
thrownness, actually. No, I do.
Yeah.
I do like thrownness, but it is one of those cop out sort of like something happened to you, and therefore it's like fair enough. So what?
Well, he's just looking for the term for that moment when you realize that you have boundaries and you are not other people and other people are not you. I can't come up with a
Right.
better word than thrownness for that.
No,
So
that's right. Well, and of course it's always going to stray here because Bubble Viz, is like this. Father Eric, what would be the best term to refer to this fact? There we
yeah,
go.
that's what I'm
And
answering.
then thrownness, and there being a thrower. Yeah,
I think if you understand it like that, 2 thumbs up.
yeah, like why do you have to go further? You can keep going further forever, or you could do something useful. It's up to you. Go to the useful, do something useful. You wanna go down the philosophical rabbit hole forever because it's not resolvable? You can do that too. But I would prefer not the Cheetos dust and Mountain Dew philosophy route.
Why you
'Cause it's-
why are you
it's
being
just
so hard on
ridiculous.
Elvis, man? I think he's asking good questions.
I don't think they're good questions. It's all obvious, crazy stuff.
Well, you have to have figured out, Mark, that things that are
Oh, here we
obvious to you
go.
aren't
See?
always-
There you go. This is never going to end. This is the whole thing.
It's being God. There you go.
Right. It's
I'm
just
going to answer
God.
all
Like,
these
I don't-
questions with God.
Right.
That
like,
great
yeah,
mystery,
God,
that
God,
thing
God.
high atop everything.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm
It's
gonna-
not hard. It's just obvious. We have reference for all this already. We always did. We just keep rejecting the religion or the religious tradition in the case of the Protestants, or whatever it is. It's like, well, or you could just accept that all this has been resolved. It's like these. I don't know if you saw it. Father, did you see the Vanderklay did a clip of the Nate Heil social justice talk? I don't know if you saw that video.
I think I did, but remind me what I was supposed to notice.
I got 30 minutes in and I couldn't watch it anymore because one of the guys in the Nate Heil talk was saying, well, I'm going after my PhD and we're trying to have 3 kids and she can only work part-time because, right? And I'm just sitting there like, this has nothing to do with justice. These are all decisions you made about your life. And then Vanderklay doubles down on this ridiculous frame. And I'm pretty upset about this actually. And I did excoriate him in the comments. But he doubles down on the frame and says, is it just for colleges to offer PhDs that basically won't earn you money? And I was like, that's not a justice issue. Like, this has nothing to do with justice. Like, and the thing is, people don't understand. PhDs were always designed not to make money. They were literally designed for wealthy people to have something to do. And this is how Tolkien wrote his books. He had money. It wasn't an issue of they're designed for the wealthy class to give them a game to play. That's what a PhD is for. What a PhD is not for is to make money. It was never for that, and it shouldn't be for that. And this is the materialism. It's like, oh, well, I have X years of education and I make X dollars, right? Because we make this ridiculous, which isn't true, by the way. None of the numbers bear this out. And then therefore, if I get 4 more years or 6 more years or whatever it is, I should make that much more money. And it's like, well, none of that works that way. And no, you shouldn't. It wasn't even designed that way. Where did you get this and why are you a lunatic? So there is a thrower, the one who decides where you will land. Like, why is this relevant? There is God. Yeah, he does things. And so what? What is the name of this thrower is philosophy. And what is the name of the throne? No. I don't even recognize this question at this point. It just seems redundantly silly.
Alrighty, so since we're on the subject of justice, I have a question from the Summa here. The Summa is all laid out like this on Aquinas.cc. If you guys ever have questions, and so you were talking about modifying justice and how irate that made you, but Aquinas identifies 2 species of justice, such as commutative and distributive. And I haven't actually studied this bit yet. So a particular justice is directed towards a private individual who's to compare to the community as a part to the whole. Now, twofold order may be considered in relation to a part. In the first place, there is an order of one part to another, which corresponds with the order of one private individual to another. This order is directed by commutative justice, which is concerned about the mutual dealings between 2 persons. In the second place, there is the order of the whole towards the parts, which corresponds to the order of that which belongs to the community in relation to a single person. This order is directed by distributive justice, which distributes common goods proportionately. Hence, there are 2 species of justice, distributive and commutative. Just curious your take on that.
Yeah, that would require some actual research. Okay. I don't think that's correct. I mean, I think this is perspectival postmodern framing, effectively before postmodernism, but postmodernism has been around a long time. Yeah, I mean, this is what Socrates talks about in Book 2, explicitly, right? He says, you can't understand justice from the perspective of a single person. That's not a possible thing that you can do. And that's why they do the cities. In other words, when they're doing the cities, it's not a political statement. There's no politics in the Republic. I mean, I haven't finished it, but I'm going to guarantee you right now it's not there. If you're putting politics in the Republic, that's something you're doing. Socrates doesn't understand these concepts and would never think of the world this way. What he's doing with the cities is he's explicitly saying at the scale of a single person, justice cannot be understood because it's too low resolution. And so you can't relate yourself to justice in that way. The only way justice makes any sense, because again, virtues aren't of any use like philosophy on a desert island by yourself. Pointless. right? The only way to relate to justice is at the level of a city. I mean, and that, that could be a society or a culture. It doesn't really matter. To the ancient Greek, cities were societies and cultures.
Right,
Society,
and
culture,
he's
and city were all the
explicitly
same.
framing it that way, saying that the particular individual is compared to the community as a part of a whole. Like he's
Right.
got that framing as far as I could tell.
Yeah, but at that point, then there's not two types of justice. There's still only one, and that which emanates from above.
Sure, and he would have a very strong sense of that. But so let's see if we can parse this out a little bit. You've got commutative justice, right? That's the bit where there's a dispute between two members of a system.
Right.
And we need to figure out how to resolve this dispute between the two members of the system. And so we've got to not just have these two members, but we have to have the rules of fair play, of balance, all of these ideas of justice,
Right.
which is going to have to be adjudicated by at least a third person, maybe 12 other people. Sally's distracting me with a drawing. I'm doing philosophy, Sally. Put your drawings away. No, they're more relevant now.
No, so it's between, you're talking about it has to be between one of these parties.
Yeah. So this is like
I think that's the problem. You can't talk about justice in terms of a single person.
Well, sure. But we're not talking about a single person, right? We're talking about two individuals who are part of a community with agreed upon standards.
Us.
Right. And so we could call that commutative. And then we've got common goods, right? Things that everybody should have access to. And trying to figure out how people get access to these.
I can fix that. That's easy to fix, right? So what he's basically done there is there is only one type of justice, okay? And what he's describing is a relationship from a perspective.
Yeah, sure. No, he would say that justice is one virtue. So, but it's got these two species, which are just appearances. So that's literally the way he talks about it. These two different appearances of the same thing.
Yeah, or implementations is or manifestations might be.
Sure. But species literally means, comes from sight, that you see something.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it's related to that, right? I would call something you can see either an implementation or manifestation. Because that's the action that goes with the ability to see.
Sure, but we're translating from Latin, and this word species it loses a little bit of it because it was probably
impossible.
Yeah.
Well, the Latin's probably way more accurate because Latin is a super accurate language, unbeknownst to everybody. Latin should be a programming language. It's so beautiful. It really is. It really should be a programming language. It's so well structured in that way. So yeah, I mean, if he's just making a difference of perspective, then sure, and that's valid. Like, sure, absolutely, as long as it's only a perspectival difference. And again, this is in. I cannot believe nobody has ever once, as far as I can tell, mentioned that right in book 2 is Gnosticism, the problem of children, and the problem of scaling. They're right explicitly. Right in book 2, and everybody skips over this and starts saying, well, there's politics. There's no politics. I don't know what's wrong with your brain. You probably need drugs or to get off drugs or something's wrong with you at that. Literally, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but something's wrong with you if you missed what was going on in book 2. It's kind of explicit.
You could also just be 19 when you read it, like I was.
Fair enough. Whatever. And this is why I didn't read that stuff. I didn't, can't absorb that stuff when you're young. Come on. You got to be older. Like, you got to understand things about the world. You have to interact with the world. And
you
this
can't
is what
do
I
metaphysics until you're 50.
There you go. Well, and this is what I said to on Karen Wine's channel once. She asked me like, why don't you read Plato and all this? And I'm like, because they found out everything by living life, and so I'm assuming you can do the same thing. Like I'm not assuming that they're super magic creatures. I'm assuming that anybody can run into what they ran into, and maybe they were better at articulating it. And maybe my goal is not to be able to articulate it because I just don't care about articulating it, right? And I don't need to articulate it because I can just have Sally draw it. Problem solved. And yeah, that's and yeah, if you want to have discussions about it, now you have a problem. But like, this is why I like John Vervaeke's work. We couldn't talk about meaning without John's work. It's not possible. And I'm going to die on that hill. I'm going to say no. Before John Vervaeke, there was no way to talk about meaning that would make any progress with anybody ever. And you could say, oh, Peterson, and I'm like, no, Peterson did not go all the way. He did not give you the framework. He gave you the framework for interacting with meaning pragmatically, and I would argue that's better. I would argue that all day too. However, having the science of meaning that Vervaeke gives you now gives you a way, if you're clever enough, to build tools to create more pragmatic ways of interacting with people in a meaning crisis or a crisis of faith, for that matter. But the more important one for me is the meaning crisis. Crisis of faith needs to be taken up by the church. Someday, I hope they do that. I would argue that they haven't been lately. And Vanderklay and his misunderstanding of Peterson revival and all that nonsense is making it worse, not better. Which is not to say there isn't a lot of good coming out of it, but it is making it worse. I mean, I think those people are going to fall back out pretty quickly. That would be the danger there. Or get kicked out, like poor Sam. Poor Sam. Oh no, I got kicked out of the church that was only ever going to kick me out anyway, because I set up a situation where that had to be the case. Whatever. I'm not feeling sorry for you. You did that to yourself. Stop playing victim. Disgusting. Disgusting and horrible. Terrible, terrible. Oh, I want to appeal to a higher authority. No, you don't. You picked a non-denominational church, you muppet. You did all that to yourself. Nobody did that to you. You could have gone to a Catholic church. You wouldn't have had that problem. Just saying.
So at one point in the conversation, we got to a boundary is a value expressed, and then we decided that was oversimplification.
Yes.
So then what is it?
Value? What is a value?
No, a boundary.
Well, a boundary. Yeah. Boundaries have lots of qualities, like they're filters, right? There are also ways to include things, right? And so there's an implication of a filter keeping things out, and there's an implication of an inclusion keeping things in. And you say, oh, it's a two-way filter or whatever. I think it's important to differentiate the inside from the outside, right? It's also a way of relating, right? Without a boundary, you can't have a relating. You can't have relationship as such. Relationship only makes sense with a boundary.
Because otherwise you don't have two different things.
Right.
Right. Right. And also you don't have something to relate to. So because let's just if you're trying to live with somebody without being married, you don't have a container with a boundary to relate to the other person with. And so that can only really end one of two ways. One of you is in charge and the other of you is completely subservient to that person. Or you're both trying to be equal all the time, which is just exhausting. Like it's just terrible to try to be equal with people. It's just an awful thing to try to do to yourself and to others, because it's an impossible standard to live up to, because you're not equal and you're not going to be. And so when you're putting all your energy into being equal and treating each other equally, you're really just wasting a bunch of energy on something that's impossible. And eventually that's going to catch up with you and burn you out.
That is my experience trying to do collaborative art with 80% at least of people.
Right, because somebody needs to come in and lead, and you know, not to pick on Sally Joe, but I mean, she's here, so we might as well. She can defend herself. She sets up an art server. Where does she get all the art done? On my server. Why? Because we set up the structures. This is going to be
Boring.
the structure. Go this way, right? And there's all sorts of other little pieces there, but it's the leadership and the willingness to draw the clear boundaries and filter people out for her and get people to see, you know, look, if you're going to post, be involved. If you're not going to be involved, don't post.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, I can't do my own art while entertaining the ideas of others. I can in regards to what I'm doing with my art, because like I do art with this group, but it's not because it's stuff I don't want to do. And if I have to entertain all ideas equally, it becomes infinite. And I have this horrible habit of being nice. And I just have to quit. It's not useful. Like just because I can't go down every rabbit hole of why this person wants to draw cigarette lighters and this person wants to draw lilies and this person wants to draw ducks and this person wants to draw non-organic forms. And I was very excited about to become an artist and trying to get this going. And I've tried it in a variety of iterations, and it has been the most functional with this other domain. Yeah, and I've just been looking for a functional domain. Like I'm pragmatic, and I think it's valuable, and like, yeah. So that's what I'm. And then
you've been searching for constraints. It sounds like.
No, I knew that I was though. Like
Okay,
a container. So you need a container in which to manifest the art, because you can't just manifest random art.
Yeah, no, I tried working with galleries. I tried a variety of different types of galleries. I tried working with musicians. I love the way musicians think, but I don't love the way musicians act, because the language of songs is the same as the symbolic language of how I draw and paint and make forms. And so I can riff on ideas and structures and what could be created with musicians all day, but functionally doing anything, I just get too angry with them, because I expect if you said 8 o'clock, it was going to be 8 o'clock. If you said Tuesday the 12th, it was going to be Tuesday the 12th. And then I'm there and I'm ready. And everybody else is like, well, maybe we'll see you at 10. And just nobody shows. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's real. That's why the bands that get big probably actually had to be organized early on and actually rehearse.
I call it band boy syndrome. There's just a band boy syndrome. It's kind of like California-itis, except a little less terminal.
Yeah, I've got a brother who's a musician. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm kind of a bit of a musician myself, but not full time.
So what, and I think you probably answered it, and it probably just doesn't fit into the square hole that I'm obsessed with. What would be a functional example for the average congregation member of like having a self-maintaining boundary in a Christian way? Does that make sense? I feel like it does, but I'm
getting caught up on the word self-maintaining.
Maybe that's not a good word. I'm looking for an alternative to because there's good martyrdom, and there's conceited martyrdom, where it's like, well, I'll just do it because it's the right thing to do, until the point they destroy themselves and their family. Mm-hmm. And you shouldn't do that. You should have some boundaries with other people that are requesting things upon you. And it's hard. Here's a good, I think this is a good example. there's the mother who's doing volunteer stuff to the detriment of her own kids, but she can't stop because she doesn't have boundaries. How does she, in a Christian way, figure out where that begins and ends? And this isn't specifically the one, but this is the best cohesive one I can think of right now.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, what we're dealing with here is the virtue of prudence. And prudence is knowing how to go about the good in the right way. If somebody doesn't have an intuitive sense of the good, then usually, like the way you learn prudence is just to be around prudent people and watch what they do and figure out how they do it, right? If you don't have an intuitive sense of when that's too much and too far, you just have to. I mean, this was the answer I gave: is you find a wise person who cares about you and ask what they think.
Okay, so I just got hung up, and so it's seeking out a person to embody it, like seeking out a person who's doing it well.
Right, yeah.
Right. Okay.
And then you explain it to them, and hopefully they got something to say.
Well, you might not get them, because the problem with being a kind of person who wants to articulate life to this detail is when you ask the average NPC, how do you do what you're doing? They pretty much self-implode and get freaked out by you. And so sometimes the answer would just be to just watch patiently. Because
Sure.
if you try
But I would say, don't say, how do you do what you do? Come to them and say, I'm having this problem. What do you think? And then they don't have to explain to you how they came to the decisions that they're making. They're just going to make the decision based on whatever reservoir of participatory wisdom that they've built up, and they'll just give you the answer, and then you just listen to them and you just do what they tell you. If they're really trustworthy, you can just like, okay, I don't fully understand this, but I'm going to go for it. And
that's the submission. I don't fully understand this, but I'm going to go for it. I'm not going to rely on having to have my own interpretation on my own terms. I'm just going to accept what the person says and try it.
And then the only issue is figuring out who those are. And I think this is kind of the state we're at with people, broken homes, or didn't have a model, especially for mothers. Like if you've decided you want to do the stay-at-home thing and you want to try and do it better because you know there was a deficit, and lots of women like just know there was a deficit and they want to do it better, but then it's like, who do you talk to? Well, anyone in your sphere caused the problem, and if you ask them about it, you're condemning them. Well, crud. And so then it's like, how do you find that model? And I'm sure but it's just trying to figure it out, you know?
Well, then that's the question of submission again. And so I posted the video that you did, Father Eric, on agapic orientation with Manuel, because I think that is it. I mean, Sal, you have to not worry about your impact on these people and just get the wisdom that you can get where you can get it. Right, because that is the issue. Like, people are unwilling to interface because they're worried about their impact on the world. And like, one of the things I've been learning, much to my surprise, is that just going out and talking to people about, say, the new business that I'm in, they're willing to do a tremendous amount of free work with absolutely no guarantee that they're ever going to get anything out of it monetarily at all. Entrepreneurs will get together and give each other good ideas and feedback for no money whatsoever. This happens all the time, and we don't recognize or appreciate it because we're materialists and we're thinking like, well, if they're not doing it for money, then it can't be right, or they're not doing it, or they're doing it for other reasons which will get them money. And it's like, no, people just like to collaborate and they like to cooperate because they know we're better together. They know that is true.
Well, see, like I spend Sundays listening to sermons, and they'll talk about an abstract thing, and I'll find myself wishing they would talk about like how to live just every day, day to day. I wished somebody would say from a pulpit, this many hours of TV time a week is acceptable for a family, and anything past that is decadent.
Right. Well, people
like,
want boundaries, but that's the
Yeah.
Peterson. That's the Peterson trick.
Well,
Peterson just tells you these things. He gives you the pragmatism.
Or even like food, which I have come to the conclusion that the health of a church may be the obesity level, specifically of the minister.
Maybe.
Because I've been to some churches like with young people that seem like they were thriving. I tell you what, the minister's lean. And that might be an oversimplification, but it's really consistent. Like, and I don't mean like got a little bit of a muffin top. I mean, like, there's a difference. There's like you worry you might have a heart attack on the stairs, or you don't. That's the line I'm drawing. It isn't without some in between for age and stuff. But like, yeah, but it's like the church has gotten, there's no how to live. And it's like, I care about the Psalms and I care about the words of Christ, but like, I'm really hungry for how to live.
Like, but that's what they withdrew from. That's the withdrawing from the world. They said, you know what's going to take care of this? Secularism and science is going to take care of the how to live. They're telling you what to eat with the food pyramid. They're wrong about all of it, by the way, so don't follow it. Right? They're telling you how much salt you should have. They're telling you how much sleep you should have. They're telling, like, the scientists are already telling you all this. They're wrong about all of it, by the way.
What's attractive? This is what's attractive about the Orthodox, because they got the count and they got what to eat and they got when to be places, and it's a lot of how to live. And the thing is, if you're rudderless, gosh darn it, you found a rudder and you just want to cling to that sucker like there's no tomorrow. Now see, I kind of had two, because I had a home of origin, and it does have a function and it has things going for it. Right. And we got a skinny pastor, so hey, something's going on, right? But I do see traction Orthodox and telling you how to live, because people are just hungry for that.
Yeah,
right.
It's something that I admire, that they have like morning prayers, and it's like, well, what are they? Well, it's the same for everybody. They all have their morning prayers, and it's a little bit.
I read that book still, and most of those prayers are, God is big, I am small. God is big, I am small, and that is a huge stress relief. Like that, like it is. It just to meditate on that consistently, that's a huge stress relief. God is big, I am small. God is big, I am small. And I find this going out into nature too. I always got that from nature. Is like the sheer scale of things is a huge relief. It just is. It's just, outside is big.
Well, yeah. Well, because they're giving you a boundary and telling you where you are in relationship to that boundary. And so that makes sense that would be okay. Well, and I did post our talk, Father Eric, because I think that's relevant, right? What's wrong with the church? Well, the church needs to build community. Why? Because people outside the church don't know how to build community. And so the church can't, to your point, which you made excellently in this particular talk, the church can't grab people from the community outside of the church and bring them into the church community, because there is no community outside to grab. And so there's no handle that you can't appeal to that. Mm-hmm. And that's part of the recession of the church. The church recedes. There's no pragmatism anymore. They're all in the heaven, realm. They've receded from secularity, which is really just materiality. And now that they're receded, everyone's hungry for it, because science can't fit the bill. They can't fill the stomachs. They can't meet the need, and that's the problem. And then Ethan welcome. What did you have to add to all this? Nothing. Okay, good. That's fine. You can't hear us.
Okay. So
Ethan, if you can read this, then you're not watching the road. Nice. That's a nice troll. I'm all in on the troll.
this might still be too reductive, but how would I set a functional boundary? And the answer I've determined from this would be find a person who has one that you think you need and mimic it even if you don't understand how it works.
Yes, that's a good. Well, and also pay attention to your emotions. I know you keep resisting this. It's only been 3 years that you've been resisting it though, so maybe we'll get you there in another 3.
I just need attainable goals, Mark. Attainable goals.
You have emotions. I've seen them. You can sometimes suss them out. If you just paid attention to them instead of avoiding them, things would go better for you. But hey, don't worry about it.
There's supposed to be goals about needs, Mark, and I don't understand what that means, having needs. That's just confusing and stressful. I'm gonna put them back in the canning jar. I'm gonna put the canning jar in the deep freezer. I'm gonna bury the deep freezer in the ground, and it needs to stay there. That's
I am shocked by your response. This is my shocked voice.
So another thing I'm thinking about is that in order to actually understand what a boundary is, you need to know what the good you're oriented towards is. And so if you're oriented towards the good of a good night's sleep, you would set a boundary like, I'm going to log off of my live stream around 9:30. And then that would be like, oh, that's where your boundary is. And you understand why that 9:30 is important because you know why the boundary is there. It's to protect this good night's sleep because I have, how long is it? I've got 6 hours of a confirmation and first communion retreat tomorrow. So
yeah.
So once you understand the good that you're oriented towards, you know why that boundary matters.
Are you trying to escape the live stream, Father Eric? Is that what this is all about?
And make a helpful contribution on my way out.
That's excellent.
A potentially helpful. Yeah. All right, good night.
Good night. God bless. Always a pleasure. There, Sally. See, he basically said everything that we always tell you that you never listen to, but that's okay. We can pretend like it's all new and you've never heard it before if it makes you feel better and get you closer.
The thing is, within his constraint, it shows that he has this premise that he deserves sleep. And some people don't understand that. And then it's like, is it holy to deserve sleep? And I could just keep chewing on it. And like I shouldn't, because that's probably the sinful spirit or something. But people do this to themselves. They're like, do I even deserve sleep? Is it even Christian to expect sleep?
Well, but that's the rebellion, and that's the whole thing about trying to understand something rather than submitting. It's like, just submit to the fact of sleep. And then you don't have to ask the question about whether or not you deserve it. You can just stop there and stop asking the recursive questions that never end. Right. Well, that's the issue because you can't know these things.
The mimicking people who you think might be doing it right is pretty functional, and I like that because it's like I actively can see how to do that. I don't know who that would be yet, but I'm like the probability that they're out there is more likely than they're not. So yeah.
It's so pessimistic somehow. It's amazing. You're resistant and pessimistic, very passively aggressively, and it just, on the one hand it's frustrating and it's kind of beautiful. Like, how did she pull that off? That's amazing.
Oh, I don't know.
You're good at it, at least. So, like points for being good at it. No points for not just submitting, but
If I could see how and when into what. but you
Well,
like
that's
to say,
but that's the submission
don't-
but that's the submission is
don't-
not saying how and when into what. The submission is just the doing. Like that's the
How
whole point of it.
do it then if you don't see how and when into what? This is the conundrum.
Well, that's what submission is. It's
Okay,
not
so I'm
understanding.
no, this is the jump that people make then. If they don't have a conception of the how and when into what, they just jump straight to submit to the devil.
No,
That's what happens in people's minds when they
No.
go nightmare
no,
mode.
I don't think it
They're
does.
like,
No, I don't think it does. I think look, you can.
I think so.
No.
I
No,
think
no, no, no. When you don't know what you're submitting to, that will happen, right? And that's the same statement
First
as if you believe you do not have a religion, then one will be provided
I
to you without your knowledge or consent. Same
that-
statement.
trauma. I think that's the trauma with the submit word. People didn't understand what they were submitting to, and then they did do that, and it's just total, just patriarchy.
Oh, when I hear what people
Out.
submitted to, it's never submission. It's always like somebody told me to do something, so I did it, and it's like, yeah, but that's not submission. Like
It's
that's not
so
what submission
confusing
is.
when that way submission was used forever. It just, I'm trying to unwrap it and be fair with it.
It
and
wasn't.
it's so hard.
It wasn't being used that way in the religious context. People were materializing it and saying submission must have to do with propositions, and submission has nothing. Propositions are not good. Like submission has nothing to do with propositions. Propositions are an attempt to know, and that's Gnosticism, and that's where the problem comes. It's like, oh,
Well, and
propositions, and therefore it's like, but it's not about propositions. It's about proper submission to something higher. And it's
Yeah.
like something higher is not your spouse. Something higher is your relationship
well,
or your
and
marriage. That's something higher that
People
you
want-
can submit to. You can't submit to your husband or your wife. That makes no sense.
people want certainty. Like, people really want certainty. Certainty is the Jewish people
Yeah.
wanting, they want the king because
Well,
they want certainty.
They want certainty, right? And so they bring the ideal down into the king, right? Or into obedience to your husband where it doesn't belong. And yes, the penalty for certainty is that you drag down the virtue or the value or the ideal. And when you do that, you screw up.
No, the penalty for certainty is servitude.
Yep. Yes. Oh, well, look, here's Ethan right here. The penalty for certainty is servitude. That's correct. And it's reciprocally narrowing. Like you're trapped in the thing you're certain of. And that's why certainty creates a problem. And yeah, the submission has to be to something higher. It can't
So
be to something
here's-
at the same level or lower.
Does this go all the way back to Genesis like 1, 2, and 3?
You're asking the wrong person, Father. I
Because
can't answer this question.
what you're seeking in the pursuit of the knowledge of good and evil is also certainty.
Right. Well, what's the snake's appeal? The snake's appeal is that it's certainty, right? And it's the damn woman that goes after it, and the men
Well,
were.
Okay, so this makes sense because, oh shoot, I lost. The penalty for certainty is servitude because before certainty there is trust. If you just
Before
trust, you can trust with uncertain.
Yes. Yes. Well, I like this comment. Chris Wood. It's like trading liberty, uncertainty for security, certainty, and getting neither. Yes. Right. Because you're over reducing on both ends. Right. And you can't do that. Right. You can't do that. And that is the issue. Like you're
Oh, that's somehow. I don't know the implications, but that's good.
no, you don't have to know the implications. Just do the thing.
This is where you basically, this is my pragmatic thing on creation is good because nothing else is useful. Like you either decide all the pain, suffering, and horror in existence is worth for existence to exist. You do that, or
you're screwed.
on being, And if you look pragmatically at those two options, which might be the only two options, only one is useful, because the other one, even if it's true, is not useful. So there's no that, and this is, yeah. So yeah, this is like that.
Right. There's a nice limit for you. Yeah, I would call that a limit. Right. This is the nice thing about pragmatism. Pragmatism deals with limits, and then you don't have to worry about things anymore. You just go, oh, there's a limit here. Okay, and then you can decide what to do with the limit. And that's what I like about Peterson. I like how Peterson talks about, what's the first thing the man does? He blames the woman. Yes, that's what he does. He doesn't say, yeah, I bit the apple. He goes, it's her fault. She did it to me. It's so funny. It just cracks me up every time I think about it.
I probably have to go.
That's okay, Sally. It was lovely to see you and have you on the live stream, because you're not usually able to do that. So I'm super
Yes.
happy.
It
And if we
is-
resolved a bunch of things by talking about boundaries, then I'll be like, damn, I should have done a live stream like this ages ago. Maybe Sally would be better. Who knows?
We'll think about it for like 24 hours and then ask you the exact same question. That's probably
Well, I hope so. It's been 3 years. Why change now? Like, it's tradition at this point.
yes. Have a great night.
See you, Sally. Have a great night. Oh my goodness. Yeah, what a time. She doesn't know how to hang up.
Nope.
We'll have to kick her off
Nope.
the stream. There we go. She finally hung up. So yeah, well, now I'm here all alone because even Ethan left me. Although he was driving. I don't know why he was trying to talk while driving, but he does crazy things. So yeah, I mean, look, if we made progress on boundaries that Sally understood it, then maybe somebody else understood it. That would be freaking amazing. So yeah, anybody who wants to jump in, there is a link in the chat. It's only pinned on Navigating Patterns because that's the only channel I can pin things on. And the best thing I've seen all night is I don't know if that's good or bad. Like, how many things have you seen? Is it only tonight? I don't know. Like, this is what's best about it. Is it just amusing that I can't draw, for example? But that could be it. Yeah, I don't know how to interpret that. I appreciate it though. I will take it in good faith. Yeah, I think that once you understand the need for boundaries and the need to pay attention to boundaries, then everything kind of changes. And you start to get a sense for, in particular, how you can have intimate relationship with yourself, others, in nature. And that's what boundaries are good for. They're good for helping you make those connections, have right relationship with the things around you, including your inner self, right? Including other people, including nature, because these are all important. And when we don't have boundaries, we can't do that anymore. It's not functional. And when we try to do equality, we're erasing boundaries. That's what that is. It's the erasure of boundaries. It's saying you and I are the same. Well, if we're the same, there's no difference between us. There's no difference between us. There's no boundary between us. There's no boundary between us. Then we're the same thing. And of course, we're not. And so now we're upset because our model of the world is wrong. Well, yeah, that would upset me too. If my model of the world were wrong, I would be upset too. Fortunately, I don't have that problem. I have other problems. I don't have that problem. And it's hard for people who have been trying to avoid boundaries to realize the importance of not trying to avoid boundaries anymore. Like, that's actually a difficult thing. And when you're not engaged in paying attention to boundaries, you're in trouble. Because your relationships in the world are going to be wrong. You're not going to be able to have right relationships. You're not going to be able to have intimacy. You're not going to be able to have a discernible identity. Like, all of those things go away when you don't have proper boundaries. And we don't realize that, like we haven't been told, or maybe we haven't been brought up correctly with boundaries. Like, our parents are supposed to punish us, show us the boundaries, right? We're supposed to run into things and interface with consequences as a way of learning about boundaries. When those things don't happen, we end up having a problem. And that problem is the problem of boundaries. It's the problem of, I don't know where I begin and end. I don't understand where the end of me is and where the beginning of other things is. And so now I don't have the option of relating to them anymore. The optionality of a flat world is zero. The optionality of a world of equality is zero. You don't have any options. You don't have any ability. You don't even have a you. Everything's been squished. And now there's no you to interface with. And for you to use to interface with others. Because the boundary is the interface point, right? It determines the interface. It constrains the interface. It allows for that relationship, that quality of relationship, that intimacy. And I did post I guess I got over 1,000 views already, which is amazing. The intimacy talk I did with Andrea with the Bangs on her channel. And that's why I did that talk, because she's an excellent interviewer. You should probably watch all her stuff, because she's really, really good. But I did that talk to do a sort of precursor, forerunner talk about these quality relationships or qualities of relationships, which is how I'm thinking about intimacy. And I did another talk with Catherine on intimacy, which I'll post here. Because that was rather good too. That's on my channel, Navigating Patterns. Currently in the shower. All right. Well, we've got Ethan coming soon, so that's good. So yeah, I mean, when we fail to think about boundaries or take them seriously, or we deliberately try to subvert them without knowing that we're like equality, it's not clear immediately that equality destroys boundaries, but it does, and it can't do anything else. Don't try to resurrect a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Leave it buried. Bury it and leave it buried. Pee on its grave every once in a while, so you remember how bad it is. When we don't take that seriously, when we try to do away with these boundaries, whether we realize it or not, we destroy everything. And then we're scrambling for identity because we don't have boundaries. When you have boundaries, identity is there. It's already knowable. You don't need to pursue it independent of anything else. You can just go, here are the boundaries. Here are the interface points. Here is how I'm interacting in the world. And here's how I need to interact in the world. And here's how I can relate. And here's how a quality relationship can happen. And now you've got intimacy. And now you can engage in meaning making properly. And without that, you can't actually engage in meaning making properly. It's not an option that's available to you anymore. And that, I think, is where the issue comes in. People don't understand the destruction of boundaries. They don't understand the importance of that. They're not interfacing with and understanding that the reason why boundaries are important is because they enable interface, is because they enable quality of relationship. Right? Scholar of Nihilism, Skylar, it's good to see you, my friend. Dogma. My karma ran over your dogma. Well, dogma is certainly a flattening, right? It's taking a symbol and making it an idol, and then not understanding the relationship, right? Which is to move past. Dogmas are things you're supposed to move past. They're guideposts, not stopping points, right? And yeah, I like the Catholic conception a lot better than any other conception I've heard. Interfacing in terms of boundary, in terms of affordance and filtering, right, enables us to do things that we can't otherwise do, to see things that we can't otherwise see. And it is that ability to discern between constraint, affordance, and action, right? Because those are the three things. And so, Sally Joe put up the picture earlier, right, with the people sitting on a chair versus people sitting on the ground versus people standing. You notice it's always three things. There's no two things. We don't do dichotomies here. Binaries are probably all wrong. If you're thinking about a binary, you're probably thinking about something wrong. Not to say there's no use in thinking about a binary, but binary framing is always wrong. It's always low resolution and useless. The people sitting are yelling at the people sitting, even though one's sitting on a chair and one's not. One's saying, like, we're sitting on our butts, we're not relying on chairs, and therefore better sitters. And the people on chairs saying, we are using this wonderful chair technology to sit, so therefore we're better sitters. And the people standing up are going, yeah, we don't care, we're doing things. And like, doesn't matter how you sit. You can sit in nihilism, you can sit without nihilism, right? Dogmas are boundary markers. Yes, well said. It doesn't really matter, right? But what does matter is your quality of your relationship with the outside world, the quality of that filter that is your boundary. Sally Joe, all disco toads are false. Yes, all the disco toads are false. I can confirm that all disco toads are false. Dialect thought traps you in the sorcerer's circle. Yes, it does. Well, I did talk about Hegel earlier. Skylar, if you didn't listen to the initial rant, Hegel is in there just because it seemed appropriate. I'm trying to lay a bunch of groundwork to knock over a bunch of dominoes. I don't know how good a job I'm doing, but I'll be knocking over more dominoes with that later. Wrong. Does this lighter exist or does it not exist? Yeah, these are pointless questions. That's part of the problem. What does non-existence mean? What does existence mean? Oops, we're already out of the binary because now there have to be levels of existence, levels of non-existence, because you drill down into properties when you're trying to talk about existence. If the lighter doesn't light, is it a lighter? Does it exist? If it exists, does it exist as a lighter? If it doesn't exist as a lighter, then it doesn't exist. Because the precondition was lighter. And so you get caught in these dialectic traps and you can't get out of them. And the solution is to stop and submit and say, okay, we're going to start here. Right. And then you don't have this problem. And that is the whole idea of thesis, antithesis, synthesis is just full of so many axiomatic assumptions that are observably incorrect that it's hard to take seriously that anybody would take seriously Hegel. Like, it's just hard for me. I'm like, I don't know why for half a billionth of a nanosecond you would even entertain any of that gobbledygook, because it's clearly gobbledygook and it clearly leads down the Gnosticism path, because you're assuming you can synthesize. You're assuming that there's a thesis, that you can have a thesis. You're assuming that there is an opposite to the thesis, and there almost certainly isn't. And then you're assuming that there's a resolution and that resolution can be implemented. All of that is false all the time, actually, right? Which is not to say you can't do things in the world, but it is to say that Hegel's outline is observably dumb, and therefore you shouldn't even go down that road. And yeah, like, there's better solutions to these problems. They're just not in philosophy. They're in the Bible, or they're in the Bhagavad Gita, or they're in the Tao Te Ching, right? They're in the wisdom texts. The place you're not going to find them is in the Republic. And if you read the Republic, hopefully you noticed book 2 has children in it. And it has scale in it. And it has the idea of Gnosticism explicitly stated right in book 2. No one's mentioned this before. I don't know why. They keep talking about politics. It's like, no. I got a thing about Wittgenstein's solution to this. Good enough. Maybe. Sounds too modern for me. It sounds like he was born after Plato and Aristotle. Not a fan automatically. But I am enjoying the Republic, the book club. I did post the link earlier. The book club's going on tomorrow morning at the Texas Wisdom Community. Quite a bit of fun. It's got a Discord server. It's got a YouTube channel. Posted the link to the YouTube channel earlier, so you can see our earlier attempts at going through this book. And yeah, what do we got here? Which Catholic philosopher? I don't know of any Catholic philosophers. I wouldn't recommend anybody. I don't do religion, and I'm not a theologian. So Father Eric will recommend Thomas Aquinas, and I think he's probably right about Tommy. I'm a big fan of Tommy. I haven't read any of his stuff, but it's good. Ethan, the notion of children immediately invokes the concept of boundaries. Well, look, I mean, they use children in book 2 to justify censorship. And in justifying censorship, the justification for censorship is the idea of forbidden knowledge. There's the Gnostics. I mean, it's even more explicit later, but like, honestly, Gnosticism is right in book 2. It's right there. Like, it's not, like, it's as clear as you could make it. It's not all in one place, maybe, but Thomas Aquinas, you're welcome. You're most welcome. Give him a shot. Father Eric's a huge fan. Everything Father Eric's told me about Thomas Aquinas sounds good to me. That's the best I can do. Thomas is wrong about essence and energy distinguish, not a saint. Fun fact. You have to get on here and talk to Father Eric. He's the Thomas Aquinas fanboy. I had a lovely visit with him when he came down here to visit me. It was quite nice. We talked a lot about a lot of things. He was here for like a whole week, which was not long enough, by the way, but it'll have to do until I can get up to North Dakota. And next time I visit the Dakotas, I may pop up to North Dakota if he's still there. Which hopefully he will be. They did offer him at the Basilica in Columbia to come down so he could get out of the cold. It was kind of funny. It was funny. Yeah, they were pretty interesting but strange Catholics down there. And I have a basilica in Columbia, South Carolina. Who knew? Beautiful church. There's a few Catholic churches around here for some reason. But yeah, Aquinas seems to be an interesting fellow. I'm not going to read him, so good luck with that. But understanding these things, the problem is people are trying to use philosophy to answer religious questions. Philosophy is not a replacement for religion. It doesn't answer religious questions. It doesn't answer why questions. It answers what questions. It says what to do, and it may answer how to justify them, which is not how, but how to justify what you're doing. And I'm okay with that. But as near as I can tell, it seems like the ancients always talked about religion and then went into philosophy because, as Immanuel Kant noted, but unfortunately in noting it kind of like ruined it, philosophy is the handmaiden of religion. And it's supposed to be. In other words, philosophy is subservient to religion. So you need the wisdom texts, the religious texts, not the philosophical texts. They're not religious. They're not full of wisdom, actually. That's where we get confused. You don't understand the boundary between religion and philosophy, but there is a boundary there. And it's Immanuel Kant, roughly speaking, although he's not the only one, but he's maybe the most well-known one, that said, well, maybe we can move this boundary between religion and philosophy and free philosophy from the horrors of religion so that we can unleash science or the tools of science on philosophy, which, by the way, is all bad framing and stupid and wrong. And thereby, ring in the new philosophical utopia or something. I'm sure that's what was in his limited thought, because he's a very limited thinker. At the end of the day, not a fan of modern philosophers. Still not. Probably not going to be anytime soon. And that is the issue, is they don't state their boundaries. They don't state their axioms. They don't couch themselves within the creation that they're part of. And in that they err. And when they err, it's big. It's not small. You can't sit there and say, oh, the French postmodernists would never have X or Y because they knew better. That doesn't make any sense. And that's where we get, messed up. You can't sit there and say, oh, well, if only Derrida had lived longer, he would have. No, this doesn't make any sense. It didn't happen. You have to deal with facts on the ground, with what came before. You can't imagine your way into a future that cannot be manifest because the past did not turn out that way. That's not going to work. And I understand the desire to do it, but ultimately it's not going to work. And that's why these boundaries are important. Like the boundary of the end of end of your religious tradition and the end of your philosophy, those boundaries are important. And we need to know what that boundary is. We need to know the limits. 5 hours into stream. Dang, they used to wrestle before philosophizing. Right, exactly. Well, and that is the problem, is that we're not linking philosophy back to pragmatism. And I was talking to somebody about this recently. They were basically saying, well, I've studied Stoicism and I'm a practicing Stoic, but man, when someone you love is dying, it's not filling the gap. Right? It's not doing what it's supposed to do in their mind. Like, fair enough. The problem of grief is a problem. Vervaeke calls it a perennial problem. Fair enough. It's a perennial problem. Perennial problem is really not a problem, I would say. It's something that can't be resolved or solved or done away with. And therefore, it's not a problem because you can't solve it. That's just my little axiomatic assumption. But that means you have to go through it. You have to deal with it. You have to grow as the result of it or be destroyed by it. Those are pretty much your options. Should I pop in? You should pop in, sir. I don't know which where you. Oh yeah, you're on my channel. Yeah, the link is at the top of the channel thing. Ethan's claiming he's going to pop in after a shower, but maybe his shower is infinite. I don't know. I am a Stoic. Yes, I would argue I practice my own brand of Stoicism, and that Stoicism has limits, and so. To the extent that I practice Stoicism and Stoicism is good and I support Stoicism, it can't be your only thing because Stoicism doesn't give you a why, it only gives you a how. Right? It just says, here's what to do, here's how to do it. It gives you stuff to do, but it doesn't give you what you need to really interface with that stuff, right? Which is the why. Why am I being Stoic? Like, why am I enduring? Why am I denying myself? Why is this? Stoicism won't give you that. So it's useless by itself. Look, none of the Greek philosophies were done in a vacuum. They were all done with the assumption of a religious tradition. Now, you can argue that it was a terrible religious tradition. They're all crazy pagans. Fair enough. But they started from the religious tradition. And to Skylar's excellent point, they went through participation, right, in the wrestling. And that's how they got there. End of a relationship. Yes. Well, the boundaries are important. Like, where is the end of a relationship? What kind of relationship? When is it that somebody's crossed a boundary that, is too onerous or causes the world not to be repairable? Right. And these are important questions. Like, you have to know something about that. You can't just magically intuit it through wishful thinking, because that's not an option that's available to you. Ah, here he is, Ethan himself. How are you doing, sir? What's going on? What do you think about boundaries?
Boundaries, still on boundaries. Just kidding. Yeah, I've been in and out of the stream trying to catch it since 3 that you got on. How are you feeling? Been going.
I'm
for
doing
5
all right.
hours.
Yeah, that's not bad. Well, 5 hours plus I was busy all day, so I literally ate dinner, prepped the stream, and jumped on. I didn't even have time to organize my notes. I mean, I had been organizing my notes, but I wanted a really organized set of notes. And yeah, the monologue might be a little wonky because of that, but I said that in the monologue. So fair enough. But no, I'm feeling fine. The new project is hard, but it's also fun. So I like building stuff, and I'm getting to build stuff. So even though I'm busy and I can't be on Discord 24/7 I'm adapted to, it's quite good. What does Lost have to say? Andrew Tate, released on house arrest, said he's been doing push-ups and reading the Quran. Of course he did. Well, look, that's one way of going through the stoicism thing. Oh, look at this. You have a fan, Ethan. We have a fan.
Who we got? Skylar.
There's trouble. How are you doing, Skylar? It's been way too long, my friend.
Real life is tough, and just been dealing with that. So
Well,
running-
you're my
a lot.
freaking hero, man, with what you do all day.
Well, my bunk is kind of quiet tonight. I only have 3 people in it, so I trust them more or less. So I run a homeless warming center and a soup kitchen. My wife does all the food. I do the community resources. My community is in the middle of Arizona, Gila. I'm just catching other people up real fast, so we don't sound like we're crazy.
You have a
And
fan.
it's called the Warming Center. I just have a lot on my mind, and I felt like I should mess with you for a minute. So
Excellent. Always welcome. We haven't seen you on the Discord recently, so it's good.
No,
it's good that
I've
you're
been-
jumping in the live.
completely avoiding everything.
Good. It's Lent.
Yeah,
You can claim Lent.
I have a lot. Yeah. Tomorrow, for example, I have to go to the Reagan lunch for it's all over the Republicans of my state and a lot of other
Cool.
national ones. So that's fun. We're also like the MLK lunch people. I'm a registered independent my whole life, so I kind of vibe with Kirsten Sinema more than any of the people in the Reagan party. But anyways, I'm very interested in, I want to hit this with you. So what I mentioned with my Wittgenstein comment. So I'm the guy who like jumps on Paul's live stream and argues with Jake about theology and tells him to shut his mouth because he's like completely out of his depth sometimes. And then like I like, if you go back, I
when
can
you talk.
show my, yeah, I mean, I know what I'm talking about when I talk about stuff. So just, if not, I listen. With Wittgenstein, there's young and old Wittgenstein. So I'm just going to give people like I think a biography is key to actually understand someone's work. So I'm going to defend Hegel after I explain Wittgenstein because you need to know where these people are. Wittgenstein was around a bunch of logical positivists. So they basically were trying to have Bertrand Russell as the key figure. They wanted to perfectly analyze. What's funny is Bertrand Russell hates Hegel. So I'm about to shit on both of them and then defend both of them. It's really annoying. So Bertrand Russell and all these people, they believe more or less if you cannot see the perfect logical chain of thought, then it's meaningless. So they want everything to be logically positivist. That's the technical terminology.
Mhm.
And they want everything to be like perfectly laid out. They're looking for, in my terminology, total coherence. They just want every single thing to be coherent. And then they just won't give up the fact that they want a complete system. But you can't, there's a trade-off between coherence and completeness. You can't have both. That's just how it is. Wittgenstein.
Gödel's incompleteness
later in his
theorem.
work- Yeah.
Gödel's incompleteness theorem, right? It's Gödel. It's not turtles all the way down. It's Gödel's all the way down.
Exactly. And it's scary when you really understand the implications. So older Wittgenstein gets away from this project. I'm skipping a lot. And there's a fun Terence McKenna clip where you can find him quoting this, and that's how I found where this is because it's in his notes. But a student asked him, but is it true? Because the student had read his work and was still in the milieu of these logical positivists. They wanted truth. They wanted truth, T, capital truth. They didn't want science to keep changing what truth is every 6 months and updating. That's what's going on. So they're looking for capital T truth, and Wittgenstein answered, it's true enough. So
Yeah.
he's written huge theses, and here he is undermining huge tombs of knowledge. So, and yeah, I love Jacob. I love Jacob. He's invited to come through Arizona and eat here. Totally. But as he says, how does he phrase it? Let people think for you, groups think for you.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes he should just, him and I should talk about Bertrand Russell. Yeah, him and I could have a very productive conversation about Bertrand Russell. That's eggs and bacon. So my dad and I would call it eggs and bacon is, or Edward Bernays is eggs and bacon. So that's the book propaganda, and it's kind of if you think that that's how the world works, that's like 3rd grade intro. That's what we were working with out of World War II, buddy. Like we have a lot more on that. Anyways, back to Wittgenstein. Here's your proof. Here's Mark's case that he constantly shits on modern philosophy, because Wittgenstein has written these huge, thick tomes on logical positivism, worked alongside Bertrand Russell, was his chosen student, had the smartest, highest elite people, the people pushing scientism and transhumanism, global politics, a citizenship of everyone, friends with. So I've been learning a lot about psyops and movie stuff, so I can get in about 2001: A Space Odyssey, how it's fucking awesome when you get into it. Stanley Kubrick trolled everybody by having Arthur C. Clarke write a script and get everybody funding it. IBM backed that movie, and then when they watched the movie, they said, "Get our logos out of that movie." Right? That's Stanley Kubrick knows what the fuck's up. Okay, you need to look with eyes to see, but that was a big jump. Sorry, everyone. However, Wittgenstein has worked with these people who believe that, like, IBM computers are going to solve every answer. As soon as we make these computers big enough, and we have the neural network, and we have the 2 layers, and one knows how to encrypt and analyze, and the other one knows how to search a space, and they know how to read back and forth. Then, blah, 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 blah. Oh, we're just making the 2 hemispheres in cyberspace. Blah, blah, blah. That's not, life isn't a dialectic.
Right.
It isn't just one and back and forth.
It couldn't.
Monad, and the answer to Heraclitus and Parmenides isn't a fusion is smashing them together. It's to sit back and notice that. So Parmenides is the only, or pretty much the only time where Socrates gets schooled, and he proves that nothing changes. Everything is one. His argument is clean. Go read Parmenides and show me where he's wrong in his argument about the monad. I'm waiting. We've had about 2,000 years and nobody's done it. So you're not. Now we go to Heraclitus. Heraclitus has the logos, the exact opposite argument, where everything is flux, everything is movement, everything is just going out. If you've seen Jordan Peterson's talk at Ephesus, where he discusses the 2 logos, the Christian and the Greek. This is the Greek. This is everything's in flux and movement. Well, here you have Heraclitus saying everything is this movement and flux, and then you have Parmenides, the only guy to school Socrates, saying no, everything is the monad. There isn't even an outside or an inside. There isn't that half, this half. Like when you really get what he's getting at, you realize he's saying universe, one song, one thing. And if you think that you're out of it, or that so if you're saying there's one coherent completeness, and that's what he's talking about. And they're now I'm going to name drop Project Gladio, things like that. If our buddy Greg watches this, he'll just love it.
I'm gonna let you guys hash it out. I'm gonna go eat some supper. I'll be back.
All right. See you.
Sorry if I scared you off being crazy.
No.
that they think that they can use that tension and run the world. They're like, oh, we know everything, right? We understand that
Right.
this is how it's supposed to work,
Mhm.
and this is also how it works. We'll just make a computer that does this, computer that does this, have them talk,
Right.
and then whatever AI God tells us, we'll do. And
Yeah, exactly.
I see that is what one of our main worries is in this little corner, without us knowing how to articulate it most of the time. And very often it's just the two people are arguing about these two things from such silly sides. And then I would love to hold your feet to the fire now that I have just you and I. So just brief, I'm not interested in hashing out too much, but you and I have had quite high tension disagreements in Discord because we've known each other for like years over Discord. And like I have flamed you and Manuel before, right?
Mhm.
To the point where I like
Anytime.
won't back down and everybody leaves the channel. And I'm like fuming, like, no, come at me. Don't you run away. Get back here. I was very mixed and annoyed at the confrontation with Grim and you. And how the community responded was laughable to me. That's why I haven't
Well,
been
I'm
around.
not-
Was
Yeah,
nothing
I
to
mean,
do
I'm
with
not
you
in
or
com-
Grim. I know.
I'm not in competition with Grim, so I don't
No.
like. I don't recognize.
And
your
that's
framing,
why
but
it's
I
like-
understand what you're saying.
And that's why I'm just like, lately something's going on where there's different projects going on.
Uh-huh.
And if we can't recognize that they're all in the same spirit,
Well, they're not.
the same spirit can go into many different projects, and we
They're
can
not.
all
Right. They're not in the
inspired.
same spirit, right? It's the Protestantism that's breaking apart, right?
and we can breathe. What we need to do is come to terms, which is the name of my channel from forever ago. This is like when I was talking to Eric Weinstein all the time on Discord and was like in that complete different
Mhm.
globe of people. My Discord was coming to terms, and I basically was like, okay, I hate Bertrand Russell. I think so. Russell conjugation is what Eric Weinstein talks about. It's how you can say the same thing but with different adjectives, and just
Right.
people can't help but polarize their thoughts to it, right?
Right.
You have many examples where we were talking about this, and
Yeah.
yes, and Mr. Bubble Elvis, I just don't want this to miss. Both of them are valid concepts, the monad and the logos. So the logos is the idea of, like, Christianity takes that. When you read the book of John, it says the logos becomes flesh. The word becomes
Right.
flesh. So yes. It's
Well, then I wouldn't
baptizes-
reduce logos to word. Like I made this argument
Exactly.
earlier.
It
Logos
baptizes
is
that
the
idea.
thing that can be named. In other words,
Yeah.
it's the order that you're
through line.
So it's bigger than word. It's way bigger.
Yeah.
When you make it the word, you reduce it. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it's
I
the
just wanna
through
make that
line.
distinction.
So it's something like explaining to a Protestant what a halo is. And it's like
Yeah.
a saint is someone who's participating in the uncreated light. So the
Yes.
light that God didn't have to like zap in, that was with him already. When you're
Right.
working with that energy,
Right.
we call you a saint. And when we draw you in a picture, we put a little halo around your head.
Around you. Yeah.
Like we're not trying to be like crazy. But then the monad is where you get the idea of like the universe or everything is one or whatever. And they're trying to break that. And you need Aristotle's 3 laws. You need just basic stuff that people like Vervaeke has
You need 4
realized.
causes.
Sorry?
You need 4 causes.
Oh yeah.
Like, if you don't have 4 causes, you're totally screwed. Completely. Like you're done.
I see what you mean. Yeah. I wasn't
else
even.
works without
Yeah,
4 causes.
I wasn't even over there yet. I'm thinking with Aristotle, you just need his talk, his Nicomachean. I can't say that one ever. It's just the talk to his son.
Nicomachean.
Ethics. Yeah,
Yeah.
ethics. That's the talk he has for his child. So when he has something to say to his son, this is what he says. And that's where we get the agent arena relationship that John talks
Right.
about. So, and Aristotle Agents Arena, by the way, I dropped this on like a 5-hour stream somewhere else over Manuel's channel. I think we need to start really using the psychotechnology of alliteration better. John has kind of capped up on it. I'm going to do people a brief story because not enough people know it. The oldest English writings we have is a book of poems from an illiterate monk kid who was like working in stables, I think, and he listened to the prayers and stuff, and then just one day he could just speak in alliterative verse, and that's the oldest written thing that if I showed you it, you could rate it. Like it's English that you can actually recognize without
close
being
enough to modern
completely-
English.
Yeah, it's close enough that you can actually go like, oh, I know these words. And sanity check. So my brother is just flaming me on some stuff lately, and he got on me about mental health, and I literally run an entire county's mental health thing. And anyways, it's just like laughable for him to talk to me about this as if he has authority. And to notice that people don't understand the terms like non-compos mentis, like not of sound mind, and that we have these things that have been set as a standard that are being attacked now at a federal level and at a huge level and on a thought level where people just without noticing state an argument that completely undermines them having any say in the matter. If what you said is true, then why would you have the authority? Because
that's
most
the
of the arguments,
yeah.
And what's scary is Foucault, of all people, called this, and that's why it was. I want to bring this up to you because you have done this little thing before, and I was just interested. So, in the Peterson, Vervaeke, Pajot talk, they go into Foucault and graveyards, right?
Yes.
Am I correct? That's the right one?
Yes.
And
yes. That's right.
Peterson basically says, what could possibly get in there? And this is where Peterson's wrong. Now, I think you agree with Peterson, but I disagree. And it's strange because it had been Peterson, Pajot, and then Vervaeke on the other side. And then on this one, it was Vervaeke and Pajot saying, no, evil is not a thing. Evil is an absence of good. Those are different arguments.
I didn't read that into that at all. But
okay.
Go on.
Okay. What did you read though? So I can.
Okay. So what I heard from Peterson was what I will call tentatively a perfect argument for evil, right? A perfect discernment for evil. And the reason why I call it that is because it is a derivation of one of the forms of definition of evil that I have. Right, so like all my cards are on the table. No, this matches what I say. It's just a more specific version of it, right? So hold on, let me finish.
I really want to. I'm going to sit back for like minutes. I want you to like hit.
Yeah. Okay,
is that okay?
I'll hit you with it. So what he says, and this it relies on axioms. Okay, it relies on axioms for sure. Not saying it doesn't, but I'm saying these axioms are correct and are not only that they're valid, but they're able to be validated. So that's two different statements. They're valid and they're able to be validated, okay, by observation. And so what he says is that there is a place that you can go that is so dark that you know you're in the darkness. And there are things that you can do that you know that you are increasing that darkness. That formulation is correct, valid, and easily validated. Now, the problem for Peterson is, where is that line? Where is the boundary, right? Now, I would say that is an invalid question, and I will just state that axiomatically, and my proof will be, why are you going anywhere near darkness? Like, if you're not moving towards the light, what the hell are you doing? Now, if you're not moving towards the light, that doesn't make you evil, but it does put you in what I call the neutral state. And most people are most of the time in the neutral state because we don't have a choice. People who are not ever in the neutral state, we call saints, right? Or who are almost never in the neutral state, we can call them saints. Easy.
Yeah, we have a psychopomp. When Peterson was called a psychopomp, He
Yes.
blasphemed and said, "Please no."
Right.
And that's a psychopomp. Psychopomp is someone who goes into the underworld, can come back out, and usually bring something. Not fun. Not what you want to be. So yeah, you're tracking with me a lot more.
Right.
That's my answer to the neutral state. And
So this
I
don't think
yeah,
is
but-
correct. Evil can exist because the possibility for suffering exists. I don't think that's correct. I think that, look, if you wanted to criticize Peterson, and I don't
possibility.
think you ever should, Peterson
Ever?
says life is suffering. Well, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. What he's doing is work.
His ARC project.
He's doing something that works. Like, I can't say that his formulation is
Woo!
the formulation can be wrong, but the message can be right. So his message is life is suffering.
Okay, yes.
I would say
yeah.
that's wrong.
it's-
Life is not suffering, right? Suffering is inevitable and life is struggle. That is technically correct.
No,
but
no, no, no,
Peterson
no.
is technically wrong. But
Not inevitable. I have a
But
Christian
that's
hope.
not-
See, this is how I see it.
no, suffering is inevitable. No, suffering is definitely inevitable.
See, no.
But wait, the important point here is that
Okay.
Peterson can be wrong, but that can be the right formulation for people to absorb, because my formulation is difficult. At the point at which you say suffering is inevitable, like because you're going to be betrayed, because you're going to be lied to, because you're going to die, right? Whatever, right? People you know are going to die. However you want to, like, there's lots of ways you can cut suffering that seems like suffering to me, right? However you want to do that. You have to
Yeah.
deal with struggle, and then struggle can be turned into joy or suffering. Well,
Okay.
that's a lot to deal with. And a simple, short message that will resonate with the most people might be life is suffering, because now you're validating their feelings. And that's actually not trivial. Like, you have to validate their feelings. If they feel like they're suffering for whatever reason, even though maybe they shouldn't feel like they're suffering, because it could always be worse, which would be my argument, it's not relevant. Giving them that message is really important. And the possibility for suffering can exist because souls exist. Yeah, I'm fine with that, but that says suffering is inevitable. So I think that's true. I think suffering is
See, but
unavoidable.
just to let you know, a basic formulation, if you're stuck in that way of thinking, I think more in a constellation, not like a
Mhm.
logical layout. For free will to exist, you need to have the possibility for suffering and betrayal and such. Now, does that mean that it needs to be chosen? Like, that does not need to be, but it needs to be a choice.
Mhm.
If it wasn't a choice, there wouldn't be free will. How we know there's free will is, like, theodicy is the answer, or the question of suffering. I've been laying this on every priest I can get my hands on.
Mhm.
One has balls, Stephen DeYoung, and
Yep.
every other will not touch this shit with like a stick. It's basically free will. The answer to theodicy is free will. That is not an answer people want to hear, because the answer to why is there evil, suffering? If God is good and powerful, so aware of everything, then why is this happening? Because he really does love you enough to let these things happen. Like, that sounds like, I work in the highest overdose county of Arizona, in the entire Southwest. I see fentanyl overdose weekly. All right, like, literally, I see dead bodies every week. I get death threats from cartel. I deal with lots of stuff. This is real. Like, this isn't hypothetical. This is actually how it is. And that's why evil is the privation of good. And that's why our job is to shine the light and to be good. The only reason to go into evil is to spread good. It's what Jesus does when he tricks Satan and tricks hell into allowing him in. Is hell's like, yes, I've got him, but you're bringing light into a dark place. The dark doesn't do anything. Like, you just have to bring the light. That's why you go into dark. And right now the world is
darkness is the absence of light, and so when you put light into dark, it ceases.
And that is why love is like light. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying these are. So I'm saying these are. If evil is a thing, if it's ontological, then it's something like Jesus versus the devil. But it's Saint
Right,
Michael versus
right,
the
but-
devil, and Jesus is
Right,
like,
but that's the materialism. Right.
yeah, that's
And
a
the
dialectic.
problem.
If you think Jesus devil, and you're
it's
in
a
a dialectic thought, and you're not,
all-
you're already
right.
stuck.
All
in a
dialectics
sorcerer.
are wrong because a dialectic is a binary,
Well,
and binary thinking
yeah.
is wrong.
They can be instrumental, or when you have a very tiny arena, you know, and you know what the goal and you know what the outcome is, they can be super helpful.
Yep.
But, like,
Yep.
you need to have that healthy
Well,
detachment and take a step
Well,
back.
but part of
Jocko
the
recently is
problem, part of the problem with binaries is our misunderstanding and misapprehension of how we think. Because when you look at the last stage of making a decision, it looks like a binary. Even though if you look at making a decision, that's not what happened. There's no way you chose between two things in a decision. That never happened. You always choose one thing over a bunch of other things. Now, the way you do that is by prioritizing your list and then cutting things out and making decisions based on that smaller list, right? Which means at the end, you
that's
have
one
two
way,
things.
but you also already have something you're just going for, and it's shimmering to you. Some things glow, especially if you're bad for you
Right.
and you know it.
Right.
That's why you'll do things that are bad for you, and you're gonna, like, mid-step doing terrible things, which is like half the people I work with. I've been using Gabor Mate's model of
Right.
lack of free won't. Oh, that kind of annoys me because he talks real slow sometimes, but you can double up the speed. You have to with Gabor Mate. But watch Gabor Mate talk to his son about his addiction problems. Fantastic. If you don't cry, something's fucking wrong with you. And I was going to mention Jocko Willink. Jocko Willink has been doing a multi-part thing, and he didn't do it on the show, but in the text, I actually got an email back from, like, him or Echo or one of the guys. Because I mean, it was a one word. If you know the joke in the show, he'll load up answers that are yes or no answers on purpose. So I kind of like had this fancy thing and then just loaded it up like a yes or no.
Right.
Anyways, Jocko used David Foster Wallace's story of the fish, two young fish swimming one way and an old fish swimming the other way. He starts an entire, like, multi-part series on the game. And it's like one of my favorite Jocko series ever, because he's so deep with so much stuff that if you don't know what the hell he is talking about, you just can't even.
Yeah, you won't
So
be able to follow.
this series is like a very good starter, and he's talking about the main metaphor, because when people hear that life is a game, they get, like, not everybody, many people can turn an offense to that. No, this is very serious. Well, it is serious because this is a very serious game that you die if you mess up, and other people can have, like, you can screw other people over, and it's a really serious game. There's not a, but to come back to what I was coming at earlier, a logical positivist wanted to have, like, a thing, and Wittgenstein had this fun little point where he show me the essence of a game.
Right.
You can't. Right? Like, I can
Right.
he actually thinks there are essences. That's what's fun. And
Right.
Mr.
Right.
Thomas
Well,
Aquinas,
There
there's a
are.
difference
It's
between
just not physics, but that's
essences
just
and energy.
materialism. Like, that's just
Exactly.
materialism. Right.
And if you get past that as an old man, that's why it's fun to read. If you're going to go into philosophy, read someone who matured, or read someone whose life reflects their work, like absurdism or Foucault. So back to Foucault. Now, absurdism,
Ah.
that's a double click for anybody who knows how that guy died. Foucault, Peterson sees that there's nothing in those graveyards happening that can have any good. And now I'm going to spin that question. If I was in that, I thought Pajot had the balls to do it, because I saw him load this. Power. So the most important talk between Foucault ever gave was good young Chomsky. So, by the way, young Chomsky, great man. Old Chomsky, I have words for that piece of shit. Piece of shit. What a piece of shit, man. Yosha Bach has the best burns on Chomsky. Oh my God. Anyway, young Noam Chomsky debated Michel Foucault, and it's a very worthwhile. It is on YouTube. Watch it. If you have never watched it, you need to watch this. Okay? Chomsky leaves that saying, he's the most diabolic man I've ever met. This man has another conscience. He is the most amoral person I have ever been in the room with. What Foucault is arguing is power. He's saying everything grounds out in power. If you can do it,
Right.
then
Right.
it was good. Right?
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
true, good, and beautiful is
Right.
powerful.
Right.
He adds a fourth onto that
Yeah,
third.
right. His whole
and-
argument is power. He doesn't have any other
Yeah.
argument. He
And
doesn't
that's
have
the
any
whole
other
power.
thing.
And it's a scary video. Now young Wittgenstein, I disagree with. Old Wittgenstein, I love. Hegel, I need to go defend Hegel. Back up. Go.
Why?
If you haven't
Wow.
watched Awakening from the Meaning Crisis, he does a good job there. But I'll elaborate some more. Hegel is doing amazing for his time and place. Of people who had like everything handed to them, he was it. Like when he was like a young man, he had access to every single book written.
Yeah.
Everything
You're
in
not
China,
into your knowledge.
everything in China, everything. So even your words. Watch my words. They're all from Hegel. He synthesizes all of this. He takes all the Eastern stuff, all the stuff from Africa he's found, all the Sufi stuff he's found, which is just
Right.
Aristotle.
Yeah.
He's found all of these things and soaked it in. Now, if you haven't watched the Live-In Hegelian, Papa Peterson got schooled by Zizek. All right, I love Zizek. My wife calls him snot nose Zizek. She fucking
I don't
hates him.
want, look. He's a
But
cokehead.
Hegel, what their
that's-
point there? The two of them were Hegelian. Peterson completely folded. Because
Zizek
what was their
fooled
argument?
him into Hegelianism by
I
lying.
loved it.
I
Oh, it was
totally get it.
beautiful.
Well, look, I
It was-
like a good troll. I'm not.
It was like a 45-minute. I'm gonna get him.
Right.
And Peterson has no
But
idea.
also-
He's about to admit he's a Marxist.
But
Oh.
Skylar, it was
You
also
are
a
only the sum of your
troll.
parts. And
Yeah, but it was also a troll. So the fact that he
I'm-
trolled him is impressive, but also not interesting because he wasn't making a point.
also, it's also impressive that I have a bunch of Russian friends who have like dual citizenship and such. On RT, like a week and a half, like I think it was 10 days before that thing, he went and let everyone know what he was going to do. Like he literally laid his game plan out. You can watch the video. He's in the back of the cab and says
Look,
exactly word for word what he's going to do to people.
yeah. The cocaine
It's amazing.
troll
And we
is
sent it to Peterson. Everybody was like, don't go in. Like, just wait. Like, let him go first. Wait, don't. Anyways, what they both conceded was that essentially, that was intended. They are just a summation of everything they've ever read and every interaction they've ever had, kind of
Right,
an amalgamated
right.
dialectic
Materialism.
opposition.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Peterson fell into it.
Peterson's
Okay?
a materialist, dude. I love Peterson.
But I'm
he's a
saying-
materialist. Still a
No, he's more than that. I'm saying he's a materialist off of the same argument you just made. If evil has function, if evil has more than function, evil is only function. It's
Nope.
a lack of good.
Nope.
If
he
legal-
does
if-
not make that argument. He does not make a materialist argument for look. My
What's his
definition of
argument?
materialism is nuanced, right? Because my definition of materialism is that material is primary, not that non-material things don't exist. That's not my definition.
Mhm.
There are no people who believe that non-material doesn't exist. That
Yeah,
is
even
inane.
information.
Those people
We
don't
had Dawkins saying information.
information, thought, formulas, mathematical concepts.
Cool.
Like there's a dozen, right?
We got Dawkins
square
saying-
root, right? There's dozens of ways. So there are no people like that. But there are plenty of people who believe that material is prime mover of the world. So in other words,
Mhm.
the reason why there's bad people on Twitter is because of the platform, which is obvious nonsense, but I understand that's materialism. What Peterson does is he makes a non-material argument. He says, there is a place that you can go, listen
Yeah.
to the words, right?
Mhm.
That is so dark, right? And you know that you are going to the dark
You're
place,
committing to
and
yeah.
you are adding to the darkness. There's no nouns there. None. It's all action. He's not making a materialist argument. He's making an argument that your actions affect the world, and that effect can be, not always is, but can be known by you for certain to be evil. That
Yeah,
is
here's
correct.
a brilliant Peterson axiom. Of things that actually his work should be contributed for, other than his amazing citations, everyone has a complete map of the world. It's just very low resolution. It's like an almost perfect paraphrase of him, because I've said it a lot and I have it written down.
Mm-hmm.
That's brilliant. When Peterson actually grokked that in the 90s when he was teaching at Harvard, that's why everybody should go read and reread Maps of Meaning, just the first chapter every once in a while. Just kind of the first. He rewrote that a lot. There's not room for improvement really in that, because he's aiming at a certain thing, and it takes him a big chapter to say what you just said, because
Right.
yeah, and you're having to put a lot on that. So I will I will slightly concede to that. I mean,
okay. So it's a non-materialist argument. I do want to deal with this, though. They should train
I
AI
can
to translate
agree with that.
Zizek's words into fluent, nice-sounding, angel-like sentences. The problem is that Zizek's game is subterfuge and subversion. And look, I think what's driving
I
Zizek,
met him.
right?
He's the best.
Hold on. To be fair to Zizek, I think what's driving him is nobody listened to him, and he was right about a bunch of stuff. And now he's
Everything.
pissed off. He's not trolling Peterson. He's trolling absolutely
Everyone.
every single person on the planet with everything he says all the time, and with good reason. And I like a good troll, but he's a coke addict. And no, like I'm not a fan of doing nothing but trolling. I've never been a fan of it.
Tobacco and Coke is how you wrote all those books? What?
Dude.
Okay.
Dude.
There's like a good synopsis. I'm not going to name a channel because that's all kind of stuck now. But if you find a channel that has videos from like 5 or more years ago doing a breakdown of Zizek's books, in particular, The Sublime Objective of Ideology, or the Less Than Nothing one. I mean, he has a bunch, but Less Than Nothing in particular is such a powerful argument. He sums it up in jokes now, because when you're really fucking smart, you can tell jokes that can sum up your entire big thick book. So he has a joke about going to I think you're in Eastern Germany.
Yeah.
And you go to a little cafe and order coffee. And I'd like coffee with sugar, no cream. And it comes back, I'm sorry, we don't have cream. I can do sugar with no milk. And if you don't know what that joke is saying, it's like, you've lived a lovely life. There by the grace of God go I. Learn that and start chanting that every day. You don't want to learn what that joke fucking means. Because you're living in a bubble where it's like, you have everything at your disposal, so then not having it just means it's not there. But if the thing is never there, then your relation with it isn't that it's not there. It's different. Like, anyways, he takes these absurdist jumps and he takes in neo-Marxist reading. So all the things that you should learn from these people you don't need to read, you can just go listen to Zizek's jokes about toilets and learn like big, thick books. When he's saying a joke, he's telling you all the good jokes from his books and explaining them better than he did in his books. So that's the key, because that man is literally
participation is different, right? And that's the thing. There's way more information in a physical reaction or a video than there is in a book. Definitionally, I mean, this is the problem of propositional knowledge. Propositional knowledge is low resolution knowledge.
Yeah,
and that's why it doesn't stick with you.
Yep.
Well, Skyler, Wait. Now I have to impose upon you
I'm ready.
because I'm reading The Republic. We're doing a book
Okay.
club. It's on YouTube, right? It's on the Texas Wisdom
I just
Community.
dive.
Okay. Here's my problem. I've never once ever in my life heard anybody mention that the statement of Gnosticism, the problem of children, there was resolution to censorship or the justification for censorship, because Gnosticism is forbidden knowledge, right?
Gnostic children. What was the third one?
Forbidden knowledge, the concept of
Forbidden
forbidden. That's the bridge, right? Censorship. It's really censorship because of forbidden knowledge, right? And the idea of scale as such, right? In other words, you can't talk about justice one person to another. You have to talk about justice on the scale of a city. Well, hold on.
Wonderful.
All of these
You're the
concepts
perfect
are
person.
in the first half of Book 2 of the Republic, and I have never once in my life heard anybody mention any of that being in the Republic. And instead, they do this, what I would call a reprehensible move that makes them actually bad people and bad academics, where they say the Republic has anything to do with politics. No, it doesn't.
It's eugenics.
Socrates and Plato would not recognize politics if you tried to shove it up their backside. That is
They'd make them our buildings.
The only reason why they bring up cities is to solve the scaling problem, because they have to solve the scaling problem because they can't talk about justice on the level of a human, right? Like this is all obvious to me. It's obvious in the text. And then when they're doing that, they're making the statement of the bad God. They're making the statement of the good God. They're making the statement of forbidden knowledge. That's everything you need to know about Gnosticism, by the way. Everything else is derived.
Hermeticism. That's the Hermetic loop, Hermes. So that's Hermeticism and Gnosticism. You're kind of twisting.
Well, Lindsay said they're the same thing, and I think he's right.
No, they're not. They're not the same. He says they're not the same. I spoke to Lindsay like 2 weeks ago. Hermeticism and Gnosticism are not the same. I spoke to him in Phoenix. He knows they're not the same.
Hermeticism
is hermetically sealed. Gnosticism is a way. Anyways, there's capital G. Let's not even. I know what I'm talking about here. What I want to talk to you about now is
wait. Am I wrong about Book 2? Am I totally wrong, or is all this stuff like right there and nobody talks about it because they all missed it? That's my only theory. Is that all of them missed it in favor of politics?
It's not all missing. It's they believe it, so they look right through it. They believe in the eugenics, neo-Darwinism. He's a neo-Darwinist.
Mm-hmm.
Read all this as a neo-Darwinist. And then you can go, oh, okay. So why would I'm going to speak in code. Why would the fatherland and the house and the land of the rising sun, they have the exact same fucking ideology. Okay? They have the same hermetic seal.
Right.
Sealed system. They're gold.
Well,
all these people are silver and bronze and mud.
But it isn't right. But all of this is it's all misused. It's all cast in the understanding of justice. Like they're not intending to build these cities. They're not intending to use these cities against one another to say one is better than the other.
It's a mental, But so how I see the issue here is like if I can get Pajot in person, I'm going to be going to like Arlington next week. I'm just busy as shit. So
you should have come up to Thunder Bay, you muppet. We had him in person. It was great.
I had my tickets given and I run a crisis team, so it's not like a good time.
Yeah. You're whining. You had tickets too, and you gave them up.
I had to give them to someone. Sucks.
I know.
Recursive and fractal. All right, you do computer stuff, and recursive. Let me in like as quick as I can, shitty as I can, see if I can get this. Recursion is, I'm going to put it like in a formula.
Yeah.
I have this recursion thing. I run it, and then I take the outcome of that formula, and then I take that recursion, and I run it again, and I get a different outcome. And it actually kind of keeps going out. Is that like a really shitty, I'm trying to say this to a 5-year-old. Like a little kid. I know how to say it hard, but I'm trying to say You keep adding the same thing, but it doesn't, like, if I keep adding 2, it just plus 2 each time. With a recursive value.
That's not the recursion. That's not the
Okay, let's
recursion.
hear it. Okay.
So recursion is it's a process, and there's different types of recursion in computing.
I know. I'm thinking on.
Yeah, that's when it gets fun.
That's why I asked. I'm thinking.
So
I think people are
recursion-
conflating fractal
recursion is the
and recursive
process.
thinking.
Right, because fracticality doesn't depend on, but most fracticality uses recursion. Fracticality
Yes.
doesn't have to use recursion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's-
Mark, that was the first
Right.
high five in like 3 months for me from you. All right, good job.
We've
That
been
is the
talking
issue I
at least
see.
3 months.
See, fractals can just nest on themselves. It's if you're into physics and you look at what Eric Weinstein's up to, he has this thing that kind of like pops out of you go in or out of it, and it pops in with information. You're like, wait, what the fuck? Where did that come from? Yeah,
Right.
but
Right.
recursive doesn't do that.
You don't need recursion to do fractals.
No.
That's wrong.
Exactly.
Practicality is different than mere recursion.
Yes,
The way
beautiful.
recursion works is it's just a process that
Mm-hmm.
is taking an input and doing the same thing to the input. Now, you don't have to feed the output back in. That's fractal.
Yeah.
Anytime you do that with recursion, you are going to get a type of fracticality.
Yeah,
That is
Mandelbrot
true.
set.
Now Mandelbrot set's a great example, right? It's
Exactly,
it's
that's the
a
visualization.
triangle, right? There's all kinds, but not all fracticality is recursive, and that's where people get confused. They don't know that.
This is important for people to say. So, of things that to read in Plato, I think that's a big thing that gets very often flipped. He's doing a thought experiment. At the end of the dialogue, what are they going to ask? You always need to read the end first. That's the trick. I thought everybody knew these things, but I didn't realize I went to a really nice school where my shirt was tucked in or I got beat. So, oops. I guess they did teach me a bunch of stuff. Yeah, they got me a lot of boundary issues, let me tell you. Almost said bad joke right there. A little bit of self-censorship. I am in my church or not my church, the church I rent right now. So recursive and fractal, that difference I think is extremely important. Because they're getting tripped. And I think when you think everything is a deterministic thing, all they're trying to do is find the recursive values and stuff so they can input, and then they just want to sit back. Hence, we're going to make this perfect AI thing. Put it out of fucking comic books and C.S. Lewis. I mean, not C.S. Lewis. Arthur Clarke. C. Clarke.
But Skylar, this is my big insight recently that I've been just harping on recently is people will start with the statement that the seed contains all the information to become a tree, and I'm like, no, that's wrong. Like that's obvious. You need gravity, you need soil, you need sunlight, you need moisture, right? And like all the information to become a tree is not in the seed, right? All the information is not there. Most of the most important information is actually you need gravity. It's all.
I'm going to take Dawkins' paper. So Dawkins' paper finally got published, the one that he had shared to Peterson. If you haven't watched the Peterson Dawkins talk still, just go watch it. Fast, put it in double. In that paper, Dawkins makes a point that Peterson picks up and lays on Dawkins that he had missed, which is awesome. Essentially, if you go into the genetic records, you go on the genetic record, you would be able to see a perfect model of a map of the environment of that genetic, wherever the phenotype is from. So you can find like what was the environment that the species was in. Peterson then goes, yeah, you should be able to figure out what the air density was, what the gravity of the planet is, but like he starts saying stuff, and Dawkins is like, wait a minute. And then I'm like, I know a young earther who does phylogenetic research, and I want to give him this. And it's like, buddy, if the Earth is 6,000 years old, here's your way to fucking prove it to me. All right? I understand the difference between heredity and genetics and all this stuff. I send big papers to priests and pastors, and apparently they read them. And Paul Newell's stuff. And it was like, that was a couple months ago when Paul like did his thing on heredity and stuff. And I was like, whoa, Paul like really did a good job. That was fantastic. Like, very,
Right, but
very
the
well
problem,
said.
the
'Cause
problem with
the information's not stored that way. The information is passed on one way and stored another, which is why you have a morphogenetic space. I've been going into Michael Levine's work for the last 3 weeks a lot, like way too much. And in Michael Levine's work, you basically have those, like, you have a morphogenetic option space. It's brilliant work, anyways, and it's
well,
making
but that's
me
the
less
problem.
Darwinistic.
But that's the problem with materialists is they don't understand change. They can't account for
Yep.
materialism. Cannot account for change.
He
It's not possible.
have you watched Michael Levine's work? He shows
No.
he makes a 2-headed planaria and then shows you its DNA and goes, its DNA is the exact same as the normal one. All I did was send electrical signals to it at the wrong time so that I told it to do something.
Right.
And then
right.
he made von Neumann bots. Have you seen the Xenobots? Oh my God.
No.
If you haven't seen the Xenobots, this is the most important thing in the last 2 years.
But look, my problem with Michael Levine is that if you
Holy
read
shit.
his Twitter feed, you quickly realize that he's not that bright and doesn't understand
Oh,
basic
duh.
concepts.
Oh, I don't
And then
want
it's
him.
like,
Albert Einstein couldn't comb his hair like me.
yeah,
I don't
know.
give a shit.
It's-
I don't care.
Right.
I
No,
called
no,
out
I-
Vervaeke. I read Lord of Light, and then went, oh, Vervaeke's a Hindu. He's going to be stuck in it. Like, I can explain what Vervaeke's worldview is better than everyone here, including his therapist, I bet.
Absolutely.
Did his therapist go read Lord of Light? If he didn't,
Maybe,
then he
maybe
doesn't
not.
know him as good as me. Because, like,
Right. Well, but
fucking,
again,
I called June 8th, 2020. I called stuff and Vervaeke started getting published this month. I'm
remember.
fucking ahead of the ball, like a week.
I know you absolutely
A
are.
little
Well,
ahead. No one else knew what we were talking about. I'm like,
but that's to me, that's the problem, is that these guys are getting very complicated models for very simple phenomena.
well,
and if you just
it's a mount
observe
of
them,
a model
you don't need that model.
of reality. Yeah. So
Right,
that's
you don't need
this
that.
is, this is
Well,
dialect-
and look, did you
There's
engage with
maps,
Fallen Earth
models,
creationism?
oh, it's scary.
Did you engage with Fallen Earth creationism with Weston's work?
When was it? A while ago?
It was on Vanderklay's channel. He talked to Vanderklay.
But I'm saying like a while ago or recent.
It was a while ago. It was a little while ago.
Yeah, I remember watching Young Earth stuff like a long time ago on Vanderkላይ. I watched him engage with it for a few weeks.
Yeah, it's not Young Earth stuff. He's get Fallen Earth creationism, which, as far as I can tell, is unique. But effectively, what it boils down to is the world doesn't exist until we're conscious beings, and therefore,
Yeah, John
and I'm
Hoffman.
like, well, that's a great way to resolve the problem. So I wonder what
John Hoffman.
factors determine the inherited phenotype. Like you have DNA, cell from the mother, and what else? Look, I have a video on this.
Environmental
There's so
triggers.
many things that determine all of these things. Like you've got to understand inheritance is such a small part of the equation. It's almost not worth even talking about.
Yeah.
These people are focused on inheritance, and it's like, guy, that's nothing. Inheritance has two qualities. It's unreliable and inconsistent. So if you're relying on inheritance like Mendel did, because this is the flaw in Mendel's stuff, in simple objects, it's more reliable, right? And it's more consistent. But when you scale up, and Darwin noted this, and everybody misses. I didn't even read his stupid book, but I read enough of his work to know this.
His book is beautiful, whatever.
As you scale up, the reliability and consistency of phenotype goes away completely. Like you can do without it entirely. Like that. So people are going on and on about this, and I'm like, you guys are missing what's going on here entirely. And the other thing I noticed, I gotta remember which video it's in.
He had to
talk about
though.
Well, you got to understand the change sets, because if the change is just the merging of the two, that's not sufficient to explain what's going on, right? Because you need the random mutation. And then random mutation doesn't have a single cause, right? So when you look at evolution, it gets really complex really fast. And everybody reduces it down to things like phenotype and mutation. And it's like, those are complex things already. You're already, this is where Levine comes in. When he shows this stuff, he's like, well, look, you can't use genetics to figure out if it's one or two-headed, because
Nope.
when the electrical signal comes in, determines everything.
I can
Everything.
okay. Should I do Xenobot or should I do oh man, Xenobots are crazy. So that's the outer cell of just one frog skin using
Right.
the cilia to self-propel. It has no way to propel forward, so they introduce it to neutral skin flakes. Those are agental cell material. And the Xenobots will round them up like von Neumann bots, and the next generation will keep on doing it. What the fuck? They have no idea what's. You can watch it. You can.
Right. You don't know.
He goes.
You know, there's
magic.
an unknown information transfer mechanism, right? And nobody understands how it works.
Well, I mean,
But
here,
this is well
this is
known.
where, this is
Or
where
it
people
should
should
be
read
well
stuff.
known.
Darwin's critiques of himself are his best critiques. Okay? Darwin had his own critiques. Those are the ones to level. You don't even need to go. He realized, hey, sexual selection, what's up with that? Peterson notes that. Hey, that means that there's choice. That means, now, to bring it back to what I was talking about, if you're reading Darwinism through a dialectic, then you think that the world is an eternal, just monad thing, and we're in this flux, right? And we need to smash the world. So we need to bring the world into us, bring the world into flux. We need to force ourselves into the monad. And if you see that, then you understand the blank slateism. So Vervaeke is dead on when he's explaining blank slateism. It goes both ways. Blank slate's not just Hume, Locke, I'm a blank slate. It's also the romantic, the world is a blank slate, and I'll project myself. I'll express myself to the world. So to me, these are all the same.
You're right.
Those,
that's a good
those are still
catch.
the same idea.
It's a good catch by
And that's
Vervaeke.
very
He only
good.
makes one or two, so we got to give him credit.
Oh, whatever. He's brilliant. I mean, I have to give his. So I wanted to deal with the students more. I'm super annoyed that Peterson's on. I wanted to just talk to like Colin DeYoung. That's all we want to hear him talk to. Hey, you have a student that figured out the enactivist model. He got 3 huge models to completely sync together. What the fuck? He got predictive processing, Big Five, and like system theory all together. What?
Well,
and they're like
a couple of guys pointed Vervaeke to the Big Five versus the 4 types of knowing. Of course, he can't match them up because his 4 types model is wrong. If you want to correct 4 types model, you have to look at my stuff.
He's using Greek. He's using the ones that our words are based off of. It's not his model. It's
no, I know. I didn't say it was his model.
Yeah. Well, you say it's his 4P model, and it's like, well, he has 4 Greek words that he's like just unpacked with the magic of alliteration, and alliterative things are powerful. Like really.
Right.
But
I think it's
important to go on the fractal versus the recursion. I'm very interested in talking about power more because this little corner thing, I see it as like an alive thing that's more like an elephant bucking around. And I live in.
What's your definition of power? That's the problem. Like my problem is nobody has a good definition of power except, of course, me. But I spent a lot of time on that over years. So
I guess solipsist. You reminded me of that other solipsist I know that's like actually smooth. Rare.
I don't think I'm a solipsist, but I've been accused of that, but no one can prove it. So I'm a little
skeptical. Not to you. Sorry.
Look, I mean, I'm boiling power down to time, energy, and attention. I'm just saying that's power.
Intention.
Yeah, time. No, attention.
Attention. Attend. Okay. Time,
energy, attention. Tea. It's tea. Wisdom tea. We're going to be making wisdom tea soon. I promise.
Time, energy, attention. See?
Right. And then when you direct it, you get power. If you don't direct it, you don't get a specific type of power, but it's
Ooh.
undifferentiated power in the world, and that's the problem.
So,
So, in other words, you're always emanating power, whether you're actively managing it or not. Okay, and then if it gets directed, it gets direct. Now it's manifest power in the world. It's like, oh no, that's bad. Well, it is bad because that means you have to pay attention to your time, energy, and attention in order to not do bad in the world, which I would argue is the correct formulation. This is why Peterson's formulation of evil is correct, because you're always doing something. You always have time, energy, and attention. You're putting it somewhere. Are you putting it to video games? Are you putting it to porn?
Yes.
Or are you moving towards the light? This is why Ethan is absolutely livid about Prager. And I guess it's episode 10. I haven't watched it yet, although I saw the Peterson clip.
my wife fucking, what? And I was like, bro, my
Burn
mom
away
works
the
palliative.
stake.
Bro,
Totally done with Prager.
go to a palliative care ward. Anybody who has never stepped foot in a palliative care ward has no fucking say in the conversation. Now, is pornography healthy? No, because it's made by mega corporations designed to brainwash you and make you never stop watching. Okay? How you can prove that is really easy. You can just go look at addictive porn on purpose and the ads go away. Weird. Anyways, pornography is evil because of the spirit that's behind it. It's like understanding what astroturfing is.
Well,
I think this little corner is being
understand. Did you understand the problem with Prager's argument? Because there's an actual problem in his illogical formulation.
I mean, his argument was not. I don't like most of his arguments.
Oh, I mean,
agree
his
with Jason on this one.
right, but I mean, his argument basically boiled down
It's not
to
very good.
if it prevents you from something in
deserved.
the future, like adultery, then it's not a bad thing because it's a better option. And it's like,
If you've been watching the
there's
whole
so many
thing
assumptions built in there that it's foolish.
over and over, Prager has harped on this. If you look at a woman with lust in your heart, then you've committed adultery. Prager fucking like picked on that over and over and over. So that snippet, if people haven't watched like me the whole thing 3 times up to date and watching it as they come out with someone they love, like I have a lot of driving to do. I listen to that shit on like fast forward as fuck, like I listen to everything. And then when it really piques me, I listen to it and watch. And I like could tell instantly, like, oh, this is gonna piss people off. Like that Prager said it. I mean, oh my god, conspiracy theorists like are just having a field day. I was like, wow, that was freaking brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, the formulation's terrible, but also I see a lot of what's going on in those are just silly. I mean, it's sad. I really like the formula. Like, I think Peterson's doing a good job. It's being done as well as it can be done.
It's a great talk. I'm way behind on the episodes. I got to catch up, but it's a great series. I've enjoyed the series. I mean, even though 1 and 8 were the best so far, and you could skip the rest to some extent. I mean, I think it's well worth it. The best part of that series, in my opinion, is when Prager says things, and not just, he's not the only one that does it, but he does it the most, I would say. He says, oh, wow, I hadn't thought of it that way. I'd always been resistant to that idea. I've heard it before. But the way you put it, Jordan or Jonathan, because those are usually the two that give him the insight, is making me rethink this. And I think we don't have enough of that in society, where we give each other credit when we agree. So we don't simply agree and go, you know what, we agree about this, so let's just move on.
Even more than agreement. Yeah, more than agreement. What they came to terms with. So that's the phrase I've been using, is coming to terms. So you say navigating patterns, I'll just start saying coming to terms. I say it fucking all the time anyways.
That's fine.
They're coming to terms with the fact that there's more than one valid way to read this, and you don't have to put them in some dialectic and synthesize them and try and like get the most correct way. No, Dennis, you can read that the Jewish women are the ones doing this, and I can read it that it's the Egyptians. Why would I think the Egyptian women are given this power? Why would I think that? Well, because of this clue, this clue, this clue. because later the women do this, women do this, and this. And then Dennis goes, huh. Oh, now that you've laid out these text points that are 10 chapters away and a book away, you're right. In the next book that happens, in 10 chapters from now that happens, and this is happening right now. Maybe there is a pattern. And Jonathan's like, yeah, I think everything's a pattern. Everything. And
Pattern.
that's better than just us agreeing or disagreeing or trying to like,
Right.
let's.
Right.
So I've become extremely anti-ecumenical. And do you know what astroturfing is when it comes to like nonprofits? It's a term that
No.
like. So grassroots nonprofit just means like, so I'm in NAMI, Arizona, National Anti-Mental Illness. We're being astroturfed. I love us. I'm probably going to NAMICon. It's going to get me in a lot of trouble. But I'm in the state board, and I represent peers with mental illness and families who have loved ones who suffer with mental illness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't just say mental health conditions. I don't like soft language. No.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I work crisis. I deal with real problems. We don't say soft stuff. What happens with astroturfing is a grassroots organization gets exuberant amounts of money from some donor. It can be as innocuous as like a church or a conference of a church. So it's like a big conglomeration of churches. It's a shell company for churches if you find out what's going on. And then they give you this stuff, and then they get you reliant on that money. They get you to like comfortable. You're like, ooh, man, for the last 3 years, they gave us $300,000. We have a full staff. We got to hire. We don't just lease a building anymore. Shit, man, we got a building. And then
I got it.
year 4 comes along, and they go, hey, we'd like you to change like just like 2 or 3 year policy, just like on your bylaws, if you could just tweak this.
Right.
And then we'll send you the money. And if you don't take the money, what the fuck are you gonna do? You have to. So they just have to kowtow to it. And that's not the only way, but that's like the big number that like works. And that's astroturfing. It's fake grass over a grassroots nonprofit. So the grassroots nonprofit like NAMI is 10 years older than I am, and huge decades of work. And now they're saying we have to use like gender affirming care. And we have to always be positive in our language. And I can't say drug abuse. I got in trouble at a training for the word abuse. And I went, no. Someone who's using drugs to the point that they are losing consciousness on purpose is abusing drugs. I open detox treatment centers and run a homeless shelter at the highest detox or highest overdose place in the Southwest United States. I know what I'm talking about. I lost a brother to overdose. I know what I'm talking about. Like, there many roads lead here, but they do have some things in common. And yeah, sorry to get extra big, but safe injection sites. How do I feel about safe injection sites? Okay.
I would call that enablement. How do you feel about enablement, Skylar?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fine line, though. Exactly. I'm like a box of contradictions. One of my best friends in the whole of the VA down in Phoenix is like the transgender person. And they know for a fact that I'm against like gender affirming care. And they are too. So like contradictions abound. There are reasonable people on all sides. So why the positives of them? Let's start there. There are positives. I'm going to use a little test point of my neighbor city. So if you Google Star Valley, Arizona, it's a neighbor town of me. It's like 4 miles away from me, but they can't even pay their own taxes. So my town pays their taxes. They don't even have like the stoplight street thing taking photos for speeding tickets anymore because people kept suing them and winning. So back in the late 80s, early 90s, Star Valley was the highest per capita of AIDS in the entire United States. And why that was is they had no education. Everybody had been sharing needles for fucking ever. And I'm sorry if I'm cursing, but I don't know if you're policy on your channel. I try not to be overboard, but talking about like
the policies, you can say whatever the hell you want. How's that?
Okay, cool. And then the the shared needles there got the per capita, such a small community. They had been using heroin together, very clean heroin, bunch of former Vietnams, one out of, right now in my stats in my community, out of my county of people 65 and over, 1 out of 6 of them are Vietnam veterans. Like that's my community. It's like we rock and roll here. Like everybody's got guns. Anyways, Wild Wild West. I would love to tell the story of Gila County sometime when people are in story mood. But the policies of Star Valley, basically, and we're talking about safe injection sites, not sidetrack. Basically, because they had no knowledge, nothing like that, everybody shared needles. They had the highest AIDS out of 100 people in the entire country, and like health crisis to say the least. The repercussions of those are still being hit in my county. In 2016, the homeless county data for the census said there were 6 homeless people in the county because they can't find them. They're all in the forest doing drugs. They don't want you to find them. It's a big fucking forest. You're not going to find someone unless they want you to. Like you're not. There's just no way. Even with helicopters, tree to forest, you're not finding it.
Okay.
So there are things for safe injection sites. What you do there is educate in public safety. So it's how they're ran. It's like understanding how evil some of fucking Planned Parenthood is, and then understanding that the people who actually got it going were some of the sweetest, nicest, non-malicious people who had no idea that they were working.
So what you're saying, Skylar, what you're saying is that the telos of the thing matters more than the thing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Weird.
So my community has no soup kitchen, no community sort of CCBHC, certified community behavioral health clinic. There's none in my state, much less my county.
Right.
We're just behind on a lot of these things, which what the telos of those things are matters. Okay, telos. So I mentioned that training I was in. My wife and I both did that training. So I should mention, my wife is an in our own voice, train the trainer. So she trains the people who go around teaching the classes. Like, she's a very powerful story. My wife's she's the best person I know, hence I married her. That formula that they have to go through is there. It's called in our own voice. It's very difficult. But it even has dark days. And at the very beginning of the presentation, you let everybody know, we're glad to be here. Hey, everybody, right now, today, this is the day I'm at, glad to be here. Okay, I'm about to tell you terrible stuff, but remember, I'm still glad I'm here. And no matter how bad my story gets while I'm telling it, be present. And then my wife has in front of a group, it's called Crisis Intervention Teams Training, CIT. It's for cops and first responders. Seriously, everybody should go do it and just get involved. We tell my wife's story to a bunch of cops doing that. My wife was sexually assaulted by a police officer in her home who had been doing a case for her. So like telling that story to a group of officers, you get some emotional reaction. Like they want his name and whereabouts because a good cop hates a bad cop. Anyway, very strange comment.
I think he's on to something.
I took a Nazarite vow. If I ever punch someone, I have to shave. So that's like the dead tell. Did martial arts when I was 4. I love punching people, and that's bad for me. So I don't have a drinking problem. I have like a being around drunk people problem where I don't even need to be drunk. And that drunk guy is mouthing off. I'll just walk up to him and talk shit because I know jujitsu and I'll just choke you out. But I'm definitely not a monk. My wife wants me to be an Orthodox priest. Like I hang out with them. I'm not one. I have a long journey ahead. I'm 31. Very violent machination in my head all the time, and severe head trauma. So I got a lot of healing to do. That comment very sidetracked me with the Orthodox priest comment. That was funny. Yeah, I noticed the camera thing. I thought it was just because I was on StreamYard.
My camera's low res. It looks really high res for me.
Yeah, it popped like a couple times.
StreamYard
What were
won't
we
be
talking about just before this? We were distinguishing something or showing. See, I think there's. Oh, I did want to get this on Jocko, so I guess I can mention this. Here's a healthy distinguishing thing. So distinguish dichotomy from dialectic.
Mhm.
So I think dichotomies are a healthy way to view something because you're not formalizing them. You're just being as aware as you can, and they're more of a pragmatic conceptual scheme to work in. So this is Jocko Willink talk. I think Jocko's really nailing it lately. Of people playing the game who needs to get in this fucking. Anyways, he's doing a lot of good. So I'm not gonna knock someone who's like working their ass off, but like if you do a little less jujitsu and start just a little bit more public speaking, these dichotomies he's pointing out are very healthy very often. And then I listened to the huge Civil War thing recently, and we need to have logistics in this little corner. So I forgot the name of the stream. I wrote it down and I can't find it. I'm losing my mind. What's the name of the stream so I don't have to?
Which
That's what
this
it's called.
stream?
Yeah, right now.
My stream? Oh, it's called Live Boundaries. Where do you end?
Boundaries. Dogma.
It's all about
That was my first
boundaries.
comment. So my first comment, holy moly, hours ago already, was about dogma. It's just the word dogma just means like boundary. And as you pointed out, it doesn't mean like boundary that you never cross. It's more like in Lion King. Hey, see the shadow area over there? That's not our kingdom. Stay in our kingdom. Now, why the fuck would he say that if you're not instantly going to go to the boundary and cross it? Like, there's a healthy thing. I have a project in my head. So I've told you guys a couple times very lovingly. Neither of you caught me, which was nice. And then on this name a few days ago is on Grim. I didn't go on live, but I was just chatting in the thing while he was responding. And I tried to figure out because he has these like fucking projects and branding and he's doing his thing. Okay. What am I on? And I figured it out. I'm on the away team. So he's playing like basically like red shirts in Star Trek, the away team. And then one of the guys in the comments was like, OA team, because of how Graham has like a
Yeah.
the way he speaks. The comment section like picked up instantly, which is where I was vibing. I was in the comments like manipulating my thing, subverting where they were going. Oh, Chad's coming. Cool. But interface came up, and then dogma, and then in that chat, I noticed it was basically the same conversation was over here. When I saw you pick the boundaries thing, I was like, oh, healthy boundaries is literally what I'm teaching everybody in my personal family right now. Because they want me to come home, and I'm like, those cats are in the house. I have an entire forest I can live in. I'm a homeless dude. Like, I run a homeless shelter. I don't mind living. I'll sleep anywhere. I'll sleep like on the side. I just don't care. And I have these boundaries and I set them. And to have boundaries implies all these nested things. Sadly, it's like the and media res starts. Boundaries come along with other things. You need to know what we are working for. And so I'm going to finish with this. Chad can talk. Jocko very much talks about when he's going through training, he didn't realize when the people fell out of buds. Okay, like buds is where you lose like 1 or 4 out of 5 people. So the Navy SEALs, everybody hears about Hell Week. Buds is where they lose 4 out of 5. And he just realized those people weren't doing this. We're all doing this. He's on the SEALs team. If we're picking up boats today and carrying them from one side of the thing to the other, that's what we're doing today. And so he just had such a simple goal-minded thing. And I'm working with a lady. She's very goal-driven. She drives half my volunteers nuts but she's like the best at organizing because she just cares about results. So what results are we after? How do we have healthy boundaries? And how do we
Mhm.
set up correct forgiveness? If we can't have
Mhm.
so Greg
Mhm.
Hurwitz, Jordan Peterson, and Pajot talking, that's fantastic. They all look like idiots now and then. That's what happens in a real conversation. Live,
Mm.
you make mistakes. You look like
Greg
an idiot now and
Hurwitz
then.
talking is never fantastic. Greg Hurwitz talking.
Oh my
like,
God.
Makes me want to.
But
like,
they all stumbled. Even Greg was able to pull out his point well enough to get Jordan to be like, fuck.
Greg's
Cut
never
it.
had a good point in his pointy-headed life.
Oh my God.
He wants you. Phlebas wants to hear you on your. It wasn't
I can do that for everybody.
non-ecumenicalism. He was basically
Yeah,
condemning ecumenicalism, right?
Yeah, I'm very much. It's been astroturfed. So steering committees and astroturfing. When you find out what happened to the ecumenical movement, the original ecumenicals from like 700 plus years ago, good people. Modern ecumenical movement, buddy, I have been at all of them. Guess who is a fucking, I can't even. Did you know that the
Read.
highest rank of knight awarded by the Pope, there is a high-ranking Mormon with that? Okay, if you don't know how this stuff works,
What?
just, don't. Like, trust me, it gets so dark. I live in Mormonville, by the way. So, like, and I love the Mormons. They help me. Anyways. But big money, astroturfing, steering committees. Why I don't like ecumenical stuff is why I joined a nonprofit and then made my own nonprofit is because I think that pretty much 95% of nonprofits since the year 2012 are corrupt. You can look at the spike of Obama, what he opened up.
Mhm.
And thanks, Obama, we have a very different world for 501c3s and what they can get away with. They can be religiously affiliated without they're never going to get held to the feet. Obama got them past the Supreme Court for the 8th time. They're never going to get held to the feet as a religious movement. So now you can disguise your religious movement as a 501c3, force people to show up to these stupid fucking cult meetings. If they don't show up to cult meetings, you force them to be homeless after you've taken like 30% of their income. Bro, you're killing people.
Well, look. I think of it this way, right? Which is the unhealthy idea that we can just expand the boundary and get ecumenism instead of fixing the problem. Where
what do we want?
at a certain point, some of these people have to be wrong about important things because there's a conflict. And they don't want to resolve the conflict. They want everybody to just get along. I'm like, no. The conflict has to be accepted or resolved.
I'm so triggered though. But yeah, they think they have the formula of dialectics. So what they're going to do is take the ecumenical movement, modern, wants to take a dialectical synthesis of all religions. Prisca Theologia. They have like terms. And so Vatican II, Prisca Theologia, all these things. Go be a nerd. Jay Dyer, I paid that man $50 to do my homework. Very much worth he's a nerd. That Chad-based nerd, ortho bro, and you pay him to do your homework. And I was like, what's up with steering committees? This is what I know, this is what I know. And then like a couple weeks ago, he did another little deep dive, and that was thanks to me throwing him $50. And he is already like doing that. He's reading something, and he's read Carol Quigley. So if you don't know who Carol Quigley is, you sweet summer child, you don't know what's going on in the world. He was a guy who wrote for the establishment what they were actually doing, and then they wouldn't print more than one volume or one copy of his book because people started reading it and being like, wait, what? Anyways, the world is so weird. Chad.
No, it's just
I love your
increasing
in your bathroom.
Yeah, Chad, bring us down to reality.
I need to be in reality. My bathroom looks like shit. No.
What are you guys talking about?
Really, I was at the biggest level of like the monad versus logos. So
we're gonna go back to that. I thought
everything goes into that.
But I mean,
you don't like anything past the Greeks, Mr. Mark. All new philosophy is worthless. No. Read the biography of philosophers. And like I said earlier,
Oh, my Lord.
Absurdism. He lives out. Read absurdism. Then
Garbage.
look about how he died in a car crash and be like, oh, he got Paul Walker. Interesting. Kind of absurd what happened to that guy. You might say, like, when you see that you get the worlds every year in.
Why
So we
why
like-
do you think that's absurd?
How he died?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was getting a problem similar to what happened to I've been diving into all this stupid nerd stuff. Sorry, I know old people, so they were alive during it. That sounds to me similar to what happened to the works of Repressive Tolerance Dude, where he complains about the people using his logic to the wrong end. He provided them a perfectly clean rationale of how to scapegoat without, okay, I mean, you don't plan on being monetized on this channel and stuff. Am I gonna like trigger you if I say like, do I have to speak in code? I don't know.
Speaking code.
I'll speak in some code. Okay. Skittles Day of Vengeance. All right.
Yes.
That got pushed through National Alliance networks. More than one. I'm on all the backlogs.
Yeah, I gotcha.
For our approval. As if
Yeah.
mental health advocates are
Right.
going to say, yeah, we're behind you. What the fuck? And guess what happened? People did. Not everybody said no. So we're in a world right now where shit's like so crazy. Oh, yeah. That's like a crazy one because that's not even like a psyop. That's like, I mean, I work on the back end. I got a thing, and I'm like, what
that's the increasing chaos. Like this is what I was talking
That's
about.
that's
Three different people in two different channels who don't know each other all were like, oh, look at this hopeful sign. And I'm like, we're living in chaos. You're not. These hopeful signs are not signs of a change. They're just the things that happen in chaos. And I hate to break it to you, but like things are going to get a lot more chaotic before they get any better.
I mean, but it's a formalized chaos. So why people feel calm though is because the logic behind the people doing these bad things is something like this is what Jacob and I, Pastor Paul, talked about on the live stream many months back, was basically like total depravity. If total depravity is there, why am I not doing it? Why would I do anything good?
That's not what they're doing, right? That's what's happening because they're stuck in the pattern of religion.
They're stuck in a dialectic. They don't know what good is. They don't know what good is. They can't put a positive forward. Logical positivism died.
Right.
Wittgenstein killed it. Curb stomped it. He wrote the thick books and then destroyed it with good enough. Boom, the curb stomp on my career. Like, so that's all of philosophy. Why Mark's mostly right, even though I disagree with him, about modern philosophy is because of Wittgenstein's life. Like, Mark's point is that. That's why I can't say he's wrong. I just disagree with him.
Fair enough. You're allowed to disagree.
What are we talking about?
If you can follow Skylar, you're a better man than I am.
You're a madman. I brought up Graham earlier. I brought up many a thing because I
can follow Skylar. I just haven't been listening. I just came out for a smoke and thought I'd drop in. And say,
I'm all over now.
Well, it's good to see you, Shad.
I listened to Paul Kingsnorth earlier today.
That was on my feed for him.
It was Kingsnorth and some other dude that I've never heard of.
It's on my feed too. Is it worth it?
It was really good. Kingsnorth said some things in that conversation that was like really resonating with. Like, holy shit, dude! Like, he's saying what I've been thinking for a long time about.
He was in the whole global trap. Yeah.
Well,
Paul Kingsnorth, he's amazing.
But there's something that he mentioned about I can't remember the exact phrases he used, but I'm just gonna paraphrase something like the zeitgeist of people in the society today, maybe the Western society is one of like the underpinnings are all therapeutics.
Yep.
And I was like, yes. I mean, I've been saying this for a while. The unintended consequences of the formation of 12-step programs and what that did overall to the culture, and the unintended consequences of basically like something very, very mysterious and semi-controlled, then breaking out into like the medical field, and then people in the medical field taking the terminologies and those concepts and then twisting them up and then repackaging them and then now making a huge market out of these therapeutic language and things like this. And basically, and I heard Sally earlier talk about people's scare or discontent around the self-care and self-love, and like I'm one of those people, like, but I think it's misunderstood, right? Because I do believe we should take care of ourselves and we should love our neighbors as we love ourselves, all that stuff. The problem is self-care, self-love language, it puts self at the top of everything, and that comes out of the therapy.
Ooh. So Mark has this thing where he talks about middle out, and it's in media res. It's like middle out. I think there's good ways to do middle out. And what you just said about self's not the center, it's a center of being. And I think that's what therapy helps you, what a good therapist can do, is help you realize that you are a center of being. You're not the center of being. However, you have a part to play, and other people can take your perspective. You can do your best. I can stop and do my best to see what Mark would think, right? I got like a pretty nifty burn on Mark a while back, and then I was like, damn, that applies to me. I did a 5-hour car ride today, and all that I was thinking about, not all, way more than I was comfortable with, was a burn that I laid on Mark months back, which was something like, very intelligent people are often dismissive of preloaded arguments. So that's why I hear self-help stuff, and it's like, it just irks me the wrong way. It sounds like a formula, and you can't have a formula for something that's like alive all the way. A formula is for something,
and that's the big difference between, I think, probably what people encounter in therapy and what you would encounter in a religious context or community, or like a good somebody who's well plugged into a 12-step program. It's like, because like therapy would have me work on me, right? It'd be like, do things, Chad, so you can work on yourself, so you can be a better person. And the 12-step community and like good religious communities will say, stop working on you.
Work on your relations with others.
Try to live by these principles that we have and go help other people.
Yep.
Be related.
Oh man, you're making perfect sense to me. So tracking a bunch of stuff. I'm going to go back to the NAMI stuff. So I love National Anti-Mental Illness, free nonprofit. They have support groups everywhere in the country. You need support groups, you should go to them. They even have online ones. You can go to mine. If you go to Arizona, go to Payson, you can join my online support group. I host this one on Monday, last Monday one. Anyways, in those support groups, this is exactly what Chad was just saying. We have 2 basic program breakouts. We have peer-to-peer connections, and we have family-to-family. And in the family-to-family, what you talk about in the support group is the relationship you have with those around you. And in the peer-to-peer, how I frame it, and now they're now taking up my phrases because it's an actual grassroots nonprofit. Not just my phrases, but in the peer-to-peer, it's about your relationship with yourself. You have that's why, I mean, if you ever want to watch a really smart series by Vervaeke and feel dumb for a while, The Elusive Eye with Greg Henriquez is very fun, because that's what I sit and think about since I can remember my dad, he's a physics professor, on the ride home from church one day when I was in I had to be 8 or 9 years old, saying, just giving me a thought experiment of what would happen if the sun's gravity turned off, but the light didn't. Like, how far would we go out? What would happen? What happens if it turns back on? Anyways, that gave me a weird way to look at myself. And the Solomon effect is the technical term that Vervaeke used. Do you remember them talking about that Solomon effect? So I've had this idea. I was going to lay it on what's his nuts, but I'll give it to you. I haven't gotten a third alliteration, so it was going to be Solomon something stream. So there's an accidental. But Solomon stream, where you have to speak in the third person. So Skylar would have to be talking like this the whole time. And it's like, boy, that makes, after a minute or two, because I turn off my screen, and on these, I can't. So when I'm on a Zoom call, even when they have me present, I turn off my self-presentation. Real easy for me then. I fucking hate this StreamYard. Anything. I want to put a sticky note.
You could turn
over
off
my thing. I don't. On this one, I tried for a minute.
He doesn't want to turn off his camera. He wants to turn off him seeing himself.
I just don't want to see me. I just want to look at you and Mark.
He wants us to see him, but he doesn't want to see him.
Well, it's a good practice. It's a good opportunity to practice something. Okay, we're going to talk about boundaries real quick.
Let's hear it.
So I've talked about boundaries before in the past, and as it relates to men dating women, and I think that it's an important thing that well, it's something that I've learned. I've learned not to be reliant upon whoever I'm going to be dating. I'm not going to be reliant upon their boundaries. They're irrelevant to some degree. Boundaries are about what I set for me that I don't cross. That way I have an opportunity to grow in different areas. So this might be here might be a solution to all of the crises, because I've been thinking a lot of all the crises because we're crisis centric. So, okay, whether you like it or not, or okay, how about this? Whether I like it or not, I'm going to join the church and stick with it. Whether I like it or not. Also, here's something I'm going to do. I'm going to be checking out very soon. I'm going to potentially join the Lions Club. Why? I don't know. It's a part of the community. I'm going to try to have children. That's another boundary that I'm going to try to adhere to. They sound like goals, but they're more like boundaries. These are things I need. And I think that if people were to adopt these ideas and these boundaries, son of a bitch, and automatic light, go on. If you were to adopt these boundaries, if people were to adopt these kinds of boundaries where you get in and you stay in and you participate, things get better and we don't have to worry about somebody having to try to create an arc or whatever.
Right.
But we're not going to do it because we don't know how to fix ourselves. So
no, it's not. No, we don't want to submit. The submission came up earlier with Sally Joe. Once you
understand, that's what I'm saying. We don't know how to do that. To what I mean is, by we don't know how to fix ourselves and we won't fix ourselves, is we don't know how to submit because we're unwilling to practice asceticism to a degree, right? Different ascetic things. So
what's our relationship with ourselves? I say that to people every 2 weeks, so I get to watch a lot of light bulbs go off.
go? How
when
often?
people stop and go, like, because they don't like self-care, and I'm like, well, you care about all these things, and they rely on you. So
Mhm.
distinguish yourself from me, from I. Like we have that
Mhm.
phrase, me, myself, and I.
Right.
What, like,
Right.
stop and listen to that.
Right.
Me, myself,
Mhm.
I.
Mhm.
Well,
Okay, I am the one that's always doing the thing, but myself is something different, and me is something different again. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's almost like there's a trinity or something.
well, here's
Anyway,
there's
so
a
yeah,
there's a God that I worship probably more than anything else, and it's called Apple and YouTube. And I spend more time on it than I spend actually seeking God.
Mhm.
Right? And that's just a fact. It's a sad fact. So now how does that shape me? Like it turns me into a fucking wacko, dude. It's into somebody who's afraid all the time, self-centered, and
Mhm.
distracted, and pulls me away from my feet on the ground. So I mean, these are all things that I mean, I know the solution, but I'm not willing to submit right now. So it is
Mhm.
what. But I'm gonna
well,
try. So I'm gonna.
yeah, you already said some stuff. What was that? What you were doing or planning? Now I'm confused.
No, I. So
Hey.
I am a member of a church.
Yeah.
There tomorrow. I'm going to participate in peeling some potatoes for the pancake breakfast thing that we have on Sunday. I on Tuesday I'm gonna probably go try to check out this Lions Club dinner. It's a men's club, by the way, which is good. I want one of those.
Mhm.
Yeah, my community is so small, sadly, that the Lions and Lioness merged. But the lady who's the treasurer of the Lioness, now the Lions are merged. She's also the lady who used to run the county thing, and she's the president of the nonprofit that I made. So,
So
like the Rotary Club,
yeah,
Kiwanis, Lions, if your community has one, go attend a meeting.
yes,
They have a public one quarterly, I guarantee.
yep.
Just show up
The
and be like, hey, what's going on?
I asked the dude because I met him at the church. They're providing the tent for our church thing.
Yep.
I asked him,
Every
is there one in my town? He's like, well, no, not anymore. Unfortunately, the men and women, the woman sold off everything and destroyed the one in my town. And I said, what? He said, well, they decided to have a co-ed Lions Club and it destroyed everything.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what I'm watching happen here.
So-
That's why I mentioned it. Is like you need to find that, as you said, you need a men's club that's healthy.
Yep.
Why? Because women need a women's club, and they talk. It's not like they're separate clubs. It's just like one club that's properly organized.
Right. So I'm gonna
Proper
go.
boundaries.
They
You
do
need
good
the boundaries.
things, man. They do good things in the community. They're non-religious. I like that. There's going to be people from the Catholic Church there. There's going to be people from the Lutheran Church there. There's going to be people from different churches, people from no churches. We're all there. We're all, so in that way, that's kind of cool. That's as far as maybe ecumenism needs to go.
That's good stuff. Yes.
That's
proper. Yes.
And but let's face it. Hey, I had this idea or this thought the other day. I thought because people keep saying that the protest needs to end, and I was thinking, I think it already did. We just are not willing to admit it to ourselves that it has actually already ended. We're just like any church where you have people bickering to other people in the church, and so in a way, I mean, in the West, we're just a big, stupid, strange church.
Hey man, the Great Resignation. When I first heard that phrase, it like sunk in me. Like the word rock means you understand something in your stomach.
Yeah.
But when I read policies that are wrong, I get sicky and I can't eat when I read a policy that's wrong. When I first heard that, I got that feeling. And you are so correct on this, Chad. It's something you need to be careful with, of course. Like, duh. But the way to be careful with it is doing what you're doing right now and already telling some other dudes have to deal with the shit.
The reason why I think that I believe that this is true is that if you ask the nuns, right, or the clueless, they all believe that there's just the Christian. You know, for the most part, they don't know the difference between a Protestant and a Catholic, or a Catholic and an Orthodox, or a Mormon and a Baptist.
Right.
They don't know the difference. All it is those Christian people there.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think, but look, I think the fundamental problem is that Protestants in particular like secularity because they believe that secularity and ecumenism are the same thing, or that secularity is the solution to ecumenism. And I think actually that's wrong. And the thing that saved us this whole time, and actually I was talking to Adam about this, I think it was today or yesterday, the fact that the country's so big is what stopped the battles between Protestant, and it didn't in the beginning. When our country was first formed, before it was a country, the Puritans were fighting with the Dutch. Like all the religious groups were actually, there were people dying. Like it wasn't any better than in Europe until they spread west. And I think that only works for so long, and that maybe, and I mentioned this in the monologue, and this is a concept that Manuel came up with, not me. Maybe we have reached the limit of civilized conflict, and now we have to go into the mode of violent conflict because we just might have run out. Like I don't buy this ecumenism one bit, because again, some of these people are clearly wrong.
So,
they're clearly wrong. They can't be compatible.
Right. So like the religious in this country don't have to pay taxes, right? Like if you're basically, so all the Christian churches out there don't have to pay a tax.
Wait a minute.
Churches don't pay taxes anywhere.
Wait a minute. I want to just mention my point 5 minutes ago, and then I'll shut right up.
Okay.
Thanks to Obama, 501c3s don't pay any fucking taxes either.
Right.
They're religious organizations too now.
Of course.
That's what I was thinking about.
But that's a universal. That's not a U.S. thing. That was in Europe long before. In fact, tax money was collected to support the church in Europe. That never happened here, but it happens in Europe to this day.
Right, but those are often churches that are state-owned churches, right?
But that's my whole point. It's not. It's in Europe. It's worse. Here, they just don't have to pay taxes. In Europe, taxes supported the church.
Right.
For whatever reason, it doesn't really matter. But it's
right.
It's a big
So
difference, not a small.
I don't know. This is a weird concept. It's maybe a stupid one, but all of the churches are under this umbrella of not having to pay taxes. That makes them an entity, even though they're all separate. It makes them an entity. That's what I mean. Like the protest is ended, and we just bitch and moan, and we'll like to say, well, I'm actually.
I don't think the protest has
22 billion
protesting. Like they're still bitching.
Who put 22 billion into ecumenical back in like the 30s? I think it was David Rockefeller. Weird. Some guy who's never been in the church in his life. He realized he could make us change our church policies by having us all go to a group meeting and telling people you're not being Christian enough.
Right.
Oh, that's not very Christ-like of you.
Right.
Those terms came out of ecumenical councils from people one-upping each other on their Christianity. That's why you have to be careful in any group. Bro, that's
right.
No
They're trying to prove Christianity, but they're materialists.
But yeah, and then I see it happening in this little corner. I see it happening everywhere. I don't see this as a place that happens over there.
It's the materialism that causes the problem.
Well, my friends, I gotta go night. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
I think it's more than materialism. I mean, I think it's built in. Like,
I don't think it's built in. It's not built in. It's materialism that causes it to do that.
I need you to explain that one then, because I don't see how materialism alone or I must be missing a link in your argument.
Look, the materialism is the belief that the primary mover is material or physical or an object, right?
Yeah, that's physicalism.
That's all it means. It doesn't mean reductionist physicalist, right? To Vervaeke's point, there's no such thing as reductionist physicalist. That doesn't exist because there's no way that you can cast the world phenomenologically as something that doesn't have thoughts or doesn't have information or doesn't have formless things, right? and I mean that in the modern use of the term form. The ancient Greek term should be eidos, not form. And so what that means is that when you look at the world that way, you need either a direct material cause, right? Or a proxy
Okay.
for one,
Oh.
like money. Right? And so
Okay,
money is non-material, but because it represents material, it is a materialist way of looking at the world. And therefore, when you put it in that frame, you run into all these problems. And I think actually that's the problem of recasting things as in terms of economics, right? When you cast it in terms of economics, you're just using a materialist frame to try to understand something. And that's why all organizations that don't pay taxes are not the same. Like that's not ecumenism, because they still have disagreements. And they're unresolved and unaccepted. And that it's both of those.
Yeah, I mean, Christ,
that's the problem.
yeah, I mean, Christ says the poor will always be among us. So if you think you're going to stop homelessness and stop people from being poor, then
you
you're
need to
against
accept
Christ.
Right.
Yeah, you need
Instead
to
of trying
turn
to
this
solve
is
it
how
or
it is.
resolve it, you need to accept it
Deal
and
with
take
the
the sacrifice that is required to take care of those people. And so
Yep.
that's where you're pious
Work harder.
and they're not.
Yep. And you work harder so you can give more to them.
Because you're working harder to give more. Well, you're working to give anything to them. And that's more than the church is doing. The church is ignoring them. And fair enough, they don't have monasteries. But, and my aunt was pissed off at my talk with Father Eric, which I posted, I think, earlier. Right. My aunt was pissed off because she said, well, the church is helping the homeless people. And I'm like, all right, you're talking about materialist needs. And I get that. And I'm not saying no to any of that. But I am saying I'm talking about affluent people who have spiritual needs. And the church is not meeting those spiritual needs. And that is the job of the church. You know what the job of the church isn't? To meet material needs. It's to meet spiritual needs first and foremost. And look, some of this is the fault of George W. Bush, who acquiesced to the left, which is what I hated about him. He did it again and again and again. And because he did that, he destroyed the church's ability to engage in the spiritual enhancement of the people it was serving. And that it has to do that first. And if it's not doing that, it might as well not exist, because the government can provide for your material needs.
Yeah. I think he went from being Lutheran to Methodist right before he decided to announce his running for president. Anyways,
Jesus wasn't worried about his 501c3. Well,
exactly.
Chris, it's just not written down in the book, but he might have been worried. We just don't have a record of it.
I mean,
I like the U2 quote, right? The God I worship ain't short of cash, mister. It's like,
oh my God.
Well,
okay.
Part of the problem is
you just said something about Frontier. Okay.
Yes.
Frontier. Dr. Jim was on recently. That man's brilliant. He was talking about westerns and wars and spies. To that guy, and that's what I think about a lot. I live in Gila County. Can I have like a quick story time? I don't have to, but
go ahead.
It probably make a little sense of what you were just talking about with moving west or whatever. We don't have a place to go after the Civil War. So I live in Gila County, Gila. It's called the Pleasant Valley War. If you look up the Pleasant Valley War, you'll find out why we're the 48th state, even though the Mexican-American War happened. Every other place got claimed, and Arizona was just a territory. Why that was because of logistics. No air conditioner, so you can't really live in Phoenix yet. So Prescott is the capital of the seat of where they're going to have this state. And they're trying to get our state to be ratified, but they have to show that the capital can display its sovereignty over the county. Well, Gila County has the Tewksbury's and the McCoy, and they're just not having it. There's two families that are in a feud, and they're both, fleeing from the Civil War, yada yada. But the lawman got stuck up from both sides when he came to Gila County. He got his gun. He basically just sent home with nothing but his with his clothes and was like, "If you come back, we'll just kill you. You have no authority here." And that delayed our state being a state for like 18 years. That mentality of a frontier mindset is completely absent to some people. They think that the world has parking lots everywhere and has been like evened out, so when it rains, it just like gently moves to the side. Like the last fight in the Matrix, where it's Neo versus like a billion Agent Smith. They all just stand there, and everything is just soaking. It's a completely saturated world, but the saturated world is flat or on a grid that's saturated, and it's like that is the frontier we have now basically made for ourselves. If you go to Phoenix, Arizona, it's a perfect encapsulation. Frank Lloyd Wright tried his best to prevent it, and they just like took the part they liked and cut out every part of life and love and energy, and they're like, let's just make sure everybody has a strip mall, everybody has a shopping center within a couple miles, everybody has, make sure within your section you have one of these within this many miles of you, no matter who you are, and then we'll all be happy. If your Amazon package can be delivered within 2 days, and the whole world's Amazon package can be delivered within 2 days, we transcend. We just like humanity 2.0.
Because we'll be freed from the bad God's constraints. Because we'll have managed those constraints properly by remaking the world in the utopia. It's very Gnostic, and people don't understand that.
Yeah, but why they can't see it is because it's a hermetically sealed argument. So I've been using the term intellectual incest, and then hermetically
intellectual incest. I love that. Well, look, it's just a closed world system. When we talk about closed world, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, ivory towers.
Well, because look, you get certainty, right, and you get accuracy and precision, because you need accuracy and precision to be certain about something. You get that. That's what science gives you. Granted, it's just that science can't grasp any of the important things of the world because it's materialistic. And so it's pure materialism, and it can't ever be anything else. Like it can't even apply to most material things. That's the thing that really wrangles them. When you point that out, it's like, yeah, they still don't know how bumblebees fly. Sorry, science doesn't know. Doesn't have an idea. Sorry, So it doesn't even handle all of the physical world, and it can't handle any of the non-physical world or non-physical aspect of reality, or however you want to frame it. And it can't define reality. It can't do any of those. It's useless.
Yeah, without a space for concepts. Or, I mean, Yosha Bach has something where it's, you need to be able to set up a parameter where I'm talking at his technical.
No, but have you seen his Twitter feed? Because he's another one that's like, how are you this
go on Twitter.
Still alive?
Mark,
it's bad.
Mark, have I ever been on Twitter? I live in the mountains, away from all you people.
Like when I see him on Twitter, when I read him on Twitter, I lose IQ points. Like it's bad. He's dumb.
Yeah, I don't care. He can shit on Noam Chomsky so well that I'll forgive. Unless he can outdo Chomsky with just let them starve in their houses if they don't get the shot. Unless he can outdo that, he can make fun of Chomsky all day so well that I love it. And then watching Bernardo Kastrup shit on Yosha while he's missing the thing to shit on Yosha for. Bernardo Kastrup.
Kastrup's another one. These guys.
They're all, I mean, I bet if I go on your Twitter feed, his Twitter feed's impeccable.
You're so dumb. It's like, yeah.
But for a system to be able to do these things, to be able to move into a non-morphogenetic, reading big words, I'll try and get small words. To be able to move into a place that you don't have to live in, you can think, I can make a world in my head that I don't have to live in. There's no consequence.
Exactly.
And if I live in that world, it's, and so Yosha's like, he has the best explanation of that. He's like, no, how I know we're in a simulation is because I can make a set of things that completely can't work, but I can just do it in my head right now anyways. Like,
and that he thinks that means we live in a simulation. Like that's
No. Only a simulation can be conscious. Consciousness is not a result of physical process. Brilliant. So him and Donald Hoffman agree. Just completely different angles. They have
Brilliant.
completely different ontologies. It's like towing the Lawrence Krauss. I was on a Lawrence Krauss stream, and I got banned from Lawrence Krauss's streams in one comment because I said, you're a creation of, from nothing or whatever, the title of one of his last books, second to last book. Like, thank you for giving the Christians like a perfect argument for ex nihilo creation. Blocked from the channel, like, woo, sensitive little bit.
No,
like,
no, I like
sensitive.
that idea. We must be living in a simulation because reductionist physicalism doesn't work.
It's good. Yosha's actual
awesome.
Only a simulation can be conscious because it's brilliant when you have it, but then you're like stuck, like fuck. You think that's where he's wrong because he kind of like.
Well, the definition of simulation is something that isn't conscious, so that's the first problem that comes up.
Well,
yeah, there are other problems.
You can simulate things though, and so he has a ability to get away from the hard problem. Like he actually groks the hard problem, and instead of he's just saying, "Let's not do that."
It's just right, but the problem is they're assuming it's a hard problem. It's not. It's a 2-second problem.
Yeah, but it's funny because you can take Yosha Bach and you can take Donald Hoffman, and if you understand the hard problems of consciousness, there's a conference down in Phoenix. Look it up, yada yada. They laid out there's at least these two problems. There's like the problem, and then there's the hard problem. David Chalmers, blah blah blah. These two people have complete, perfect, airtight refutation of David Chalmers, yet they don't agree. They're completely incompatible. In fact, one of them is rather hostile to the other. So, and then Bernardo Kastrup completely disagrees with them. He completely sidesteps the whole thing.
Right, but that's the problem. Like people don't get this. The world is asymmetrical. There aren't opposites to things. That's just wrong. Right? And
there can be. Yeah, there are some, but it's not like that's not the world. The world isn't all dichotomy.
No, actually, Skylar, I think actually this is the trick. There are opposites to aspects of things, but there are no opposites to things.
But then that's scary.
No, hold on. Let me finish.
Let me hear it, 'cause I'm scared now.
The correct naming definition of something. The correct naming of something. Okay? In other words, when you have the right name, the right oneness of something in the world cannot have an opposite. It can have something larger than it that is the opposite of most of it, but it's not an opposite because on the negative side, it's actually larger because there's more evil in the world or more potential for evil than there is good. In other words, there's more bad than good. And what most of the world is neutral because there's not two of anything. And it's that lack of symmetry. It's the lack of symmetry that creates life and the world and reality. Because the two worlds mythology it cannot be got around. Like there's definitely a two worlds mythology. And then because there's a two worlds mythology, reality is the combination of the two worlds. And the thing that creates that is us. It's consciousness. And that solves all the problems. It's a very simple model. It doesn't take much to understand. And once you get it, it's like, oh, okay. So there isn't a symmetry, right? This is the why is there more matter than antimatter in the universe? It's a dumb question. There obviously is, and therefore, right? And then it's like, oh, okay. If there's an asymmetry there, then there must be asymmetries everywhere. Yes. And then that means that nothing has an exact opposite. And if it's not an exact opposite, that fixes the problem because now you're like, oh, okay, there's no binaries.
Yeah, but the aspectual argument just is where you get total depravity. It's where I can accelerate good by doing evil because I'm creating more space for good to respond. That's why I disagree with Jordan Peterson.
Well, how are you equating it to total depravity? I don't understand that move.
That's like a late stage one, sorry, but see if how I can get there easiest. So, total. If I'm, too many ways
Why don't
to
you
cut in.
Why don't you just give me your definition of total depravity? Because as near as I can tell, when they say total depravity, they just mean original sin, but that's a different problem.
Oh yeah. Total depravity is something like if we are saved only by God's grace alone, then
Right.
works don't really equate in.
Mhm.
Therefore, that's where that logic leads. Does that catch why I'm saying that now or no?
Yeah,
don't know if
total
it's-
depravity is right, but the problem with total depravity is that
A
that
lot of
argument
problems.
means we're not agents in the world, and that
Exactly.
can't be correct. And therefore, right? I just
Yeah,
say
they're
no.
using Augustinian logic. Luther was an Augustinian monk. They are using Augustine's original sin doctrine. The Orthodox and all the other church fathers believe in multiple falls.
Right.
And
Well, no. I
there's
mean, I
nothing
think.
to-
Well, this is the problem. I agree with Phlebas. Total depravity means sin infects all areas of life. That's just a restatement of original sin. That's why I started with that, because
That's like
they're not
Augustine
saying
doing
anything
that.
else, right?
Yeah.
And they
It's
think
an
they are,
Augustinian.
and they're spreading it out and saying total depravity means we have no control over being saved,
Yeah.
which means you're not an agent in the world, and that
Yeah,
can't be
you-
true because you definitely are an agent in the world, and therefore the extension of their argument is incorrect. And when they say total depravity, they're actually only referring to original sin, but they're trying to be smart about it and create a theology out of something that has no theology, and therefore they're
Out of
screwing it up.
Augustine's original sin. Yeah. And this is Augustinian original sin. Just the apple. And that's it. Which is not a
Right.
full Christian view. That's
Right.
reifying and making doctrine off of a reified thing and like
Yeah.
ignoring huge
A
amounts
series.
of stuff.
A
make
series of
yourself-
obvious and foolish mistakes. Right.
So
That
But there's real
shouldn't matter
consequences.
because you should just take it as an axiom and stop there instead of trying to roll it back.
yeah, when does the bread become the Eucharist, or when does life begin?
Yeah.
The exact question.
There's the
I can show
Gnosticism.
people
I
there isn't
need to.
a difference in those.
Right, but that's the Protestantism, right? That's the Gnosticism, because all Protestantism reduces to Gnosticism, because they have to know what they're signing up for before they're baptized. They have to know whether or not and when the bread turns into body and the wine turns into blood. They have to know these things, and if they don't know them, and the way you know is you use the material book, the Bible, to get to God, and it's like, no, that's all crazy Gnosticism, and it can't be right. Like, you just need a new plan, because you're going to reduce to Gnosticism every time with that method.
It's also hermetically sealed, because that's why you can't get into those
Hermeticism.
people. Is
Right.
the Hermeticism, which is like,
Yep.
there's no argument out of that. There are places to go. So I'm trying to get your argument better. Let's see if I've gotten it.
Okay.
People who are communing with evil are going to that place that reduces any optionality.
I would say it this way. I would say some of the evil, right? Not all of it. I'm not making a universalist, all-encompassing argument. Some of the evil is definitely people who know they're doing evil by way of going someplace as far away from light as you can get to increase that darkness, to do something so dark that it makes the darkness darker, or keeps the darkness going. Even it doesn't have to expand it or make it deeper.
In Lord
It
of
just
the
has to
Rings,
keep it going.
what popped in my head is in Lord of the Rings, Melkor, the deceiver, the Satan figure.
Yes.
When humans and elves start popping up on Middle Earth, he comes out as a very illuminated thing, and he gives them stories about how the other high beings are going to torture them. Meanwhile, that's what he's doing. And so,
well, look, I have to defend Jacob's version because, again, the thing that people like Van der Klee don't understand is that when they make the total depravity argument, they're reducing agency. And when they reduce agency, you're saying you have no control over being saved.
well,
And that brings you away from the responsibility of doing work.
Let's
and
do
that
this,
is
Mark. I'm with you, but let's do this. So what I argued in Jacob about so long ago was about the influence of Newton on, so Newtonian physics on Calvinist theology. And Jacob's like, what are you fucking talking about? And I was like, you sit down and listen. Because Calvin is trying to understand this thing. If God knows everything, he's now has this trap where he thinks space and time are a thing. Calvin is around when we are just getting the ideas of space and time. We didn't have Einstein yet telling us that's not a thing. It's space-time. Okay?
Right.
We're at the early stages where it's space and time. And then you have him in dealing with that. Then you have generations of his theologians going forward. And then you have this fucking brilliant guy, Newton. I had a comment earlier that I'll throw out now about Newton, who Newton realizes that there's scary action at a distance.
Yes.
And that I can account for it with math, but that can't be right because action can't take place from a distance. But then when you go down to the micro level, have you ever touched anything if you actually technically nope.
Well, that's Zeno's paradox.
Weak force.
But that's they just keep rediscovering Zeno's paradox and not understanding what it means.
It's exactly. But it's also, I can show you, Einstein showed you that strong force, weak force. Trust me, you break that rule, shit goes down. Like, it's not a rule you break on willy-nilly. But laws of physics can't be broken. That's why they're the wrong term. A law you break and you get punished. A law of physics you break and you didn't break a law. Go show me something unnatural. Go.
Well, look, it's the lack of distinction between the law of God, which is unbreakable, right? Or a law of nature like gravity that is unbreakable, right? It doesn't say it doesn't have exceptions, right? It just says it's unbreakable. Like there's no case where gravity doesn't cause the phone to fall.
Yeah,
like
I can get balls of water to go upwards with two speakers playing at each other.
Right, but that's not breaking the law of gravity. It's not breaking the law of gravity. It's adding another law that's overriding the law of gravity. Right, but that's different. But that's different from the law of man, which is derived bottom up from action. And we don't make that. This was in the monologue. We don't make that distinction. We don't make the distinction between those things. And that's part of the problem, is that we keep using the word law in two different ways. And the law of God is non-negotiable or semi-negotiable maybe, but the law of man is fully negotiated. Like it's not based on axiomatic assumptions. It's based on participation. And it's not, you don't follow a law of man. What you do is you follow the pattern. And when you break that pattern, right, you break, it's effectively a rule and not a law, right? Then it's adjudicated in a court. So the law of God is not adjudicated in a court. And so they're not the same thing. And we just have a deep confusion about that because it's cultural cognitive grammar. We're equivocating on the word law. Calvinists do need to know exactly what happens. The Dutch Calvinists split, over. They're constantly going to split over everything, because they're Protestants. And Protestants can't hold things together because they refuse to submit to a structure. It's that simple. They just refuse. And then they whine about the fact that the thing they had so preciously for however many months go apart.
Yeah. They see the Latin structure in everything. So they can't recognize a healthy structure. They just instantaneously see the Roman imposition.
But they're perfectionists by design because their interpretation of the Bible is primary. And look, I've had this argument with 3 different Protestants over the past 3 years. And it's very hard to get them to engage, and fair enough. I'm not saying they should engage because we just beat the crap out of them, Manuel and I, because they're wrong. And they know they're wrong. They do crazy things like they say, well, everything after the Nicene Creed is bullshit. And then they pull in things after the Nicene Creed. Obviously, they're Protestants. You have to pull in interpretations from either Calvin or Luther or both. You have
Yeah,
to.
if they, don't-
Otherwise,
if they
you
think that
will
Mother
have
Mary
no
had more
God.
than baby Jesus, if they think that the Theotokas bore other children to
Right.
Joseph, you're a
Right.
fucking idiot. And I love you. That's okay.
Right.
But even Luther, go read Martin Luther, the
But-
Augustinian monk who started the whole thing. He
But-
understood that she's a temple priest and she's
But
going to
it's-
remain a
but
virgin
it's
her whole
deeper.
life.
But it's
And she's
deep-
married
but
to
it's
a
deeper.
widowed
It's
man
way-
who has a family.
It's way deeper than all of that. It's way deeper.
like-
They claim that the reason why the Catholics are wrong is all stuff from the Nicene Creed. And I'm like, but dude, you're arbitrarily picking stuff after the Nicene Creed.
Yeah.
And you don't realize it. And then when you ask them why they hate the Catholics, they come up with a bunch of bullshit things that never were in Catholicism at all, ever. Ever. It's just all stuff they were told as Protestants to hate Catholics. And I'm not saying they don't have any points or they're wrong about everything, but I haven't found any critiques that are correct. It's like, well, like at some point, like when you give up, but they won't give up because they're all autodidacts. I don't know if you saw Van der Klay's recent work on that, but he's just crazy about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're hermetically sealed when you do these things.
They're
It's just the only way to go forward. But Jocko Willing talks about detaching, and there's why I think the Solomon effect and why I think some things are very important are it helps you see where you're at, where you've been,
Right.
where you're going. If you're
Right.
always in your own perspective and you can't stop and go, I wonder what my best friend from high school would think of me right now.
Right.
He was here.
Right.
Stop and do that. That's fucking healthy. Like,
Yeah.
and let it hit you.
Real
Don't be like,
reflection.
never mind. That's what you'll want to do instantly, and you'll be like, no. What would I had a lot of talks. I know what he would think. Like, you would think this, and then you can move, because I want everybody in this little corner to do what Chad's doing, which is go join your Lions Club, go join a nonprofit or some shit in your community. Do something.
Submit.
If they all
Submit
suck,
to your church. Submit to
Go
any
make-
church, but submit. Right? Did
Yeah.
you?
Well,
you
don't
see
go make
the
your own
dust
church.
up? Did you see
But-
the dust up with Sam Adams and his claim that he was excommunicated and all that nonsense?
he's a Unitarian, right?
Yeah.
What happened? Somewhere in my head.
He claimed he was excommunicated and then admitted that what he was
From who?
describing had nothing to do with excommunication, and then said
Excommunication from who?
from his church, from whatever church he was. So then he says, oh, they still want me there and they're still willing to give me the Eucharist. It's like, well, then you weren't excommunicated. Like,
And you weren't excommunicated.
right. Like, what are you talking about? And then he says, I wish there were an authority to appeal to. But then he goes into the story of how he deliberately chose a church that was
That
non-denominational.
doesn't have
Like,
authority. Yeah, none. Yeah.
and then he says, you know what the real problem is? I talked about my views with my pastor. He said everything was fine and everything was okay. And the board of elders knew about my YouTube channel and didn't have a problem with it. And then of course the pastor changed and the board of elders changed. And I'm like, this is why Protestantism doesn't work, because it
Yep.
doesn't have a tradition that it carries down for even one generation. Like
Nothing.
never 30 years. Never. They've changed in that time. And then I was pointing
I
out
love-
too. And so he's playing the victim card. And I'm like, you've got to be
Yeah.
kidding me. If this were a
That's like
secular
Jacob
playing the
complaining
victim
about
card,
nothing
Sam,
around
you'd be pissed. But when you play the victim card, you expect all kinds of special favors and oh, poor Sam. I'm like, you did this to yourself, and this was inevitable because Protestantism is like this. And then I pointed out the real problem with Protestants that bothers me
God.
more than anything else is that all Protestant denominations seem to believe somehow that if you are around somebody else, whether you speak your ideas or not, that your ideas will infect that other person through magic. They all
Yeah,
act that way. And
actually-
so the thing he's actually complaining about is not being thrown out of the church. They said, you can't play music in the church anymore because of your views. And your wife can't watch children anymore in the nursery because of your views. That's it. That's all that happened. And now he's upset. And it's like, well, you kind of did that to yourself, and it was inevitable. There was no way in hell that wasn't going to happen. It was definitely going to happen. Maybe it took less time. Maybe it would have taken more time, but it was going to happen because you're in a Protestant church. Like Protestant churches aren't denominations. They don't have long-lasting statements of faith. They don't have long-lasting anything. They can't do that because they're not submitted to a higher structure, because they give every individual the right to interpret the Bible themselves. And so they prattle on about bad Bible interpretations, and every single Protestant has a different interpretation of the Bible.
The argument you're using there, I'm pretty sure, I think the argument you're using there is best formulated by Harold Bloom, who was an English professor at like Stanford or one of them, but he's an actual Gnostic. Like his self-proclaimed view is a Gnostic, and he claimed that the Baptist Church, I was raised in the Baptist, and many others like Mormons and stuff are Gnostic. And
yeah, they are.
I need to help James Lindsay distinguish Gnosticism and big G, small g, and then Hermeticism. Because when you say hermetically sealed thought, I think that's the only way, because Hermeticism is sort of like the system that keeps it going, but Gnosticism is the thing they're looking at. They see this thing, and you only see what you're already looking at. So they see that there's a thing behind it. They see this. Why you can't get them out of that argumentation?
How about this, Skyler? When you create a closed system, Gnosticism is inevitable.
Yeah, because there's someone outside the system who knows it.
And that's what I mean by they're the same thing, because one leads to the other. One will always lead to the other. Always.
One is a function that leads to the result of the other. That doesn't mean
I actually think that's the argument I heard out of Lindsay. Now, I could be wrong,
but
that's what I heard.
That's right. That's what he's trying to say, which is, but that's not. He says they're conflated, and I'm not going to unpack them right now because I don't have the time. That's usually what he says.
Yeah.
I got on the talk with him recently where we did have the time, and what we were able to do is like, there's Hermeticism, which is like a hermetically sealed argument of some sort.
Right.
That really, you need to have catchphrases for these things to cement in your head. So for me, Hermeticism is intellectual insight. It's when I'm able to idea launder. I can put the citation daisy chain going, where I'm actually just citing my professor's professor, but I don't fucking tell anybody. And then all those references and stuff that I'm citing are actually all from these 3 labs. I know everyone there. None of their work cites anything outside of what we already know. We have no inward streams. So the work of Jaak Paintstep, he's still publishing. His paper that just came out it's about top-down versus bottom-up predictive processing. And it is, I've read it like 3 times, and my brain just still can't. First of all, the dude's obviously like 200 IQ, but he's talking about emanation, emergence, all that stuff at the biggest level possible. Like Jaak Paintstep really knows what the fuck he's talking about. And you can find all these papers online. Your taxes pay for them. You should know how papers work. This is very strange to me, Mark, because you're not trying to go for branding or for certain things. You're doing the more to the Peterson approach of individually helping people. And then you don't care if they subscribe to your channel and come back every time you stream. If what they got was useful and they're out doing something useful, then that was the success.
Leave the Discord servers, leave the streams, leave the YouTube. Yes.
So you have freaks like me who are never in, and then I pop in and I go bye for a couple more months and I pop in. And I keep an eye. And when everybody's doing something, I'm subscribed to all your guys' shit. So when you're all looking at something, like Chad mentioned in that video, it was on my stream and I was almost watched it with Kingsman, Paul Kingsnorth, because Paul Kingsnorth was raised a globalist. We're all going to save the trees by making the new technology that's going to save the planet. And we just need to all be hippies, technological hippies.
Right.
And then he popped into reality one day and was like, holy shit, this doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just like whack. And more people need that. And if you're helping people do that, I'm not against your mission. Grim is off doing his other thing, and I've realized what Grim is up to. I finally get it clicked. Hi, Sally. I have your box somewhere. Look at this.
Yeah, I don't know what
How
Grim's
did
up
you
to. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
Look-
well, I can try. Maybe I'll try in a moment.
There we
So-
go.
Grim is gonna use. Okay, let's all shit on the Stoa for a sec, but there's some great content on the Stoa also, so you can do both.
Maybe.
Hey, I've had heated conversations with dude. He left first, saying, but Stoa has a good channel format. When their channel is running properly, it's when they invite people to talk about stuff they haven't published, they haven't shared yet. What are you
Yeah, yeah.
thinking about that you're not sure about, that you're just
Yeah.
kind of like feeling?
Yeah,
That's when Stoa is like fucking. So they have
Yeah,
a
I
Daniel
agree.
Schmachtenberger, and this is when Daniel Schmachtenberger was like producing a bunch of shit and couldn't let anybody know. So he's literally
Mhm.
like making a Netflix documentary that's going to explain to plebes what's going
Mhm.
on, and he's not even putting his name on the project at all. Like, dude,
Mhm.
Daniel Schmachtenberger is playing the shit close to his chest. Props.
Yeah.
He has this thing called converting Moloch from Sith to Jedi, and the metaphor he uses is who could beat Emperor Palpatine. Luke couldn't. Luke couldn't
Right.
go cut him up. You had to have Darth Vader baptized. Now this is my. If I get to talk to Daniel, I have 2 words for him. I'm gonna go baptized betrayal. That's Darth Vader. We figured out that story. How do you
Mhm.
defeat the evil emperor? You have the proper turn of a betrayal. How? I mean,
Oh, yeah,
that's the only way.
yeah.
I mean, that's a
It is
fucking heavy
betrayal.
thought.
Right. I didn't think of that.
Woo!
You're right.
But he didn't
Yeah.
say that. That's me thinking about shit he said
Yeah,
2
yeah.
years ago or whatever.
I got you.
And I like
Yeah.
when he said that shit, I was like, whatever he's talking about is important. He can't even explicate what he's saying because it's like on the tip of his. But that's what I see is happening over here, and I think Grim is doing that. Well,
you-
he's a.
So, do
Grim
you
is
like
great.
this
I mean,
framing?
Daniel Schmuckler.
Do you
Sorry?
like this framing? Because I hate this framing. I don't think this
What
framing
framing?
is good. The good
So,
bad
good,
man
bad man?
idea.
I don't get the framing. MSD.
Yeah, I know. I think it's contradictory, and therefore, I'm not in.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean,
in on
it
that
just
framing.
doesn't. He's not even a bad man. He's someone who's. He's okay. If you know Carol Quigley is an important world figure for
Mhm.
stuff. He wrote Tragedy and Hope, big thick book explaining what's happening, how
Mhm.
the Vatican banks work, how the OSS was
Yeah.
socialist Fabians. They went in
Well,
through.
look. I mean,
CIA,
but I want to. Yeah. I don't want to get on that rabbit hole. That's a rabbit hole.
Sorry.
I want to
But-
point out the problem with good bad man is that you're assuming that you can judge an action as bad on some material basis. It's a problem of materialism. Badness is not in the action. Like, that's an error. The fact that you killed somebody is not bad in and of itself. And it's not intent, because you can't get it intent. And it's not end result, because that's ridiculous, right? It has to be, is it oriented towards the good? And so you can imagine that if somebody breaks into your house and threatens your family with a weapon and you kill them, that you were doing that for the good. And so the fact that they died because you killed them doesn't make you a good bad man. You're still a good man. You didn't do anything bad. Killing is not bad. Like, this is the problem. It's the overly dogmatic thinking leads you into these weird contradictions of good bad man. It's ridiculous. It's just insane.
Well,
The goodness is in
formulaic.
the action, not in the implementation.
Yeah, I see it as formulaic, and I think more of I think in constellations is like the metaphor. So I live where there's stars outside, and I point people at Orion's belt when I go hiking and stuff with them. Like I take people out in trucks and or I'm walking with my homeless people in. I never got to say what I thought Grim was doing, but I think like this, and then I can go back to what that is. I point him at the Orion's belt, and a lot of people know that because of Men in Black, at least. Thank God they at least know something. But Orion's belt, the belt of this hunter, Orion, and Orion is hunting, right? He's doing something, which means there's a thing he's hunting over there, and he has stuff with him. So he has dogs. There's a deer over there. Once I show you Orion's belt, I can show you a lot of stuff because his belt means he's wearing pants. Okay, who wears pants? Humans. What do humans do? Hunt and gather, or they die. Okay, so there's like really basic stuff that you can show this. So what I see Grim doing, and why I brought up the baptizing betrayal type thing, is he's me if I was 15 years older and didn't get a wife who just like me and her somehow the stars or did their thing or whatever. Because I'm totally susceptible to be like that. I have no real impetus to go do stuff. I could ride this life out on easy mode. And it has nothing to do with my skin. It has to do with the fact like where I was born, who my parents are, and like I got adopted by my grandparents. Off the bat, bro, I got it better than everybody. Like people who get adopted by your grandparents are either really, really bad or have it really, really good. That's what happens. I know the stats. I work with them. I know it. I got it really, really good. My parents moved zip codes to make sure I was eligible to get into a certain school. They did a lot of sacrifices that normal parents couldn't do because they had already raised children into adulthood and they could see this whole thing and they're like, fuck, we're doing this again. Let's go here. Like they got a completely different way of viewing the system. So all of a sudden, now this, you're in your 40s-ish? I don't even know. I have no idea how old you are.
I do have an age. That is correct. There is an age.
40s-ish, up, down.
I'm not going into that.
Oh my God! It needs to. And you tell me your real name. I can go figure it out. Last name and whereabouts.
You can. Just don't.
I don't want to. Okay. I'm 31. Okay, I was born in '91, so I have a very weird thing because my dad's a Vietnam vet. I was raised by a bunch of World War II vets and Korean vets and Vietnam vets. And so none of my friends know what the fuck I am talking about ever. They just they don't get it.
Because you don't make any sense.
Well, yeah, but all the vets I hang out with get it me just fine. Like,
yeah. Well, because they've been through some shit. Yeah. No, I talk to vets all the time, right? And we totally get it. The people who don't get it are the people who grew up in affluence, right? I was homeless. I've lost everything 3 times.
Yeah, I was the poorest kid in my whole place. My parents tricked the system. My parents were brilliant. My dad was a professor. He never got paid well. The economic crash happened. Guess who lost a bunch of money? My dad's retirement fund because he trusted the system. So my dad's like totally got betrayed by everything. And here he is doing his best to help me. I mean, that timeline wise is weird, but that's why to talk about anything like this, to talk about what I'm about to say, I have to make it personal to me. So I put it in the game. This is me. I see it that you and Grim are somehow doing a very similar project. Because like over the last few months, I've been real bird's eye, barely been on Discord. I think I had some talks with Andre one-on-one. But you guys are doing it literally from such, I'll even use what you said earlier. It's like there's a different aspects completely. You're avoiding all branding and stuff, but you're wearing a monocle. You look like a James Bond villain on purpose. Right?
I'm a pirate, man.
I get it, but it's like you're leaning into. You're not. If someone makes fun of you for that, it's not gonna stick. You're like, I know. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Look, Sally's got a lot of influence over this whole project. So yeah.
Oh, see, I didn't know all that, but yeah, see, I didn't. But
look at the map. Look at the thing in the corner. All that Sally stuff.
Yeah. So there's these things, but
Mhm.
I'm someone who, like, I'm literally, tomorrow I have to hang out with the Republicans at the Reagan luncheon.
I'm
Gouge
sorry.
my eyes out. I'm sorry for myself. It's gonna be
I'll
brutal.
send flowers.
Woo!
Can I give
Mind
you a
you,
list
I'm
of people
actual
that
friends
need to
with Paul
go?
Gosar and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm going. I'm the guest.
No. A list of people you need to take care of.
Oh, I mean,
Cowards. They're a bunch of cowards. Unprincipled cowards. Won't
not
stand
all of
up
them
for
though. But
anything.
see, there's
Ah.
gullible ones too. That's what's crazy. We got a lady to come out of retirement, and she's the only one doing anything, but she just doesn't. Okay, there's a movie called Amsterdam. It has
Oh,
like
hold on. It's George
okay.
W. Bush all over again. Oh, well, the left has a point, and so I'll give them what they want because I don't have
Well,
standards
he was one of them.
to stand
Yeah.
by. You muppet. What the hell's
Yeah,
wrong
he-
with you? No,
Yeah,
hold
he
the
was
line.
100%
Hold
one
the
of them.
line. Don't listen to these idiots. Their critiques are invalid. Yeah.
Yeah. Stephen Coughlin, having been now completely into his stuff, Stephen Coughlin is based as fuck, by the way. Holy moly. Worked for the defense secretary, used to work in the Pentagon. He understands how this stuff works. They're using this as a smokescreen, smokes and mirrors. And that's what I think both of you guys are good at calling out smokes and mirrors. Is that making any sense at all yet?
Well,
I'm able to work
that's
with people who
correct.
hate each other.
That's
Like
correct. But
my
did you
board
see
is a
that?
bunch of people who hate each other, and then
Did
the
you see
only
the
thing they agree is
stream?
me.
Did you see the
I watched
stream
it.
that I went on Grimm's channel?
Yeah, I thought it was very bad faith. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, where he rage quit his own stream. I'm like, you
Yeah.
can rage quit your own channel. That's fine by me. I don't know
Exactly.
why you would. Right. Well,
That's when I was extra interested. I think there's something between you two with the
well,
smoke
yeah,
and mirrors.
look, but part of Grimm's problem is because he's a crazy conspiracy theorist. He thought I knew a bunch of stuff that, honestly,
You
I
don't know.
looked at it 3 times. There was no freaking way that I could have made the connections that he made because he had forbidden knowledge about the person in question that I didn't
See?
know. I didn't know his real name and his online name. I didn't know his online name. I've never seen him before. I had no way to it. And there was no way I contend, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but it doesn't matter. The first point's enough to hold. I don't think there was any way by looking at the comments on his video that I would have known that he was talking about me and my stream. None of those connections were there. None of them. So he's all upset about something, and I'm like, dude, I don't even know what you're. And I was legit like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
See, and-
like, I have
and
no
if-
idea what you're saying.
I wanted to facilitate the whole time because I'm like, I've watched bullies come into this little corner, and if I'm not there or someone snappy isn't there, they can get a little foothold real quick, and they start
Yeah.
spouting off some really dumb shit. I called out 2 or 3 on streams, one on Manuel, I proudly did. Tim, it's be blissfully ignorant, bro. Do it.
I know
like-
too much.
Don't do these things. All right. When this IDW thing started, I was like the
Ignorance is
mod
bliss.
running Eric
Ignorance is
Weinstein's
bliss.
glossary. I met all these people. All right. I had like lunch with them and met them, and they're full of shit. Almost all of them. Like
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
few are not full of shit. Andre is so real, it like hurts.
Yes.
I'm like, how are you in here? Who are you? You're like an alien. Chad, real. I'm like, yet again, what's going on? Yeah, don't use Discord. Yeah, I last few
do
months I've been
Discord.
like,
You'll be
I get
better.
dragged into individual ones, and then a long time ago we had a what was it called? Accountability group, and the people from that accountability group still call my ass on shit. It's amazing. They're the only ones that I've like, you know, you can find my number, my name up. You can Google my name and find my phone number.
We're by the way, since they kicked us off of Awakening, we're kicking everyone's ass for attendance on my server. We're blowing away BOM, we're blowing away FMC. I'm like, you guys did it to yourselves. You're so anxious to rebel and get your own way that you're screwing up, and that's fine. Super fun.
Yeah,
3 months.
That's what I've seen in this whole thing is I've been away, and I think there's, I mean, I'm going to sound like an actual conspiracy theorist, so like, breathe with me now, conspire. I genuinely think that there's people who love you and him not being able to get anything done together. Now, should you two
Oh,
be
yeah.
working together?
Oh,
Fuck
no. Those,
But you two should be able to contribute and help. He
Right.
should be able to recognize you're definitely part of this project.
We're
You're on
agents.
that one.
there are agents of chaos everywhere, and we identified one
And-
early on. And we can get thrown off of FMC until a woman made an accusation against him, and then he got kicked off. But it was too late,
mean-
and then he slimed his way into BOM, and he's still running around causing trouble and being an agent of chaos. They're
Gotta
everywhere.
say, blessings to the creator, Mr. Joe, our atheist demiurge of BOM. The private conversations I've had with that man sometimes, muy
Mhm.
bueno. Because I would just be like, hey, is this guy a troll? And he would just let me know where he's at with him. With no
Yeah.
filter. It's like this, because he trusted me enough. I didn't use fake
Mhm.
names and I was
Mhm.
consistent. We need something like that. You need, it can't just be him now. He's busy.
Well, you
He
need.
has real shit to
I
do.
think that, but I think the flaw is fundamentally in who is being caught by Vanderclay, and I think it's all rebels, and so they're all like crying on each other's shoulders and stuff now. And it's like, well, that's great, but we need people who can build things, and people who can build things are not rebels because rebels
Yeah,
can't
they'll
build
criticize.
things because they're too
Yeah,
busy going 2 bricks. No, we can't have 2 bricks. It's like, holy sheep, what is wrong
Yeah,
with you
they're-
people?
They're so prone to criticism that they can't put anything positive forward, and that's where I see all this going though. So I'd like to put that out there. I could name at least one, but I don't even need to. And then Joey's the boss. Seriously though. Watching
Yes,
people.
Skylar, what was the conspiracy theory? There we go. Answer the conspiracy theory question.
Oh no! Where was I at? I know too many.
You
Of
didn't
this place, I
answer.
already
You
said
said
it.
I'm gonna sound like a conspiracy. Well, I think
I
you were
said it
just
here. There are
pointing.
people actively conspiring.
Yes, there are.
Many of them have 3-letter names. It's like fucking weird. But
No. Trolls are lazy.
I get that, but like, I've called some of these people out literally years ago, and they destroyed YouTube channels just by
Yeah.
appearing on them and like messing with the guest, and the person didn't
Yep.
realize what was happening, and
Nope.
the channel's
They
gone.
didn't.
And I'm like, bro, I sent you $10 in a patron, so you just read my comment. Don't let him near you. And to watch that happen to people on good faith is painful. So you two, I actually think are in good faith, and it's driving me nuts because I'm like, okay, I've gotten a lot of progress in my local community at getting people who are completely at ends, like all the vets groups. They used to just not. They would on purpose make their events at the same time, so you had to pick which one to go, so they could call you out for not showing up
Yep.
to theirs.
Right.
That's fucked up. If you're doing that, I don't like you. Even if I
Yeah,
agree with you,
You're a
fuck
bad
you.
person.
I'm not hanging out with you. I'm not hanging out with you.
Right.
I'll go do my own shit. I'm here every day doing my thing. Come join me. And
Right.
that's what I see you both doing. But it was also, there had to be some shit going on. Like the whole framing of it. Because I was watching it live. And like, I stopped
no,
it live at
There's
15, like before the thing happened, I stopped it. And I was
well,
like, wait,
look, but this is
something's wrong.
the
And then
problem, Tyler.
I
This is
didn't
the
I didn't
problem.
read anything. I came back like 45 minutes later, realized,
Yeah.
oh, it's pretty short. Started watching it, and then I was like, I was right. Something is fucking wrong underneath.
Well, what's
wrong.
wrong? What's wrong is the conspiracy theorist doesn't realize that he's being manipulated, and people people tried to manipulate me, and it never worked. And I'm just like, I don't know who you
Well,
think you are
this
or
is
who you
your
think
strength.
you're up against, but your tricks are not going to
Yeah.
work ever.
Your
And I will
your
see all
aspect
of that.
disguising is powerful, Mark. The aspect disguise that you have, your strength is your weakness, and you're at least not shy about that, right?
Right.
Like it doesn't even offend you when I'm just like, and that's what you do, and I can just make fun of you with the word, and it's like, and we're on. I don't have to like, because you're a man enough to not fucking care. You've been in Boston. You've been made fun of
Well,
before.
Well, and look, this is something Sally Joe was saying because she just figured this out not too long ago. She said, "I have told multiple people, and she's done it in front of us. You can tell Mark Emanuel that you disagree with them, and you don't know why, and they will just stop and move on. And no one would do it. No one. They would not do it. They would insist on continuing the fight, even though they had already lost and could not possibly win." And
I mean,
we would insist because
whenever I win with you guys, it's because I actually will die on that hill. It's because I'm not trying to beat you.
Well,
it's because I will die on this hill, and so you
well,
guys
and
lose.
look, and we think that if you'll die on that hill, that we're
Then-
going to find where we're wrong, right?
Yeah,
That's the that's the
that's what
correct
I'm here
thing
for.
to
It's
do.
not a problem. Like,
You're supposed to
let's
die
do
on
this.
the hill, and we're
What-
supposed to kill you. And if we
who was
can't,
that lady?
then we have to wonder if we're right or wrong. That's the
Let's
correct
not name drop.
attitude to
But
have.
there was a German girl for a while, or something.
And he-
German or European or something. And I said over my dead body. Do you remember that? Were you here? I mean, the person lost their fucking mind.
That was
They were
Anahita,
so
wasn't it?
offended. They worked in a trans thing, and we were talking about children. And I was like, over my dead body. And
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not saying over your dead body. I'm not saying over your family's dead body. I'm not saying over my. I am willing to die over my principles, which means
Right.
you would have to kill me for them.
Totally flipped out.
And you just said you would, and you realized that you are willing to kill me because I believe something different than you.
Mhm.
And if you can't come to terms with the fact that I am willing to die for this, there's nothing, I will let you fucking kill me. I won't even fight back. I'll stand there and tell you why I'm going to let you kill me for it. I won't. There's other things I'll kill for, very few, but like, oh, it was very funny to me because like it let me see like, oh, you're an elitist to the degree where your judgment of how I should see things determines if I am valid in what I get to do. I mean, whoa, that's hermeneutically sealed thought completely.
Look at this, Skylar. Look at this. Sally Joe is admitting she deliberately, needlessly trolls me for no reason. No reason. Just for quote good measure. Whatever that means. Whatever.
I mean,
it's so not a problem.
you're
It's really
overly
funny when people get upset too, because we're usually just like, yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah,
And they're
whatever.
like flipping out, and we're like, it's not a big deal, dude. And
No.
and yeah, they can't let things go.
Yeah, I
There we
just want to
go.
properly come at these. Like,
Teo is correct. I have thick skin because I understand real struggle, right? And I'm on a discernment mission for better discernment, right? For others and myself, but mostly for
yeah.
others.
So I would like to put this out here into the little corner. I'm a facilitator, like a trained facilitator. I genuinely, because I like did a deep dive, I have an account that I've never had anybody link back to me still. And it's been since like the very first weeks of IDW bullshit. So I have my little ninja account, and I'm not going to say, but I know something's fucking up. And it's not like, what's funny is it's like, here's the two people calling out smoke and mirrors in this little corner the most.
Right.
It's like everybody else is watching the magic show, and you guys have night vision goggles, and you're like, there's a fucking wire here. There's hinges right there on the door, guys. Like, that's not a wall, that's a door. There's hinges. And everybody's like, no, you talk about it. It's a door. There's no door there. What door? And
Yeah.
it's like we're arguing about if the door swings in or out. And I'm like, bro, it's a dual hinge. It swings in and out. It doesn't matter. You can push or pull it.
Right.
Fuck.
Right.
We're arguing about the wrong thing.
Well, and right.
There's
They
important things
worry
to
about
argue.
the details. Well, this is the same trick that people use to redeem people when they shouldn't. They say, well, you don't know if they're evil or if they're incompetent. And I'm like, no, I don't care. They have to go in either event. Like, why are we wasting time trying to figure that out when we already know the correct course of action? And then on the backside, you can figure out if you want to try to rehabilitate them and what that would look like. I don't care about that.
What?
And people flip out. I'm like, no, do the thing first and then do the other thing
How
second.
Could you find so Live with the Lows is one of the best things on Ancient Faiths. Louhs. They're a couple out of Florida. Very based couple, like super good. When they talk about marriage, they're Orthodox. They mention that like when you get married, there's now a third entity.
Yes.
There's now the marriage.
Right.
So if the devil
container
gets
of the
rid of
marriage.
you, the devil now gets a double. Because if he gets you to go to heaven and your partner doesn't, he also gets your marriage to not go to heaven.
Okay. I
So like when you're going into marriage, there's actually more risk, and the devil is going to have more leverage and gets more out of it. The risks are higher, and there's more in it for the devil to go for.
I like
And
that.
that's what I see is happening here. Is you two are supposed to be arguing all the time, respectfully. Someone primed him. Someone on purpose didn't prime you, who should have primed you. Because if you had been primed and he was primed, that could have gone. If he wasn't and you weren't, that would have gone. I know how to set people up for meetings. Literally what I do for a living is make sure the right people are in the right room at the right time. They all have the little bit of what we're going to do, but they don't know exactly. But this is kind of what we're here for.
Right.
And then don't let them talk. You have to set it, and then you sit back, and then you just let them go and go and go.
Well, somebody has to
That
set
is-
the container. Right.
Yeah, and exactly. And I see it was framed. Like I've watched the manipulations. I go in front of judges and watch this shit happen live a lot. That's exactly what I saw here is, oh, there's someone who sees that here's a bunch of people who are not being paid any money, highly motivated, getting stuff done in their communities, encouraging others, doing everything possible to help, doing it poorly, but at least they're doing it. No one else is doing fucking anything. Okay, how do we stop this? How do we stop this? You just go in and cause the most stupid, petty, fractious, detailed, minutia things. Even though you guys agree on like most of the, and this is me and Jacob. Like me and Jacob have shit to handle, but I'd still want to have dinner with him. He's respectful enough, but like, bro, the Talmud is fucking evil, in my opinion. It says I don't have a nefesh. So, sorry, I can fucking show you that. So if you say that's a holy book and that I don't have a soul in your holy book, fuck you. Straight to your
Fair
face.
enough. Sounds good.
Fair enough. And he says that, but he didn't even know that Paul and Stephen had the same rabbi. He said I was lying. And then when Stephen DeYoung told him that, he had to go, maybe that weird guy up in the mountains in Arizona is not full of shit about everything he says. Since Pastor Paul and Archpriest Stephen DeYoung and pretty much everything he opens his mouth about, because he keeps his mouth. Usually he's quiet. And then when he talks, he can't shut his fucking mouth.
Right.
Maybe. So, and that's me showing love and respect, though. It's like he's also nice enough. He didn't say ball of Tarsus when he was talking to it. Yeah, it's California. Thank you.
Californiitis.
That's probably a lot of it. When I explain Mark to people, I'm like, have you ever met someone who works at MIT? Because if you haven't, you don't know you don't know what I'm talking about. They're their own priest class. Noam Chomsky dictates if it's real or not. That is the way that place works. Noam Chomsky is God of MIT. So that little Boston clique, if you know that, you can just fucking do something. But if you're blind to it, you don't know what's happening. Like, and I mean, one of our very first discussions, you described the movie with Affleck and what's his name in the bar. He's like, no, it's real. Yeah. That's like you said, like, not happens fucking.
No, that I am. Yeah. Well, I mean, allegedly it was a fiction story that Matt Damon wrote while taking a course at the community college across the river in Charleston, actually. Right. And I was like shocked. I'm like, wait a minute, you went to Bunker Hill and wrote this? This is amazing. But actually that sort of thing happens there. I used to hang out in Harvard Square all the time. Like, I know these people. One of my best friends, PhD MIT. I've been down. In fact, today we did an event at the university in Columbia, and I had never been on campus before. Because why would I go to a campus? I know campuses better than most people. I grew up in Boston, 30 colleges and universities within 10 square miles. I've probably been on all the stupid campuses in Boston at least once, Harvard and MIT many, many, many times. The traffic was crazy. It was like, I didn't know where I was going. There was construction. I couldn't find parking. It was nuts. And I was like, this is the South? This is nothing like this. This is like Boston. I was like 10 minutes in panic. I was like, when did I end up in Boston? I got away from it, and then I was like, well, this isn't that bad, because in Boston, it's 20 minutes of circling in the car to find parking. And then I get into the building and I'm like, because it was just like my childhood. When I was younger, when I used to cruise the halls of MIT and Harvard for no reason, right? And go into the lab and talk to people and just hang out.
Yeah.
So it was very comforting at that point. But yeah, that was the that was the funny part was that whole thing. Oh, here we go.
But that also,
you're the only reason for after midnight internet.
Oh,
look at that.
Very sweet. But I see that as like your strength. When we have a bully in this little corner, we need people who can fucking call a spade and not like I deal with fucking psychopaths and stuff. I can call a spade a spade. I don't. Yeah, you're like, bullshit. Nope.
But there's a pattern of academic bullshit, and if you know what it is, then you can spot it. And I know what it is because I've been around academics a lot, and I've been around. Like people don't understand. They're like, "Well, Eric Weinstein's pretty smart," and I'm like, I've been around people smarter than him my whole life. So to me, it's like, well, I mean, he's all right. But at the end of the day, nah.
I mean, Eric is smart in the way where it's like, he's like a crux point or a case study, though. He's such a useful, because he actually has better math than the math they're teaching.
Yeah.
But because they say it's not perfect math, they won't teach it, even though.
But that's always the problem. That's always the problem.
That's got to be annoying.
Look at my stuff, Skylar. Look at my stuff. I've got a bunch of stuff that's way better, and nobody will touch it. And then what people don't understand, but they don't see the background. Like
He went through channels. He played the game and was screwed over.
Well,
that's different than what you and I are doing. No. Like my brother's like, what are your credentials? He got mad at me because we talked about an overdose, and I'm like, Roy,
when you play that game, you get screwed over. So my best friend told me this story. Well, no, he didn't tell me the story. I pieced it together. He wouldn't tell me. He went to University of Pennsylvania, one of them, I forget which one. One of the universities in Pennsylvania, and his professor stole all his work, all of it, and presented it as his own entirely. And that's not unusual in academia, and that's the problem, is that if you play in that space with those people, you are going to end up getting screwed because it's very much a matter of who you know and who likes you and who's above you and who can steal your work, because most people suck. Now my stepfather had an unrecorded IQ. So you guys are all impressed by like Eric Weinstein. I'm sorry. I knew 3 people with unrecorded IQs. 3. Okay. And a lot of the ideas I talked about with professors at schools. Like, this is not new to me. You hearing me is new to you. These discussions are not new to me. I've been having them since I was homeless and before, because I was in on that crowd before I got kicked out of my house and lost everything the first time. Like, so these discussions are not new to Mark. They may be new to you. They're not new to me, right? And even with my limited reading, because I refuse to read the Western canon, roughly speaking, not all of it, but almost all of it, people get confused. They get confused. Been trying to do meaning art since Owen Benjamin, Bear's Madness, then Portal, then BOM, then sorting myself out, group 2 and 3. NP is the first movement that has been consistent. So many new ideas. Right. Navigating patterns is the set of new ideas. Virtue Vice 7 will be amazing. There we go. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're almost there. Wisdom Tea is next. We'll take over the world with Wisdom Tea. I just got to get some wisdom funding for Wisdom Tea.
Okay. I'm gonna step aside for just a sec with my mic on mute, and you don't have to land the plane if you don't want. I have to be up for literally like hours and hours. I guarantee I'm not going to be going to sleep before you. I woke up like 3 hours ago, so
Fair
I'm on
enough.
midnight. I'm
It's,
just saying,
it's
like,
an
don't
8-hour
wait for me to
stream,
tap
so
out.
I'm gonna land the plane real soon. So go right
I was
ahead.
hoping. I noticed that when on the thing finally. I'm like, I wasn't here the whole time. So, whoa. What projects, or I'm trying to think of the right verbiage. What things are you trying to navigate? I don't want to like spitfire it. I'm thinking if you can give me like a thoughtful answer in a minute or two of the arching one. So for me, Skylar, I found National Alliance on Mental Illness. They do education, support, and advocacy. I actually believe in that mission. Especially the original. Like I read the original Round the Table. There's a group of parents whose kids are getting screwed over by the system for mental health.
Right.
So I figured if we make an organization, when we talk to them, they have to respond. So
Right.
that's
Right.
proper.
Yeah.
Good job, them. So education, support, and advocacy. So supporting people who have no idea what's going on, new to the system, family members in crisis, whatever. Educating. What is out there already? What can be done? What do we actually already know? And then advocacy. If you know stuff, how can you go help the people who don't know what's happening? And maybe prevent some stuff from happening, like upstream. Those missions hit for me. And then when I noticed now they're getting AstroTurf and like there's new ones coming in that undermine, they actually are dialectically opposed to educating. If I'm making sure people don't have access to some stuff, then I can't be educated. If I'm advocating, I can't be, advocating for for-profits if I'm advocating for peers.
Right.
For-profits advocate for themselves. Peers don't have anybody advocating for them. Why the fuck would I advocate for a for-profit? So they're twisting the words, but using the same thing, which has allowed me to kind of make my presence stand out.
Right.
In this little corner, I've seen this very consistently, how I view it. Hours of talks on other people's channels sporadically. Something like it's a living thing, and it's actually moving somewhere. Some people really don't like the fact that it's moving because they just want to study it. They're so used to analyzing good things.
Yep.
They don't understand how to watch something move and learn from it. They need it to die so they can dissect it. They can study the muscle tension on the ligament. And it's like, bro.
Right.
Bees, how do I know bees fly? Because they make pollen into honey. It's when you answer it that way, instead of, well, their wings and the bulbous and the bow, it's like, bro.
No. Phenomenology, not theory that you didn't experience, because you don't experience them flapping their wings.
You don't, but you do experience their sweet honey.
Exactly.
So and so this little corner to me is about noticing what is the honey out there and reaping the benefits, and then not shitting on other people's thing. That's what I've enjoyed from the beginning, is I've been able to defend my positions while kind of going against others, but not like attacking. It's kind of like what you said. If that person's willing to die on the hill, let's go find out where he dies or where he kills me. At least in this fake fight, we're not actually drawing knives on it right now. Let's do that in an argument, fake argument, where we entertain these ideas and see if we can. It's just those projects. So I got Grim. So I got Grim to say what project I think I'm on. That's the Away team. So I'm out doing the thing. He talked to Raj and some other people. I really clicked with Raj. I like Sikhs. Can't tell. The Sikhs think I'm a Sikh.
Mhm.
which lets me feel good because like Orthodox people think I'm Orthodox, Sikh people think I'm Sikh.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I'm sure. And yeah, I can join on Discord. I can join on Marks or whoever. I'm on every single one of them. Scholar of Nihilism is usually my thing, and I usually have Skylar somewhere in my name. That away team is what I see. That's a project of him that I can help. For you, I see it. You're aware of the Bertrand Russell, the Russell conjugation. You're
Yeah.
trying to avoid that dialectic of how we say the thing can flip the way we're able to even consider it. Those thought terminating cliches just end the conversation before they start. And so
Right.
I see that as but to me, and then Grim, that's the one I see that bridges between you two, because I'm kind of the away
Mhm.
team. I'm the guy who goes out in the field most of the time, and I come back and
Right.
report, and then I go back in the field most of the time.
Right.
And you guys don't ask for reports. You just know when I have a report, I'll come back, give my, and I'll go back
Right,
out in the field.
right.
Like
Right.
I work out in the forest. I drive a Jeep into the forest for a living.
Right.
I'm comfortable with this. This is what I'm kind of good. And as I said earlier, the smoke and mirrors, I think you both have that talent. I don't want you to like kiss. I don't care. I see wasted potential. I see something actually on purpose fusing this. I see someone getting their rocks off, being able to like cause drama over people who are actually doing some good, even though they're doing it in silly ways.
Yeah,
You have
look,
to be
Joey,
silly to do difficult stuff.
Joey went into this, right? He said,
Okay, let's hear it.
those people hate success.
Yeah.
And that's why BOM is no longer. And then they blame Jacob, which I think is hysterical because Jacob had nothing to do.
Jacob's not
He's
to blame.
gone long before they got rid of Joey.
He quit.
And they got rid of Joey, whether they realize it or not. That's what happened. And that was shame on them for letting that happen. But they did.
Sad.
They let another agent of evil into the club, and they didn't see it that way. But they don't understand what's manipulating them. And this is the
Joey
problem with
Protocol.
Protestants.
Yeah, Joey Protocol, by the way. I know it's not your favorite, but descriptive and prescriptive. Oh, watching people's light bulbs. It's like Joey,
Yeah.
he had a lot of practice with that little stick. He was very helpful, That was a good thing that could have been going on. I said it recently to someone, and they didn't know what I was referring to. And I was like, how are you involved? How do you have more access to the server than me? And you don't know what I just said.
Right.
What the fuck?
Well, because they're
No,
not.
what the fuck?
They're
How?
not.
How?
They're not
You're not
setting
in the spirit.
boundaries.
No, you're
They're
not in the
setting
spirit of the
boundaries.
club.
They're not setting right. But the problem is,
Yeah,
if you
we're
got
all-
boundaries, you can't manifest the spirit properly. The spirit.
Yeah, we're
will
all
always
in like,
come up.
yeah, there's a little spirit. Like, there's people I just trust. Like, I've mentioned it. And I saw him on one of the streams recently, and it was very good. I thought, Andre. That's actually one of the reasons I'm here right now. Was that stream? Being honest. I just very click with him. He's a raw person, and I gave him a heads up. And so what I heard him saying on that stream, he apologized to me too without even saying my name directly. Because like, I don't need an apology. He didn't do anything wrong to me. I'm just saying.
He doesn't
I
need
told
an
him flat
apology
out.
either. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, you're too nice, dude. And
Yeah,
they're
you're
using
fine.
you because none of them want to do this difficult thing.
Right.
Like, and that hurts me. And so watching someone like Andre not be protected gets me angry. I take people out. You hurt someone I care about, I fucking get rid of you. So if I
Yeah.
come in this little corner, I actually will get rid of you people. Like, I don't play. This
Yeah.
isn't just a
Well,
game
wait,
for me.
wait,
This
and
is
we
real
shouldn't.
life.
And we shouldn't. Like, that's the problem.
So-
Is this too much tolerance?
It's way too much. And so I'd like
Yeah.
to, I know you want to wind it down soon, so I just really want to clearly state, I don't care where we do it, even on Jacob's channel, and have Jacob and me duke it for a little bit and calm down, and then have you two come on and have Jacob just sit there and quiet and have me facilitate, because I genuinely think something's conspiring. The word conspire means to breathe together.
Mhm.
Okay?
Right.
We're not breathing together, and we should be. And
No,
that's
I
crazy.
agree with that.
And there needs to be movement. I love my theory. My main theory is something like a diaspora. I think this community,
Right.
the healthy way this community is going to function, is to come together, break apart a little, come together, break apart a little, and not in like some weird dialectic. No, just like look at the diaspora in the Bible. There will be a core group of people who kind of just won't shake, and then
There
you're
is
gonna have
a-
people kind of
Right, but you still need a common telos. Like, you still
exactly.
need a
There
common
needs to
good.
be that core.
And
That's
that's
exactly right.
That's what's missing because
Yeah.
nobody wants to submit. They don't want to submit, and it's like, well, but if you're not going to submit, you're not going to build something because you need structure.
so-
And when you submit to the structure, you can't build something
Yeah.
bigger than you.
So Sally and I'm gonna just lay my cards on the table. So Sally and I hate the wedding chat marriage. What is it one? The one for married people. Her and I can't even look at it after a while.
Yeah.
Because
No, I
there's
know.
a bunch of single people talking about it, and it's like,
Yeah. It's
bro,
stupid.
how about I made a post that got in trouble, got me like flamed. So I was like, how about only people who have marriage license get the fucking post on this channel, and the rest of you shut your fucking mouths? Like, what the fuck do you know?
But we figured out what that was, right? I said they shouldn't be in the marriage crisis, be dating crisis. And Sally corrected me and said, no, this is the hello crisis because they won't even get to the dating phase. And
Yeah,
she was right.
they won't even
Like,
get to
that
the thing,
the
but they're
hello
gonna tell me how to.
This
Exactly.
is great. Yeah, the hello crisis is perfect. It is perfect.
I mean,
They're not even saying hello to women, and they're worried about marriage. I'm like, dude, you're so
Yeah.
far away from marriage. You have
I
much
actually
bigger
am
fish to
married.
fry.
Yeah, this one isn't fake. It got like blessed by a dude, and I had my whole family there and stuff. Like,
Right, and that's
Yeah,
the
that-
and that's
that
the
type of-
problem.
there
But
needs
they
to be a boundary.
tolerate that. I had to go in there and get rid of a MGTOW by basically forcing the issue, right?
Yeah.
And then
And then
Catherine
you
comes
drag
in and gets rid of him, which just must have absolutely burned his balls. I was like, man, a woman just kicked you out of a Discord channel, and you're basically a misogynist. I'm still happy about that. I'm just happy that happened. I'm like, this is fantastic.
Yeah, it's like the Norm
That's the
Macdonald
problem.
joke.
They will not hold up standards. None of them will. And this is their problem. And then they go, why can't we all get along? We were getting along. Oh, good things are going to. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. You have to submit to the common good. And I think, look, Grim has said before that Manuel and I are a bulwark against the floods. Right now, I don't.
Yeah.
The flood of information is basically what he was talking about. I didn't understand that at the time because I have a hard time following Grim at times.
He's
But
hard.
look,
He's hard.
I've reached out to Grim many times. He's asked me to do things, and I've done literally hours of work at his request, and he just doesn't reciprocate.
Yeah,
I'm not mad.
that's
right?
honestly
but
what I
also,
see. Though.
right? I'm willing to engage. I'm willing to give you long comments. I'm willing to post them, and then you can ignore them and make me post them somewhere else, and I'll do all that
Rage quit.
because I wrote it all down, right? And but the problem is I'm not getting any feedback back, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
at a certain point, this isn't worth my time because I can
No.
get feedback
no.
from other people, or if I'm not going to get feedback, I can at least do the things that I think are helping, even if I never get the feedback. But Grim is not one of those cases, you know. Which is, I'm not saying I'm never going to talk to him again or anything like that. I'm just saying, at a certain point, it's going to be like, what? This is a waste of my time. I can spend my time, energy, and attention on something else, and that's more the issue.
The project should be maybe not aligned, but they're not even parallel. But to me, I know they're pointed at something that's actually the same.
Well, you have
So,
to point
if
at
I
the
was-
good, and you have to submit to pointing at the good, and you have to come to some kind of agreement. And this is the problem with Christians in general, materialists in particular, and Protestants, is that they will not hold a line. They will not create a boundary and defend it. And if you're not going to create a boundary and defend it, because you have to be mean to defend a boundary. Oh, well, you have to be a good, bad man. It's like, well, I don't care what framing you use. At the end of the day, if you're not willing to stand up for your principles, you're not principled. It's that simple. And standing up for your principle means sometimes you got to knock somebody out. Sorry. It's got to
and other
happen.
times it means you get and you get fed to the lions, as you know. I mean, that's genuinely how it is.
Right. You're going to get eaten by, some of you are going to get eaten by lions, but you're Christians. That's what you're for.
But you should choose that. You don't have to like cry while it's happening. You can have
and
pity on the people.
The way it doesn't happen in the moment is that you choose it. Like the act of choosing to get in front of the lion and risk being eaten reduces the chance of being eaten. And they do not want to understand that because it doesn't reduce it to zero. They can't have certainty they're not going to be eaten. And they've got families or whatever excuse of the week. It's like, well, that's great. But still, the lions are going to eat you. If your argument is the lions are going to eat me last, I got news. You're not getting in. You're not getting in. You're not passing the pearly gates. You're not getting into heaven. Sorry. You're going to be judged harshly for that. You are. I'm sorry. You're not following Jesus at that point, for sure. Good luck. Good luck to you. Right. But also, no, I'm not a fan. You guys are the ones volunteering to be for lions. Be for lions. And if you can't do that, just admit it and don't call yourself Christian. And that's fine too. You know, and they can't levy the same claim at me because I don't claim to be Christian. And there you go. I don't know, Teo. I don't think the corner's growing. I think the corner's getting smaller. I think there's more people claiming to be in the corner, but they're not. They have no common
they're not in the spirit. How about this? If you're on the Bridges of Meaning admin and you can't explain to me the difference between description and prescriptive,
right?
Then you shouldn't be a fucking admin on.
What are you doing? And
what are you doing here?
Look,
you have no idea what you're here.
And there's weird things happening, right? So I got the last time I checked, which was 10 hours ago, I have 989 views on the live stream from last week on Spirit and Egregore. Most of them are on Jacob's channel, which is, you know, a bit vexing. Sign up for Navigating Patterns. Jacob told me again he's going to throw me off at some point, although after he saw the 600 plus views that my live stream got, and I don't think he's realized he's gotten 7 subs out of that. Maybe he'll change his mind, but yeah, I mean, I'll probably keep Randy United.
That's probably where I'm not. See, you guys have people here are doing that. Chad and I aren't. Chad's kind of like my workhorse sometimes, because I have like 2 or 3 video ideas that I'm like, I'll have him do it eventually. Like he'll get bored and need something, and I'll be like, here you go. You can do the thing I wanted.
Right.
That's making a lot more sense to me though, because I just don't have that. I'm too busy. I see how astroturfing and steering committees work, and so I'm like actively, okay, if that's how you're playing this game, I'm playing. Count me in. Like deal me in.
Yeah.
If you're not playing this game, everybody gets screwed. So I realize my moral strength is to determine to do something and to continue. But once I start, I can't stop.
Right.
So like I know the way I am, so I don't start most things at all.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well,
I do not stop, and that's why coming into this little corner, if I come in, I'll define what the little corner really is. I talk to everybody in the background all the fucking time. How many of you went and started a non-profit that like is getting internationally recognized within 3 years of existing? All because of talking on the internet and being like, you know what? I'm quitting my job. I'm going to go ask the churches to pay my rent. And I'm tired of people freezing to death in my community and dying of overdose. I'm going to go start a soup kitchen.
Go fix it.
That's what everybody needs to go do. Go check your community. If you don't have a soup kitchen or a Lions Club or Kiwanis or something, figure out why. Why did they get stopped? Oh, they went co-ed. Yes. That will destroy an organization.
They destroyed boundaries, right? And they tried to make a bigger boundary so they didn't have to worry about boundaries.
Yeah, we need a chief exclusive officer. That's my position if I'm coming in the little corner, is of Eric Weinstein quote, and it's a chief exclusion officer. If you're going to have a chief inclusion officer, then I have to have one also to have a chief exclusion officer. That's me. And if you're against our mission, the fuck out of here. Go do your own thing. But get out of here. And it's driving me nuts that I see like people who are on the same team fighting against each other, and it's just such a waste of.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and look, I gotta land the plane because I'm gonna follow.
Yeah. No, that's what I was trying to.
So no, that's great. Yeah. I mean, I think that again, and I gotta clip this out. I keep I've just been so busy. I keep losing track of what I need to do. There's a clip from 2 weeks ago about the wisdom communities, and we've got the Texas Wisdom Community, which is a YouTube channel and a Discord server that's up and running, and we're doing the Republic Book Club on it, and those are being published to the YouTube channel. And that's the Wisdom Community Project. I have a nice summary of it. I'll have to clip it out of the video from a couple of weeks ago. And then I'm working on the Wisdom Tea Company, which is going to be slow to get off the ground now because I'm now busy trying to make money, because if I don't make money, I'm not going to have a house or a car.
You can't do the thing. Yeah.
Right. So I'm trying to get that rolling, and the project remains, but the project is probably going to somewhat morph, right? Because Discord is basically dying. And so we can only use Discord for certain things, which is fine. And we're going to continue to do that. My Discord server, Mark of Wisdom, is going absolutely nowhere. And maybe more people will join or whatever. We have all the people now, basically, all the interesting people. And that'll continue. But what is this? Oh, yeah. Skylar, look at the virtue cards. Most in-depth image. Yeah, the virtue card project is coming along quite well. Virtue and vice.
Yeah.
So we're working on that project. Yeah, that's all on my server. We've got it. It's very well organized for collaboration. We've had good collaboration between, a bunch of people, and that project is all about, getting this some of these pragmatic ideas out on the street that we've used for Vicky's work to develop, right? And keep Discord dead. Yes, keep people off of Discord, and putting this stuff into practice in the community. So the other thing I'm working on is a cafe where I want people to show up, and we'll have conversations on a stage, but also over the internet, so that we can do the sort of question and answer style stuff that TED Talks don't do, right? Because TED Talks are just these one-way conversations. And so those are the projects I'm working on. And if I could get the tea and the cafe funded, that would be great, because then you would have people interacting in person.
Yeah. The cafe one it's formatted tangentially, sort of like what you do here with a little monologue, and then it opens up to.
Yeah. Well, it won't be a monologue though. It'll be a dialogue between two people.
As I say, you could start with a little dialogue or monologue.
It needs to be produced, because I want to have conversations between 2 or 3 or 4 people, maybe 2 on the internet and 2 in person, or 3 in person and 1 on the internet, whatever. I want to do that because, like Jonathan Haidt, I got to talk to Jonathan Haidt once on Clubhouse. He came to a group of 15 people on Clubhouse, and he gave a little talk, and an interactive talk with somebody else, asking questions back and forth. And then we were allowed up on stage to ask him questions, and I got to ask him a question, and he said, "Well, that was a very good question, Mark," which I hear a lot, which I'm very grateful for. And then he answered it, and it was wonderful. He didn't fully answer it. Like, fair enough. I don't ask easy questions, that's for sure. So I want to bring that to everybody, but it needs to be produced, because the thing that happened at Peterson and Charlotte before the fake news virus scam, which was very interesting, is they had everybody, you had an app on your phone, everybody got to ask a question. And they curated the questions and figure out which ones were actually the same, and then took the top 10 and asked them of Peterson on stage. I want to do something like that locally on a local scale, and have people there in person, but have it produced so that you end up answering people's big questions. And I think that's doable. It would just cost a little money to get up and running.
NARBA, NARBHA, NARBA. That's what we're using now. So NARBA is the backing for a bunch of mental health clinics and stuff in rural areas. So they need to be able to do telemed. So they've been pioneering telemed for over 15 years. NARBA has the backing for this, and they're where we can start with that. Like, I know the dude on the back end of that.
Well,
and that's exactly what it's for.
We'll chat on the Discord at some point in the near future, and we can go into details. But with that, those are the projects that I'm working on. So that's what we're trying to get. It's always good to see you, Skylar. It's earlier for you than it is for me. It's really late here, and I got to go to bed. But thank you, everybody, for watching. We're probably going to break 1,000 on last week's live stream. I finally got a video over 1,000. That's Jordan Peterson, his trick. Thank you very much. Let's push all my other videos over 1,000. It looks like we've got 1,000 on the Andrea with the Bangs intimacy talk. So thank you for all of that. And I hope you continue to engage. And I'm looking forward to doing this next week. We'll probably be back at the
And
7
then
p.m.
listen
time frame.
to-
I will be on the road, so it might not happen, but I think the next 2 weeks, I will be able to do the stream. I'll just be on the road when I do it. It'll probably be a shorter stream because I'll be, not at my house. But yeah, we'll see you all on the Discord or on the next live stream, and have a good night. And it's always good to see you. And it's, keep on trucking. We're doing stuff. It's going to happen.
Thanks, Mark.